got big time problems with that motor, buddy. Hey, just between you and me, the idea is to avoid the other cars. Congratulations! You just set the sport back 30 years with that move. That move will put you in the Hall of Shame. You keep doing stuff like that and we're going to lose our sponsor. Looks like that's it for us today. Now I know why you got canned by your old team. It's over. We can't fix that damage.
Looks like your car is toast. You'll need a tow back to pit lane, press and hold your reset button and we'll come and get you.
Welcome, race fans, to PitStop TV. We're live tonight to Facebook, YouTube, and Twitch as usual. Noah Carmichael, Cole Freilich with me in the booth tonight. I'm Andrew Cardinale IV, and this is PitStop TV's live coverage of the Abillion Wood Projects LLC.com 600 at Charlotte Motor Speedway for the Galaxy Cup Series. We join you tonight from the virtual capital of the NASCAR world, where since 1960, the best of the best have come to prove their worth in the house Humpy Wheeler built. Once known as the Beast of the Southeast, this facility has seen some of the greatest moments in NASCAR's history, and tonight we look forward to making some more as we get set for the longest race of the Galaxy Cup Series season. So, Cole, Noah, as the Galaxy Cup Series makes their PitStop TV debut in one of the biggest races of the year, what can we expect from this hungry field of drivers?
Well, I think we can definitely expect it to be a war of attrition. This is a 600-mile, 400-lap, not even close to a sprint, more of an endurance race for these Galaxy Cup Series guys. It's going to be an interesting one. We are at NASCAR's second most popular track, only to Daytona, arguably. And it's just going to be really who's got the fastest car. This is an open setup series. Everybody brings whatever they feel the most comfortable is on the track, so it's going to be a show for everybody watching tonight.
Absolutely. This is one of the biggest races of the season for these guys next to Daytona, Darlington, and Indy. And to win here is something big, but this race is something that you have to earn. Like we said, it's 600 miles. It's the longest race of the season. We've seen a lot of drivers in real life just struggle to keep a hold of it by the time the halfway point comes in this race, and now we're going to see what these drivers can do. This track is fast. This track drains you, and this track is hard to win at, and there's a lot of bumps and little tiny edges that you have to look out for. So these drivers are going to have a lot on their plate tonight as they get ready to run 600 miles around this mile-and-a-half circuit.
Yeah, 600 miles around this joint is no joke. Of course, Charlotte Motor Speedway, one of the older tracks on the schedule. As I mentioned, it was built in 1960 by Humpy Wheeler, just trying to, well, put a destination here in the Southeast, and he did just that. This place, I think, is one of the most iconic tracks, at least in America, certainly within the NASCAR world, and it's easily one of the places you just want to win as a driver. So these guys are going to duke it out for 400 laps, 600 miles. We do have stages here for tonight's race. They do everything just like the normal NASCAR Cup Series that we usually see on Sundays, now throwing in some Wednesdays and who knows what else. So we've got stage racing, we've got full-length racing. This is going to be the first time I think we've been on air this long here on PitStop TV, doing a full 600-mile race here at Charlotte, of course modeled after the Coca-Cola 600, but tonight we do actually have a presenting sponsor. I want to mention them, Abillion Wood Projects LLC.com. That's the website, but Abillion Wood Projects here. Firstly, just got to thank them for coming on board and partnering up with the Galaxy Cup Series, but also Abillion Wood Projects is a custom carpentry company headquartered in Georgia, working with customers since 2017 to bring dream in-home projects and event pieces to life. For custom-built bookcases, shelving, Murphy beds, kitchen tables, breakfast nook benching, and even more, stop by AbillionWoodProjectsLLC.com. Planning an event? Abillion Wood Projects has you covered. Abillion Wood Projects also have their 1 in a Billion rental services for all events to provide high-quality LED lit numbering and lettering. Reach out today for a consultation. And be sure to follow them on Instagram and Facebook as well for raffle giveaways, and that is, again, Abillion Wood Projects LLC, that you can follow them on social media. This listed here is Facebook and Instagram, so make sure to follow them. You can get some free stuff, and it's always good to get some free stuff, guys. So again, got to thank them for coming on board, sponsoring this event, and making sure that we could be here to cover this, because this is the first time that we're covering this league here, Cole, and it should be a pretty good one.
Yeah, it should definitely be, but it's going to be interesting for the guys we need to watch tonight, because one of the top drivers of the series is Brian Hicksonbaugh. He's won 6 races this season and has over 35, I believe, 35 plus stage points and playoff points for the season. So he's definitely going to be the one to watch tonight. He is the fastest car in practice right now, followed by Rich Petrucco and Alex Montanelli. Sorry about that. So those are definitely going to be 3 cars we need to watch tonight. And I think Noah's got a few more we should keep an eye out on.
Indeed, I do. First off, I want to start out with the 53 Preston McRae. He's one of the top drivers in the series as well, but he's been battling bad luck so far this season. He's looking to try and turn it around here tonight here at Charlotte. Another driver you need to look out for, because even though this is iRacing, they still have a playoff, since 16th on the bubble right now is the 162 of Zach Probst. Then 17th, you got a 64 of Cody Bird. He's only 13 points from knocking him out. And then you have a pretty decent sized back, the 25 of Joseph Schleiss, who's 30 points back. In 19th, you got Matthew Woods in the 48, who's 50 points back, who's in a pretty close fight with Brian Corbin, who's only 52 points back. And then I do want to note the number 57 of Cameron Stone, who's P6 in the point, is not going to be here tonight. He has opted to not race and instead go enjoy a real life race at his local short track. So we're going to be missing him here tonight, but still, we got a pretty decent sized field here for tonight's event.
I've got those playoff standings after 13 of 36 races on your screen right now, so you can see. You guys mentioned Bryson Hixenbaugh has won 6 races out of 13 so far. That's just in and of itself really impressive, considering the rest of the field has only amassed to 1 win apiece between each of those drivers who have won a race so far. So that just is incredibly impressive. And I see some names on here that I would watch out for. Obviously, Hixenbaugh, one of them. I noticed some guys like, let's see, Josh Coffenall sitting right there in 14th in the standings. Actually, Steve Bartlett right above him in 13th. Those are a couple of names that I personally recognize. Even Kevin Steele out there. A lot of the guys that should be pretty quick, but apparently Hixenbaugh just has the field completely covered so far this season. But we'll see how that wounds out tonight here at Charlotte. Again, 600 miles of full length. Charlotte 600. And it should be a really, really interesting show as we've actually wrapping up practice. Wow, words. We're wrapping up practice right now, getting ready to go into qualifying. Of course, 2 laps, go set your best time. And you know, Cole, you mentioned a little while ago, some of these guys were running their qualifying setups, trying to dial those in. We see that Hixenbaugh is leading practice, but that may not go the same way here in qualifying runs.
Yeah, it definitely could be how everybody has their car set up. They have it set up to their liking, so it's definitely going to be interesting to see who brought the fastest car in terms of qualifying. But I look to see Bryson Hixenbaugh actually qualifying up towards the front. That was a very fast time he laid down in practice, regardless if it was a Q run or a race run. So as we are getting ready for qualifying here, I think some cars will opt to roll out first here, and then some will probably wait till later in the 5-minute session here.
Yeah, and even though he has the fastest lap, you got to keep in mind that's only a span of 1 lap. It doesn't talk about the whole run. So even though he might have the fastest lap and the fact that he has 6 wins, you don't know how that setup's going to handle towards the end of this race. Because the key to a race like this is just as much an endurance race. In order to win the race, you have to make it to the finish, and we don't even know how that's going to play out for him. He could have an engine failure come to final laps. His fuel strategy might go off. So there's a lot of variables in here. So even though he has 6 wins and a pretty good grip over the field, you cannot be too sure that he is a surefire winner in this event here tonight. There's plenty of other drivers that are willing to take that spot and have luck on their side in order to get the dub here.
Absolutely. So as we're actually on, well, we're not on board, but we are on the number 6 of Jonathan Delaney. He's actually put the clutch in and I think turned the car off on his first lap here. And he's actually running really slowly around for his first lap. We'll see what these guys all do, though. Some really slow laps out of these guys, I think, just trying to go to the back of the field then. Zach Probst, a 1:10.493. We have Bryson Hixenbaugh go straight to the top of the boards, though. The first fast lap turn is going to go to Hixenbaugh, who we've been talking about so far through practice and now into qualifying. Already setting a pretty fast lap time, actually. A half second quicker than second place currently, Jeremy Morrison. So as these drivers continue to turn a couple of laps, get their laps down, already Hixenbaugh looking pretty good.
Yeah, Hixenbaugh is actually coming across the line now to complete his second lap. Actually went faster that lap by 19 one-thousandths of a second. Rich Petrucco, I believe he's on his first lap now, the number 27 Red Bull machine. So he's going to be trying to keep it as close to the blue and white line as possible. You want to keep it very low in the corners here at Charlotte. And you definitely don't want to get in the power too soon. That could definitely unsettle the car, make you get tight, especially off of turn 4. I did some practice laps earlier. The car got very tight if you just slightly misstepped when you rolled back into that throttle. but his first lap's going to be a 28.694. That's going to be good enough for third currently. So definitely, really, anybody cannot catch Bryson Hicksonball, it looks like so far in qualifying. But Rich is coming down on the backstretch of his second lap, see if he can improve his time here.
And then the third fastest person in practice, the 11 of Alex Montanelli. He actually is not going to have a good run. He had big issues during qualifying. He got loose out of turn 4, locked it up coming towards the tri-oval, and actually hit the wall in the front stretch. So don't expect him to be anywhere. Right now he's P10 with a very slow 31.090, which is, I believe, going to be his Q lap. So rough way to start the night here for the 11, but still got 600 miles to try and turn this around.
So just bouncing back and forth between some of these guys who are setting their qualifying times now. Here with Ryan Samuelson, who his first lap put him 6th on the board. He's coming around to complete lap number 2 of his qualifying run. We were on board there with Petrucco, and I actually want to mention Petrucco is actually one of the newer drivers of the series. I believe he joined the Discord just this week to join up with these guys and make sure he could run. Now, I could be mistaken, but I'm pretty sure I saw him enter behind me. So if I joined before him, he's definitely new. Already P2 in qualifying, looking like Petrucco is going to be one to watch. So we're going to have to add him to our list of drivers to keep an eye on. I also see Brian Mabry out on the racetrack right now. I think another one that we should have to watch, I know we have some Hillhaven Motorsports drivers in here. I'm familiar with that team. I actually worked with them a little ways back for just a moment there. But Brian Mabry, I do believe, is one of those guys. And I know those Hillhaven cars can be pretty quick. And he's going to go to second place. That's a perfect ad for them right there, a little advert. Just 0.222 seconds off of Hicksonball, so getting closer, but still over 0.2 off of the pole sitter.
Yeah, that beautiful Goodwrench Chevrolet, it takes the top 2 spot, but it's definitely going to be interesting. We see a lot of patriotic cars here tonight, one of those being Josh Coppernoll, who has stopped at the start-finish line for some reason. Don't know what the game plan here is. I believe he's just trying to get a slow lap in, try to set himself towards the back. We got a few cars doing that. Eric Wineland just wrapped up his 2 laps, and he actually went to second on the board with a 28.352. So the only car really close to Hicksonball here in qualifying will be the number 31 of Eric Wineland. And we still got a couple cars on track right now, but Wayne Grass, I believe he's going to be a little bit late here as qualifying is going to wrap up in the next 10 seconds.
Yeah, I was actually watching Eric Wineland. You stole my thunder there, Cole. He was coming off of lap 1. He was 5th fastest, and he just an absolute flyer for that second lap. It went from P5 to P2, and he is less than a 10th behind him. So we're going to have a fight on our hands for this race between those two early in the stages, which is really weird because even though his door number says 31, his car number says 31 on the timing and scoring, his actual number on his door says 21. So that's going to be a little bit of confusion to have to get used to for this race.
So as qualifying wraps up, the car starts to grid on the front stretch here at Charlotte Motor Speedway. Let's go ahead and take you down the starting grid. We mentioned Bryson Hicksonball wins 6 races coming into this 14th event of the season. He's looking like he might win his 7th right here and go a good 500 right now in the season so far. Bryson Hicksonball sits on pole. He was 0.2 faster than most of the field, at least. Eric Wineland starting to his outside, the only driver within even the same zip code. Back to road number 2, though, we've got Brian Mabry and Rich Petrucco making his debut in the series. We've got Christopher Hamann starting 5th place tonight. Jeremy Morrison to his outside in row number 3. Then it's Cole Ashcraft and Cody Goza. And wrapping out your top 10 will be Ryan Samuelson and Cam Caldwell.
Nick Steen's going to be P11 on the grid, and then Nicholas Weatherby is going to be starting from the 12th spot. Alan Hewitt in the number 15 is going to be 13th. Matt Moreo is going to be 14th. Alex Montanelli is going to be 15th. Tommy Amos will start 16th on the grid tonight. Danny Myatt's going to start 17th. Damaris Hickenbottom is going to start 18th. Preston McRae 19th. And Daniel Fields will round out the top 20 tonight.
Starting 21st, you got Brandon Golan, number 55, making his first appearance tonight here in the Galaxy Cup Series. 22nd, you got the 44 of Kevin Steele. And 23rd, you got the 162, your bubble driver, 16th in the points, Mr. Zach Probst. 24th, you got Jonathan Delaney. 25th, you got the 42 of Josh Coppernoll. 26th, you got Cody Bird. And then 27th is the number 7 of Wayne Grace, who have opted to not set a Q lap here today.
So as that wraps up your 27 car field here from Charlotte Motor Speedway, you can see the cars rolling off of the grid on your front stretch, and this is going to be a really good one. We've been talking about it so far. Going from day to night is only going to add to the fact that this is a 400 lap race at Charlotte Motor Speedway. Usually, if you're talking about a 400 lap race, you might think it's a short track or something. No, not at all. Tonight we are going 400 laps of racing here on a 1.5 mile. It really was a super speedway when it was built. Now really just a speedway, or an intermediate track, as you might hear it called throughout the NASCAR world. Nonetheless, a big, fast track, the beast of the Southeast, as we mentioned earlier on. 600 miles, no joke for these guys. So as we get ready to roll out of turn number 4 and come to the green flag, this should be a good one. Cole Freilich, Noah Carmichael, I appreciate you guys joining me tonight, and let's go racing.
Bryson Hicksonball is going to bring them to the green flag. Everybody, 27 cars set for 400 laps here at this historic speedway. We're green. Bryson Hicksonball away with the green flag, going to lead him down to turn 1.
Indeed they are. Here comes Hicksonball with the lead. Eric Wineland to his outside. Hicksonball going to get the early jump as number 3, Brian Marby is going to fall into third as they got a fight back there for fourth between, I believe that's a 17 and the number 27 as they're a side-by-side as right now they're a single filed out. But right now we got a fight for the lead between the 63 and the 31 as there's a little bit of a stack up back there. Almost 3 wide out of turn number 4. There's a car on the apron as they're going to hold on. Oh, we got a Carlos. He's spinning that back there.
88. That's the 88. Cody goes around in the grass. He keeps it going. No yellow, though. Back up to the front, though. I believe it's still Bryson Hicksonball and Eric Wineland battling for.
So Hicksonball continues to lead out of turn number 2 down to turn 3. And you saw Wineland challenge there right off of the start. Wineland's car looked pretty good on those cold tires, but already starting to put some heat in these Goodyear tires. And you see Hicksonball is just setting sail a little further back. Petrucco has gotten clear of Mabry. Mabry falls back to 4th position over Haman. And that battle, I think, is going to be the better one to watch so far in this front running of the field. That Castrol GTX machine all over the good wrench, number 3 down back straightaway. The number 22 of Jeremy Morrison not far behind.
Yeah, those 3 cars, that's definitely going to be a battle. And it's going to be interesting once we get into a long run here. Who's got the best car? Because really this is open setup. So tune it how you like. Oh, whether you like the long run or the short run. Eric Wineland had a really good start off to this run. He's fallen off of Hicksonball a little bit, so maybe Hicksonball's car is a little bit faster towards the start of the run, but it'll probably even out once we get into the longer run and throughout the night.
I believe that longer run is going to be right now as the field is single filed out, which was what I was hoping these drivers were going to do. Because one of the things about these long endurance races is you can't win on the first lap. You're not going to win at the end of the first stage, the second stage, or the third stage. You have to keep your car in check. And as we saw with the 88 earlier, you get too aggressive, you're going to bite it. And that's what happened. He doesn't have a caution. He's now having to pray that these guys are going to do it. But I don't think it's going to happen as this field right now is starting to spread themselves out as they get their cars ready for this long event.
And the nice thing about this open setup event, we're used to covering, fixed setup racing, at least for the oval side, where you can't adjust the car throughout the race, albeit for a brake bias adjustment in the car. These guys can come down the pit lane and make adjustments to their car. You don't have a total control over all the adjustments that you might usually have in a NASCAR Cup Series race, where you got track bar, spring rubbers, and all that. But you can adjust tire pressures, you can adjust spring perch heights, and you can definitely change the handling of the race car, and that's going to be the most important thing over the course of 400 laps, 600 miles around Charlotte Motor Speedway, to adjust the way your car drives and adjust it to the way the track changes. Of course, we've got our dynamic track here on iRacing. We've got dynamic time of day, so we're going from clearly the daytime right now, or at least the late afternoon, into the full of night. That's going to be important.
Yeah, it'll definitely be important, and it's really important whether these guys set their cars up to work well towards the daytime or well towards more of the nighttime, because you don't want the car to be too well off in the daytime, because once it gets to the nighttime, it'll just slow down, and a lot of those guys, their cars will come to life and just blow right past you. So the track's going to be slick for the most part right now. The track temp's 85 degrees, but that's going to definitely get cooler as we roll off into the night. And it's going to be interesting who's got the best car as we go through the race, because as we said, this is a war of attrition. You definitely don't want to go too fast, too early, burn up your stuff. You definitely need to save your tires, save your equipment, and try to make it to the end, most importantly.
One of the things about a race like this is, unlike most other races, there isn't a whole lot of them that are like the 600 that aren't endurance races like Le Mans or Daytona, where you start in the daytime and in the nighttime. So there's a lot of varying factors that go into a race like this. How do you find the balance between a hot, slippy racetrack and a grippy, cold racetrack? What are you gonna do if this happens? If that happens, that's bitten a lot of real life drivers who have had fast cars in the day, and then we see, oh, they didn't really plan too much for the night portion of this race, and then they end up falling off and losing this race. So we're gonna see that coming into towards the halfway point, who really has the most balanced setup as we get more into this race. We're only on lap 10 as this field's still single file out pretty much.
Yeah, I've been trying to look around for some battles, and there really isn't a ton. We saw a couple of positions change hands. Jeremy Morrison actually got by the 17 of Christopher Hamon, and I see a couple of cars starting to get closer and closer. That'd be Weatherby in the 24 and Montanelli in the number 11. These two could be battling side by side out of 4. They will be, it looks like. Montanelli going to take the bottom line through the quad oval. Almost said tri-oval, not quite. As the Budweiser 24 heading in the wrong direction. But that number 11 looking decently stout right now. Hooking that bottom, the yellow line, or well, blue line. It's pretty clearly blue, Andrew. But really, this field is pretty well gotten strung out, like you said there, Noah. And that's kind of the name of the game, though. You mentioned it's an endurance race. It's 400 laps, 600 miles. You just got to make it to the end, first of all. And mentioned earlier, we are stage racing, so you even just got to get to the end of stage 1, which is still a long ways away, 100 laps.
Yeah, definitely. We're working lap 12 right now. But the name of the game really in these endurance races is just not burning up your stuff. You don't need to burn off that right front because it is so easy with this brand new V7 tire model on iRacing to just burn off the right front because of how realistic to the real thing it is. It just, if you go too hard, too fast on that tire, you will certainly just wear it out and you'll be slower than the rest of the field by a marginal gap. But Brian Mabry and I believe Christopher Hamon, they're going to be battling here off of turn 2. I saw Hamon actually catch Mabry pretty quickly.
Yeah, you're talking about the whole tire wear thing. I talked about at the beginning of this when the accident happened with the 88. He spun out, and I said, oh, now he's hoping for a caution. That really, he's already caught up to the tail end of the field. He's actually passed 2 cars, but now the question is, how much is he putting the power down on that car, and is he burning the tires up? Is this a thing of, oh, he just has the better setup, and he's going to fly through this field, or is it he killed his tires, and now is going to try and hang on and not go a lap down? But regardless, got to give him props. He has caught back up to the end of this field and is no longer the last man on the racetrack, as now he is currently running in 25th, now starting to put the pressure on number 6 of Jonathan Delaney to go up to P24 as they get ready to enter to turn number 3.
Yeah, Goza, I think, has actually only lost a couple of seconds to the leaders over the course of the time that he's been at the back of the field. Since he spun, I think he's only lost a couple of extra seconds since he got back going, I should say. So Cody Goza actually doing a pretty good job of settling in and trying to get back into a rhythm. The Illinois driver started 8th, so clearly has a decently quick car. And right now, you mentioned it, Noah, pressuring Jonathan Delaney. That would be for 22nd if he can get on by him. Looks like he'll have to do it around the top side, though, Cole.
Another battle on track is the Battle of the Beers here. Cole Ashcraft and Nicholas Weatherby, 2 new drivers to the series. They just had a battle. Cole Ashcraft's going to get the better part of that. That was for the 7th position on this racetrack. So move him up well into the top 10 now. He's going to be chasing down Alex Montanelli next in the number 11 UNET car, who is still chasing Christopher Hamon.
You talk about the new drivers. We have 9 of them in this race, and you talk about those 2. Well, guess what? That 88 car is actually a new driver. This is his first start, so what a performance he's actually putting down here. As right now, the real fight seems to be towards the back half of this field as the leaders start to create kind of a Gapplebees effect going on here. The back half of these drivers are starting to be a little bit more bunched up. There was actually a moment when I was watching the 88 where some of these guys were checking into each other, cars going up high up towards the wall, and I thought we were about to see a wreck happen. So these people that are running in the back half of this field are actually starting to put on a little bit of a show compared to what the leaders are doing.
Well, we talked about Wayne Grassi not starting the race. Well, I shouldn't say not starting the race, not qualifying. Since then, he's actually worked his way through the field. He's into 18th, now looking to the inside of McRae for, that'll be 17th position. So the number 7 working his way up right now. That Pennzoil machine looking pretty hooked up around the bottom side. And somebody who actually we should talk about, Damaris Higginbottom, rolling the top actually through 1 and 2 that time around. He's decently within your playoff fight as well. I believe he's sitting 9th right now. So the 09 not looking the greatest through about 20 laps, but should at least start to come in through the end of the race, at least based on what point standings tell us. So, of course, a new league, new faces, trying to get used to everybody, but Higginbottom should be one to watch over the course of the next 380 laps.
Definitely, and he could have definitely set his car up for the night. So watching throughout the night, I believe we're going to get nighttime here in about an hour or two, and that'll definitely be about the halfway point in this race. So watch for that 09 car to come alive throughout the night. Right now, he's chasing down Preston McRae, who's in a train of cars. We got about 5 cars, one of those being a Davey Allison throwback. That's Tommy Amos on the outside. Wayne Grass going to go to the inside of him for the spot in turn 1. That is for 16th on the track right now.
And back up towards the front right now is Bryson Hicksonball, the guy you're talking about, who has the 6 wins. He currently has the lead. Eric Wineland's the only person who even is closely putting up a fight. He's almost a second back. And then 2 seconds back is that number 27 of Ryan Pachuco. But we already have a problem. Well, not really a problem, something that you're going to expect. They're already starting to catch up towards lap cars as the field makes their way down the backstretch. The 83 of Matt Muro, he is exiting turn number 4 at the moment. He's really off the pace. The 64 and 26th place of Cody Bird, he's 19 seconds from the leader. Coming across the line, Matt Muro is actually 24 seconds. He's really falling off the pace here in these last few laps.
Going to the gyro cam here with Hicksonbaugh. We watched a full lap. We'll watch another full lap with Hicksonbaugh. See how he's getting around this place. And he's definitely in the throttle a lot. And that's the most important thing. With all the downforce that NASCAR has laid on these cup cars, you got to maximize on throttle time. And I guess it'd be the key to going fast anywhere. But the point being, these cars are almost wide open around these bigger tracks now. It's pretty impressive how much downforce has been put onto these race cars and how much driving these race cars has changed, Cole. You go back 2-3 years and you couldn't drive them in a straight line almost. Now they're hooked up almost all the time around these racetracks, no matter where you go almost. It's pretty hard to kick one of these things sideways.
Yeah, it's definitely hard. And Bryson Hicksonball, he's actually really got the benefit of the clean air right now, because that's definitely going to help him just be on throttle more throughout this track. As you can see, he's just wrapping it around that blue line coming off of turn 4 here to lead his 23rd lap of the race, now starting lap 24 of 400. So it's definitely going to be a long night, but it looks like Bryson Hicksonball is going to have the car to beat tonight, whether it's through the daytime or the nighttime.
Yeah, but I think you might be speaking too soon right now, because we talked about like almost about 4 laps ago, the gap was almost a second. Guess what? The person in second at number 31 is closer down to 0.6. He's almost a half second back on him. So it seems we have the driver who has a later run setup, and it's in the number 31 as a 63 car. Seems to be more set up for the opening half of this race. Either that or he's just conserving what he has right now. Regardless, the gap's starting to close down. Is now, ooh, the gap opens. I spoke too soon. The gap opens back up to 9.2 seconds. So we're back to where we started. The 63 car still running away with this race as he has led every single lap. And you talk about, you know, the fact of these drivers are wide open. This is still a very tough track to tame, even in these new cup cars. Even the old cup cars are still really fast. Not much has even changed. This track is just a very fast track, but one of the hardest parts of this track is that turn 1. There's a bump going into the corner. You'll go through it, and even sometimes if you're not careful and you're not lifting off the throttle, you'll actually scrape the ground and end up understeering up into the wall. That happens to a lot of drivers, believe it or not. So this is a very challenging track, but also a very fast track.
Absolutely. It's definitely not an easy track to get around, no matter how the car is handling. It can handle like a dream, and it's still going to be a tough racetrack, and I don't think Charlotte gets enough credit for that. I think a lot of people overlook it because we're so used to Charlotte. We look to places like Darlington as tougher tracks, but Charlotte's definitely tough in its own right. Going over that landing right there into turn 1, you really rise up and then just land back down hard on, on whatever might hit the racetrack, actually. There into turn 1, and then down through 3 and 4. It's such a tight line. Is Morrison going to send it up the inside there for Trucco? We were on board with Morrison there as well, and he can't quite get the pass done. He tried to throw a bit of a slide job, didn't quite clear him, and that's going to let that number 11, there we go, of Montanelli reel up to the number 27 Petrucco, go right on by on the inside, and now Montanelli through to 4th place.
Well, I want to go back because we got a couple rivals. We've been informed there was a rivalry in this series, and it's Nick Steen and Danny Myatt. They are side by side heading through turn 2 right now. We've been informed they were in a few incidents this season, so they're definitely not going to give each other that much room. But looks like right now they're kind of letting each other go. But that number 71 Coca-Cola machine definitely trying to catch the number 20 or the number 20 Thrustmaster machine.
Yeah, you talk about Danny Myatt. Even though those two are in a rivalry, Danny Myatt is the one with the more to lose. He's P10 in points right now, and Nick Stein is actually outside the top 20. So Nick Stein even noticed early in the season, the one with the biggest amount to lose, the one that has to worry the most, is that number 20. So just something to keep an eye on is right now that number 71 is actually getting the pressure put on him by a couple cars behind him. I can't exactly point out who that is right now, as I'm up top on the press box watching this entire race unfold. As right now, those two are fighting each other, and that's just feeding him back. Because look what's behind him, another hungry pack of drivers of about 5 or 6 cars. So keep your eye on that, because that's about to be the biggest pack of cars on this track right now.
So that's Probst that went by on the bottom side, the 162 San Diego Padres Chevrolet Camaro. Now you've got the number 12 of Cam Caldwell starting to pressure the number 71 off into turn 3. So Probst gets on by pretty easily, made it look pretty simple anyways. Now Caldwell going to have to deal with him, and this 71 is just not looking good. It's looking very tight. It's either loose and he's having to jump out of the throttle, or very tight and he's having to keep it out of the fence. One of the two. Either way, the 71 not driving well at all. Here comes Wayne Grassi. We talked about him starting dead last in this race. He's now 13th, putting the pressure on, and could go for 11th right here.
Yeah, the number 7 Pennzoil machine definitely looking to get around these two cars. Definitely not going to force the issue now because it's only 30 laps into this event. We got a long way to go still. But I actually saw Cam Caldwell on the inside of Nick Stein earlier. Got a little out of shape. Actually fell back about 2 spots. And, oh, they're wrecking! Big wreck! Oh, yo!
No,
there it is.
Oh, no. And Hickenbottom's
The
involved as
16
well.
minute. Ryan Samuelson and the Jeff Gordon throwback was in that. I believe the 53 Preston McRae is in that. Both of those cars out of this race, they do not get any fast repairs at all. And the back end of Nick Stein's car is completely missing. And the front end is definitely crinkled on that 71 Coca-Cola machine.
Yeah, he's right now. Jeff Gordon throwback back to 2007. That's obviously not a car you want to run, because guess what? That same car had one of his worst wrecks at this racetrack in that paint scheme around the same part of the racetrack. So it's a beautiful car. I have a diecast of that car. I love that car, but not the car you want to run it.
So these guys have big issues here out of turn number 4. Watching the replay back, and watch the 71 and 12 center of your screen. And I mentioned the 71 not handling well. Actually, it has nothing to do with handling at all. I think he thought he was clear. Washed up out of 4 to kind of take that arc back out of the corner, straighten up, and save your tires from scrubbing. But he was not clear at all, and just kind of washed up the racetrack into the number 12, unfortunately. And that's what's going to give us our first caution of the race. We'll go ahead and we'll actually watch on board here from the number 12 of Cam Caldwell and see what happens from his point of view.
Yeah, I think Cam was actually trying to come off the wall a little bit, and you saw the 71 move up, and when they did, they kind of met in the middle there, and it just caused that massive accident. Unfortunately for them, they're both going to be taken out of this race because both ends of those race cars are just absolutely destroyed. But Wayne Grassi actually got through that, so lucky break for him, and then I believe Alan Hewitt in the 15 right behind that, he scooted on by just barely because those cars came right back down the track into the path of Ryan Samuelson and I believe Preston McRae. So definitely a weird incident here in the early going.
Yeah, you're talking about the number 16, Ryan Samuelson. If you look at him going into that wreck, he came off of 4 trying to avoid, actually cut through the grass where the restart zone is near that chicane, came back up the track, had nowhere to go as the number 6, as the, I believe that is the number 12 of Cam Caldwell, bounced off of it, came right down to his path and just slammed into the number 16, shoots him back up the racetrack. He gets slammed into the back by the number 53 and actually has an amazing save of almost wrecking that car, but now he has a lot of damage to the back end of that DuPont Chevrolet. It's big problems. It looks like Cam Caldwell, he's calling it quits for the night.
So pit stops have been completed, and we have a pass for the lead as well on pit lane. Eric Wineland going to take over the race lead under caution, passes Bryson Hixenbaugh in the pit lane, just got his pit stop done a little bit quicker. And you have to wonder if maybe there were adjustments that slowed the 63 crew down or what have you. But either way, the number 31-21 scored as 31, says 21 on his car, off and away before Hixenbaugh, and that's what matters. He gets the race lead. Montanelli going to come out third place. Morrison, Petrucco, your top 5.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be interesting here on this restart. See if Wineland can hold off Bryson Hixenbaugh with the benefit of the clean air. Probably put some dirty air on that number 63 Firehouse Subs Coca-Cola machine, but it's definitely going to be interesting to see how these two cars fight throughout the night, because it looks like Eric Wineland really had about a mid-run car.
The thing I'm going to point out about that 21 door, 31 timing and scoring of Eric Wineland, the way he beat him in the pit stops, you look back at it, it was just how he came into the pit box. The 63 was a little bit more cautious going in there. 21 just attacked it, hit his marks on the point, and just by a millisecond, you see the right side of that car jack up. So it wasn't even adjustments or a slow pit stop. It was just about that little tiny fraction of a second it takes to stop in the box. And he was just so much faster getting into the 63 car. But still, you're going to have a very interesting restart between these two, because they are the class of the field right now.
That they are. So as we roll under this first caution of the night, I want to thank everybody who's watching out on YouTube, Facebook, Twitch, and even our website, whiplash-media.com. Just thanks for tuning in so far. Everybody looking like things are going well out there for anybody watching. I know we have some in the chat. We've got Nemesis team owner. We've got Jusara Walter. We've got Guillermo Naranjo. We've got Tiffany Naranjo. We've got Sean Delaney, John Donahue. All you guys, got to thank you guys for tuning in. Steiny as well. I think Steiny's actually racing. We mentioned him having a rivalry, actually. I forget with who. We were just talking about that like 5 laps ago. Anyways, doubling up for the restart. Going to re-rack him, re-sack him. Eric Wineland going to choose the outside lane for this one, guys. That's going to put Hixenbaugh right back on the bottom side. Morrison on the bottom to the inside. Oh, actually, no. Morrison will be restarting fourth, my bad, the outside of Montanelli. They're just staggered right now. It's where Montanelli is behind. So, anyways, that's your top 4. And Wineland, interesting choice, I think, to go with the outside. It really depends here on iRacing, of course, with the way the restarts are. You can get a pretty big jump no matter where you restart if you're the leader. So I always find it a little bit interesting when the leader opts for that outside line, Cole.
Yeah, and Eric Wineland, actually, this is his 4th start of the series. He came into the series with a huge bang at Bristol, winning that race. And we've been told that him and Hixenbaugh have actually raced a few times for the win before, so it's definitely going to be interesting to see how these two battle it out for the win tonight and see if there's anybody who can outlast them in the war of attrition that is the 600 miles here at Charlotte. Eric Wineland, though, going to bring the field off of turn 4. Pace truck going to pull down here soon. There he goes, the pace truck from iRacing.com. Heading to the restart zone. Eric Wineland in control.
Green flag.
Green flag is out, holding, and there they go. Eric Wineland leads them to the green, gets a really good jump over Hixenbaugh, and I believe that is the 22 Jeremy Morrison. As they head off into turn 1, Wineland still with the lead, and Hixenbaugh is going to relegate himself back to P2.
Eric Wineland holding up on the restart. I think that was more of a thing if he knew they had the faster car. So the best way you're going to beat him, jump him on the restart, and exactly what I thought. He blocks him to the inside. Now the 63 car going to look up to the top side, but he's going to lose that second spot. The 22 is going to make him pay for that, as now he's going to fall back to third. As he's stuck on the high side, as now here comes the 11. The 63 car, horrible restart. Now he's back to 4th place on this restart in the span of 1 lap. As then we're going to have to see, does he have a high side car? Right now, the answer is a big, fat, stinking no.
Whoa, Morrison slow down to the bottom side, loose out of 2, and he's very slow. Down the back straightaway, the number 22 heading in the wrong direction. Jeremy Morrison with big issues out of 2. I think he just got loose. I don't think there's anything else wrong with that car. Just got sideways and lost, let's see, I think 5 positions. Yeah, 5 positions in the span of 1 straightaway. Track position means everything on these restarts. Also want to mention the fact that clean air clearly means a lot on these restarts. Hixenbaugh went clear back to 4th place, now up to 3rd with Morrison's issue out of 2 the last lap, but Hixenbaugh went the wrong direction, I think, simply by being 2nd.
Yeah, Hixenbaugh definitely does not have a car that's ready for dirty air at all. It'll be interesting how it acts in the dirty air once we get into the nighttime, see if that car has more grip. But Eric Wineland currently with the lead, but Alex Montanelli, he's he's really thrown his hat up here into the fray. He's now running down the number 31 of Eric Wineland. And I did get a correction on that scoring. It's actually supposed to be 31. I believe he just set the wrong paint to be 21. So Eric Wineland is the 31 car. Ellie definitely catching up to him in turn 4.
Exactly. Right now, a 3-car breakaway between that 31, 11, and 63. As right now, there's just a train of cars behind him trying to catch up. A little bit of them trying to fight. But that 11 car I talked about, he had a little bit of rough of a qualifying. He had a 30-second lapper for his first one. He actually improved to 28 second. He started, I'm trying to believe where that is. He started 15th, actually. Yeah, he started all the way back in 15th. I am wrong. He actually had a 31-second qualifying lap. So he has a big turnaround. As right now, he's gone from 15th to second, now trying to put the pressure on the 21/31 to try and take over the lead of this race.
So the driver out of Brazil, I noticed he has an Interlagos sticker on his rear bumper there in place of the Toyota sticker you'd usually see on these Camrys. He's looking for the lead off into turn number 3, down the back straightaway, and he's going to get to the inside of Wineland, out of the doors, side by side through turns 3 and 4, and Montanelli is looking for something special on that bottom side. He's looking for grip, and he almost found it. That car almost hooked up for a moment, but Wineland's going to reclaim that lead down the front stretch. Hixenbaugh now looking to be within striking distance. I think he's going to hold off and let these two battle, but Hixenbaugh's car has actually come back to him. I think it's just a matter of getting through that kind of cold tire stage, kind of like the Porsche 718s that we covered on Tuesday nights with the Lucky Dog Sim Racing League. I think you just have to get through those cold tires, and Hixenbaugh's car comes right back in.
Well, Wayne Grassy, we talked about him earlier. 6th place right now. How about that? That number 7 Pennzoil car is moving to the front here at Charlotte. He's up to the 6th position. He is in a train with Nicholas Weatherby, Rich Petrucco, and I believe that's another car. That's Jeremy Morrison, who we saw had the big save off of turn 2. Got loose on the bottom there because there's a little bit of a bump there that can kick your car sideways. But these 4 cars trying to chase down the leaders as we may have a battle for the lead. Alex Montanelli right on the back bumper of Eric Wineland, and it's going to be an interesting one off of turn 4 here. Montanelli with a bit of a higher side run off the corner there, trying to get to the middle lane. Hixenbaugh definitely up into the battle now.
Yeah, you talk about Wayne Grassy all race of how he's moving up towards the field. Is right now he's getting passed by the number 22. He's going to fall back to the 7th spot, so put the 7 in 7th. Yeah, pretty good the first challenge. You brought up the Lucky Dog Sim Racing League. We just talked about Richard Basford. We always want to see him do the first challenge. He's doing one himself. Only difference is, unlike Basford, who is a pretty stout veteran in that league, this is Wayne Grassy's first start in this league. He started 27th, didn't even put a Q up, says, I don't need it. He's proving it. He's gone from 7th. He has the hard charger, 20 spots gained. He's running in 7th, and right now he's only 1.8 seconds off of Eric Wineland right now. So what a debut for that 7th Pennzoil Chevrolet.
Yeah, the driver out of Florida looking stout so far tonight. Another driver, we've been talking about him these last couple of laps. He's looking stout. Montanelli, I can't let this one go away. This top 3 battle right now, they stayed nose to tail for the last few laps, and of course, with the massive hole in the air, there we go, that these cars punch, it's pretty hard to get some front grip through the corners and actually stay in a line like this. Right now, those guys not having an issue at all. Montanelli staying right up behind Wineland there into 3, and Hixenbaugh right behind him. These guys staying nose to tail through the top 3 pretty easily. Little for the back, Petrucco in 4th. He's joining this fight. We could have a 4-car battle for the lead here shortly.
It was definitely spread out between the top 4 cars there on the first run, but it is a huge battle right now. Alex Montanelli had a really good run off of turn 2 that last time. Not going to get the same run here. Eric Wineland actually ran the bottom that lap beforehand. He tried the middle, but it did not work for the number 31 Ford Mustang. Montanelli sends it in the corner. Doesn't get the job done, though. He's going to fall back a little bit into Hixenbaugh's clutches.
Yeah, and as we talked about in the first stage of this race that we saw before that caution, how it was a little bit more spread out and people just trying to make it to the end. Right now is the exact opposite. One week beforehand, we had a 2-car breakaway that was about a second. Now we have about 4 cars, not even a half like a little barely over a half-second gap between each other, as now they're all over each other, as Hixenbaugh is just like, God, I really wish I could be in that clean air, because it's obvious right now his car is set up for that clean air, as he is just struggling to get himself back up in a second, or he's just going to watch the fight between the 11 and the 21 and say, hey, just kill your stuff and I'll just pick you off one by one, as he makes a move to the inside of the 11. Now he's up to second. Could we be seeing what his idea was playing out, is now he's going to try and bring up the fight to get back around that number 31.
We mentioned earlier how even Wineland and Hixenbaugh were on that long run before we had that first caution. Right now, I think it goes without a doubt. Hixenbaugh definitely has the better car between these top three, at least, on this longer run, because he's even made some time up here on Wineland and is definitely starting to reel that 21, 31 back in. So Hixenbaugh just is fast, obviously. Wins 6 of the first 13 races. Now, looking to the inside, goes the Coca-Cola Firehouse subs machine to the bottom side, right to that blue line, and he's going to get even for a moment, then actually has to back out as Wineland gets loose on the top side, right up against the fence. That's going to give way to the 63 across the line. Hixenbaugh retakes the lead.
Lap car in the middle here. That's going to cause some problems. They're going to be 3 wide for second place here. One of those being a lap car. That's the 88 car we saw spin at the front, or the first lap incident. He's actually got a little bit of damage on the nose there. I believe that was from the last caution. But Eric Wineland now under attack from Alex Montanelli as they head off into turn 3. Wineland's car looked a little bit loose on entry there, but Rich Petrucco has now entered this fray. The 4th place car, number 27 Red Bull Oakley Chevrolet, now on the back bumper of Montanelli.
Yeah, Montanelli has kind of been a thorn in the side of that number 31 these last few laps, just pushing him to the edge. He was taking every gap he can, trying to do everything he can. I was about to talk about the fact right now the number one thing these guys need to do, don't fight each other. Stay in line, because if you fight each other, that's going to let that 63 car create that 1 second gap that we saw going. But as they start to single file out now, we're starting to see a little bit of the same we saw last time, as now there's a 2-car breakaway for the lead, as the 27 of Rich Petrucco and Montanelli are going to fight each other for that 3rd place spot, as the top 2 drivers start to create their gap again, as we saw in the opening about 30 laps.
So Montanelli now headed in the wrong direction. Was second place not even 10 laps ago. Now sits in 4th. Wayne Grass will be the next one to catch him. He's actually cleared himself of Morrison, who we saw go in the wrong direction pretty early on that restart. He's recovered back into 6th position. Weatherby a little further back, he's 7th. So really just 4 2-car little battles right now. Actually, no, that's a slow car that the 24 is going by. My bad. So Myatt, who I thought was battling there with Weatherby, is actually a little further back. He's on his own. So you have 3 then 2-car little groups, little pairs going around this racetrack and battling. But I say that Hixenbaugh, I don't think he's under pressure right now from Wineland. I don't think Wineland is showing the speed just yet to actually pressure that 63 into any kind of mistake or anything. Wineland, I think, is just kind of using the drag to stay with him right now, because I think it's clear the 63 is just better on this longer run.
Well, yeah, the times are definitely coming down. Well, they're actually starting to go back up. They're in the 30s range, so definitely getting into a bit of a run here. Fastest lap for that number 31 car was actually a 28.943 or 48 to the Bryson Hixenbaugh's 28.857. So definitely some close times between these two throughout the race. And Eric Wineland really looks like he's got a better car right now. He's caught back up to Hixenbaugh as they're just flying around the Charlotte Motor Speedway.
Yeah, we got an update right now on the drivers that have called it a day. Right now, it looks to be Nick Stein is your latest victim. He has retired. I'm believing that number 3 of Brian Mabry, who started on the inside of row number 2, he's sitting on pit lane. I think his day is done. I think Cam Caldwell retired, as well as Kevin Steele, but I think he's more. Oh no, he has the front end torn out that car. So right now, we got 4 cars retired out of this race. Now the last car on track is the 55 of Brandon Gull, who is also making his Galaxy Cup Series debut. He finds himself 23rd, 1 lap down. But the guy I want to point out again, the guy making his first start, who's putting up a fight against Jeremy Morrison for that 5th spot, is Wayne Grassy. He has moved himself up. So still right now, the class of the rookies is the number 7 Pennzoil.
Well, we've had a pass for the lead about a lap ago. Wineland goes on by Hixenbaugh. So I might just eat my words real quick. Hixenbaugh starting to fall off here as we're rounding about lap 59 of 400. And a couple of notes on Wineland actually provided to us by the Galaxy Cup Series. Those guys have been great for us to work with, by the way, throughout the week. Wineland came into this series at Bristol about a month and a half or so ago, I guess. I'm not sure. I can't remember how long ago Bristol was, but he's only raced 3 races. That being said, he won his first race of the season at Bristol. So he joined, immediately won, and has since then battled with Hixenbaugh for wins in the other couple of races he's been in. Right now, it's looking like that's not going to change in any way, shape, or form. He went on by, just straight up drove by Hixenbaugh in 3 and 4, and has not looked back since.
Yeah, Hixenbaugh had a little bit of a better turn, too, there. It looked like definitely going to try to get back up to the back bumper of the 31. But Eric Wineland trying to keep a stranglehold on this lead because you got to remember, we're stage racing. Every point matters when it comes to the playoffs later in the season. So these guys definitely got to worry about trying to get those stage wins, especially if you're Eric Wineland. Right now, Bryson Hixenbaugh has, I believe, 39 stage points or playoff points. So that's going to definitely be useful in his favor towards the end of the season. Right now, Eric Wineland only has 8 of those, so he's definitely going to try to rack some up tonight. 3 separate chances to try to get stage points.
And those two go side by side in each other. We have reached the 40 to go mark here in stage 1. Hixenbaugh obviously knows I need to get in front of him if I want to be able to hold on to this. His car has not been working too well in that dirty air behind that neon striped white and dark blue machine. Those two still side by side. They've been almost side by side for nearly a lap as Hixenbaugh finally going to clear him as he's going to merge up to the high line to cover the outside of the 21 as they now make their run into turn number 3 as the 27 Richard Pachuco is starting to close the gap down again. Those two are fighting so much. The 27 and the 11 are starting to close the gap again. So we're about to have a 4-car fight maybe for this lead as we head into the final portions of stage 1.
So now under 40 to go through stage number 1. And we don't usually have stage racing here on PitStop TV. It's a welcome return. I think the last time we covered it was with the Iron Thunder Racing League probably 2 years ago now. We're pretty close to it. And that was a Bristol race. This is a Charlotte race. Very different approaches. Of course, right now you just got to settle in for kind of the long haul, but also race to that 100 number because you know you have that caution just over the horizon. So right now is really Hixenbaugh starts to gap those second, or I guess the 3 right behind him anyways. For a moment again, Wineland falling back into the clutches of Pachuco, making one of his, I believe his first start in the series again. So Montanelli on his back end, those, I shouldn't say top 3, but next 3 we'll say that. Second through 4th, looking pretty good. All nose to tail now, but Wineland, I think, headed in the wrong direction.
Yeah, Wineland's car is really kind of falling off here. Or it just could be Rich Petrucco and Alex Monatelli's cars just coming to life here. But you mentioned the stage racing. That's the weird thing about here in Charlotte. There's 4 stages. Usually you get 3 stage races or 3 stages within a race. But you definitely got to time it right. It's definitely different from a race like say the Indy 500, which I know you guys are going to be covering tomorrow. I'll be in that race, so that should be interesting. But yeah, it's just a totally different animal just between a 500-mile race that has no stages at all because that works strategy different. So you got to really adjust your strategy to the 100-lap stages here at Charlotte.
Absolutely, this is such a long race, and it's one of those things you have to look out for. It's just an attrition. It's just making it to the end. It's so long, and those stages are going to be the breather, and the only chance of breather these guys have, besides any possible cautions, as right now, like I talk about that 4-car pack that I thought was going to form, it's starting to do so, and it's about to get even more interesting. As look just about 4 or 5 seconds ahead is where you're going to find lap traffic. So be ready as we head towards the 30 to go mark. It's starting to get a little. The pace is starting to pick up. We might have our hands on a really good finish despite no caution coming out.
Having a couple of issues there with some frame setters. Apologies for those. We'll try and get those sorted out over the course of the night. But Hixenbaugh continuing to set sail right now. Wineland's starting to drive back clear of the 27 and 11. But Hixenbaugh is actually kind of, I say he's driving away. He's actually backed up to this group. So your dreams, I think, Noah, for that 4-car battle for the lead are certainly starting to look more and more possible. A little further back, I want to mention Grassy is still doing a great job in his first start in the series. Currently running 6th. He was battling with Morrison. Now he's kind of fallen short of that number 22 by just a little bit, but still looking pretty good. A little further back, we got another battle. Danny Myatt, not too far back off of Christopher Hummon. So 7th, 8th, 9th, those guys looking pretty close, as well as Nicholas Weatherby, also kind of in that zip code. for that battle.
Yeah, it definitely looks like the rest of the field is kind of spaced out, but we got a 3-car battle ahead of our leaders right now, so this is definitely going to make it interesting as those leaders have caught the lap cars. One of those being the 55 Abilene machine of Brandon Gullett, Daniel Fields, and the 83, that is Matt Moreo. So well, the 55 adheres to the leaders. It looks like these guys are going to let them fight it out, but looks like the third and fourth place cars kind of got a little held up in traffic here. Hicksonball to the inside of Daniel Fields heading off into turn 1. Eric Wineland going to follow him through, and that's going to reignite this battle for the lead.
Yeah, and the thing about the 66 car you saw in front of him, he was actually one of the drivers who stayed out under that last caution to try and get his lap back. Obviously, no avail. He's just going to lap down, but keep that in mind. He's ran 70 laps, I believe, on that same set of tires. So that's nothing to gawk at. He is holding on to that car, trying to make it last to the end of this stage right now. Thanks to those lap cars, the number 21 is back on the rear bumper of the Firehouse Sub Chevrolet, as the 11 and the 27 are actually fighting each other a couple laps before they caught up to him, and have created a little bit of a space between those two. So now we got a little bit of a 2-car tango going on for the first spot and the third spot.
So Wineland right back to Hicksonball, 3, 3, and 4, bringing the fight right back to his back bumper as they got through those lap cars. And man, Wineland he's kind of a comer and a goer right now. He keeps jumping back up to the 63, then falling back, jumping back up to him, falling back, going to go to the inside now, try to make that pass with the lead. He makes his move, and he's going to have him cleared, I think, out of turn number 2, as Wineland going to P1.
You got to wonder if Eric Wineland's actually trying to save his stuff for the end here, like practice race scenarios actually within the race for the end of this race, because he's ran down Bryson Hicksonball about 3 separate times and passed him for that race lead just on this run alone. So it looks like Eric Wineland's definitely saving his stuff up as we're working lap 73 of 4.
Eric Wineland, you saw he made that move on the inside. It's so obvious just looking at how these cars are running. The outside line, you're not going to make a move. You're not going to be a Jimmy Johnson and make an outside move and it turns through on the last lap and end up having one of a really close finish and winning the race. I don't think you're going to see that tonight unless you have your car stout and have it ready for that outside line, which obvious right now Hicksonball is either just going to save his stuff and fall back and try again later, or he just can't make the outside work like many other drivers before him. So right now, the number one thing that Wiley needs to worry about, protect that bottom line. Do not let the 63 get on the inside, because if you do, you're going to fall back to second as he starts to create his own gap. So now here comes the 21 starting to put up the gap to the 63 as the 11 car behind him slowly but surely starting to gain traction on them. Everybody have that 3-car fight and even a 4-car fight, bring themselves back together again.
So the top 4 just cannot separate themselves. Montanelli this time clear Petrucco though. So changing things up a little bit, I think second passing first and fourth passing third, but otherwise this top 4 stuck like glue as they just keep battling, getting closer and closer to the end of stage number 1. Lap 75 now coming to lap 76 of 400. And this is certainly go time to figure out if you're going to have to pit before the end of stage 1 here and when you're going to do it. Because I don't think we're clear from that first caution we had all the way to the stage. That's certainly going to play into things.
Yeah, that'll definitely play into things, though. Right now, Harry Hogg apparently told him he couldn't drop the hammer, and he dropped it anyway because he's pulling away a little bit on Hicksonball. Got a little held up there by the lap car. But these 2 cars have been the class of the field so far tonight, and we're only about a fourth of the way through this show.
Indeed we are, as those 4 cars still putting on the gap to each other. To give you an idea right now, first through fourth, the gap is about 1.2 seconds on each other, and then Jeremy Morrison is fighting. Oh, scratch that. Wayne Grassi at number 7, he moves himself back up into the top 5, so he's making his way back up around the 22. Now he is the first car away from that pack. He is 4 seconds off of him, so a pretty decent sized gap between 5th and then that 4-car breakaway that is the top 4 of Wineland, Hicksonball, Monterelli, and Petrucco as they head up to lap 70 to get ready for the 20 to go mark for stage.
The top 2 continuing to battle. Well, not really even battling right now. Kind of running just nose to tail as they have been. They keep doing this for a few laps. The run nose to tail, figure each other out, and then whoever's behind ends up mounting run, going right on by, makes it look easy. Then they do the same thing all over again. They just switch places. So Wineland, Hixenbaugh continuing to just train off the lead, and Hixenbaugh was so fast in practice and qualifying. Wineland looked a little bit closer, at least the closest of the rest of the field, of course, as they started on your front row, inside and out. But Wineland didn't really look like he was going to necessarily be right there with Hixenbaugh like he has been. So this is kind of a surprise to me, at least, that Hixenbaugh just has been passed so easily these multiple times now through the course of this run. You'd think once somebody gets out to the clean air call, they would be off and away.
Yeah, you definitely would think that, but I think Eric Wineland really got the benefit on that last restart of having that clean air, getting out to the front, able to save his tires more than Hixenbaugh was. I think that's really what's allowing him to just drive around the number 63 Firehouse Subs Chevy Camaro. But the unsponsored car of Eric Wineland now getting passed by the 63. Here we go again. No, Hixenbaugh tucks back in line. May set up a charge here again in turn 1. Definitely not going to set it up here in turn 3, but these two have been battling, and we got about 20 laps to go in the stage, so it's going to be interesting who actually grabs this stage win.
Yeah, those two have not been able to separate each other in the second stage of the race. Here in stage 1, ever since the caution came out, they have been inseparable. They have been fighting each other, and no one has really been able to put up the fight except for those few laps the 11 got him. As came out of turn 2, that seems to be the strong point. In turn 63, he's on the quarter panel. Here he comes into turn 3. Oh, and the 21 car is going to have to lift. They're going to be side by side. Can he make the outside line work? I don't believe so. I've talked about it. You cannot make that outside line work. He's going to fall back, move to 63 up to second. Back to second, as now the Hixenbaugh finds himself back in the catbird seat here.
So you saw that that battle there in kind of just a few frames per second. I think it's starting to sort itself out. Apologies there. But as we get that worked out, Hixenbaugh right to the lead, Wineland P2. Montanelli is up over Petrucco right now with Grassi in 5th and Morrison in 6th. All right, so as we come back, apologies for those issues, trying to work things out, and as we work them out, it threw things for a bit of a loop. But we come right back, lap 83 of 400, coming to lap 84, as Hixenbaugh actually has company from Wineland. Wineland has to check up that lap car on the top side, making that 31, check up and fall back in behind Hixenbaugh around the bottom side, and now they're going to go nose to tail once more, but that certainly let Wineland catch up a bit.
Yeah, that'll definitely let the 31 of Wineland try to catch up to the back of the 63 there. Working lap 84, as you said earlier. And it's just been a fight, really, between these two cars. We saw Alex Montanelli and sorry about that. We saw Rich for the Truco. Sorry about that. I'm having a little bit of trouble with words tonight. But we saw them up there earlier. They have now fallen about a second and a half to 2. Well, now 2 seconds off those two cars. But these two have just not gotten away from each other. Eric Wineland really all over the back of Bryson Hixenbaugh. See the lap car, Ryan Samuelson just going to let them go on by, say, hey, you guys can fight this out. And those two are still leading this race, and I definitely see those two cars really becoming the two class of the field throughout the night.
Yeah, those two are still on the back bumper of each other. They are just tangoing around this racetrack, packing each other. They have not been able to break the pressure away, as they are still nose to tail, as they actually are starting to create the gap. It's not the gap between second and third, or first to third, I should say, is that 2-second gap, as Petrucco has actually gotten around the number 11, so he's up to third. 5th still is Wayne Grassi. 6th is Morrison. 7th is Haman. 8th is Danny Myatt, who is now in the 8th spot in the number 20. Alan Hoyt is 9th, and then Cole Ashcraft making his debut, start 13th. He finds himself, or actually starts 7th. He finds himself rounding out the top 10 here today.
Staying with this lead battle right now because Wineland is all over Hixenbaugh once more. And I think they're going to swap the lead once more at least before the end of stage number 1. Just about, 13 laps to go this time back around the start-finish line. And Wineland is looking for that stage win. Of course, if we follow the NASCAR rules, that's 10 points if you end up winning stage 1, 9 to whoever gets second. So, I mean, only a 1-point difference, but what really matters is those playoff points come the end of the season when we go into the Galaxy Cup Series playoffs. you get a huge jump ahead. Again, following the NASCAR scale, you get 5 points for winning a stage. Or sorry, 1 point, my bad. 5 points is for winning. You get 1 point for winning each stage. But tonight, there's 3 of those up for grabs. So if you get all 3 stages, that's 3 points you're going to have over whoever else that might be seeding second or third or whatever to you in the playoffs. So that's already just a couple of positions that you have over somebody else. And of course, that amasses over the course of the season to it could be 20 points, half a race that you have over somebody else going into the playoffs, and that makes all the difference.
Yeah, and it definitely could matter for Eric Wineland, because if he wins all stages tonight, leads the most laps, and ends up winning the race, that's max points. I mean, there's no other way or no other satisfaction than scoring max points in a race. And Eric Wineland definitely wants to try to lead the most laps tonight and definitely try to get all the stage points available or playoff points available, because there's 8 up for grabs. Say you win the 3 stages and the actual race all together, that's 8 playoff points heading into the later this season.
Yeah, we talk about how these two are on each other. Another thing to look out for is we're into the final 10 laps of this stage is in fact tire wear and the fuel mileage. This is the longest portion of the race that we've been in so far. As the last caution was at around lap 30 to 40. Ever since then, we have run about 50 laps or so, or about 40 laps, I should say, on just pure green flag racing. So these guys are going to start seeing the tire wear fall as they are putting up the fight with each other to try and finish it out here today.
So as Wineland continues to pressure Hixenbaugh into a possible mistake right to his bumper here out of turn 4, he's going to look to the inside. There he goes, Wineland trying to take that lead back away from Hixenbaugh down the front straightaway. Looks like he's going to do it through 1 and 2. That time by, he does. Hixenbaugh, I think, lifts early to fall back in behind Wineland. That's important because with the way these guys are trading off the lead, Hixenbaugh may be setting himself up to just go ahead and pass Wineland before they get to lap 100. So I think Hixenbaugh might have just put himself in the catbird seat in the position he wants to be in.
Yeah, Hixenbaugh definitely trying to set himself up to pass Eric Wineland here. Eric Wineland actually spent about 5 laps working on that move right there. Kind of let Hixenbaugh slip off the middle there and go up the racetrack in turn 4 and just got under him, said, hey, this is mine now. I'm going to try to keep this till the end. Working lap 93, so got about coming to 7 to go in the stage. And that's going to be really interesting to see if Hixenbaugh can get back to him, Matt Moreo, on the inside of the racetrack. Something I missed with the 83 machine.
Oh,
and caution is out. The yellow is for
Preston McRae.
Yes,
Preston
that
McRae turned around in turn 3, it looks like.
53 car is destroyed. Well, it's already destroyed, but...
So we'll get a replay on this. The number 53 paying homage kind of to Alex Bowman's machine from last year. And we'll see. Oh, he makes contact with Jeremy Morrison, actually, to go around.
We actually had 2 separate incidents there because Cody Bird and Cole Ashcraft got together in turn 1 at the same time that the incident in turn 2 was happening.
And those two were putting up a fight with each other for most of the race. I was keeping an eye on them. I'm trying to see where, in fact, that wreck might have happened. See what you're talking about. I can't exactly find it, but yeah, caution's out, and that's going to throw everything out the window, what these guys worked for us. Here comes the pit stops. Here comes Wineland down. Hixenbaugh behind him. Who's going to get the red pit stop as we get ready to what might be the end of the stage if they don't go back racing. So this is a very important pit stop for these drivers.
So we've seen a couple of replays of that incident with the 22 of Morrison and the 53 in turn 2. Now trying to get a replay of what happens to Bird and Ashcraft. So we'll just leave this here as pit stops happen live. We'll leave this here for you to watch from home. And oh, that's certainly interesting there from Cody Bird. I think he just slapped the wall going into the corner. So a couple of lap cars having some issues here in 1 and 2. You saw the 53 of McRae just wash up the racetrack into Morrison. There, the 64 just kind of taps the wall on corner entry.
Eric Wineland with a really good pit stop. He gapped Bryson Hixenbaugh actually inside the pit lane after getting off pit lane there. So he'll win the race off pit road. Bryson Hixenbaugh back to 2nd place. Rich Petrucco in 3rd. Alex Montanelli in 4th. And Wayne Grassi will be 5th coming off the pit lane.
Yeah, I talked about it in that last caution, just how well that 21 car is hitting his marks. He has done it so well so far in the two pit stops that he's had compared to that 63, and that's where you're going to make up the most time. If we have a green flag pit stop, that could mean disaster for the 63 because he's lucky that he has these caution flags to take these pit stops, to have that time to where he can be all cautious going to his pit box. But under green flag conditions, he cannot be as slow as I've been seeing him go into the stops because he just loses so much time compared to the rest of the field. And he's just lucky enough to be in second as Whiteland still holds on to the top spot. I believe he might hold on to the stage win, even if it goes back green, if he holds up the field in the restart like he did the first time round.
Yeah, I wonder how Race Control is going to treat this. Of course, we are new to the series, so we don't know if this is going to count for the stage. I don't think it will. We should go back green before eclipsing lap 100, so it should just be a quick shootout to the end of the stage, which really makes me wonder, Cole, why nobody stayed out. Of course, you are at the end of a really long run. Your tires will be toast, and you're going to be low on fuel, but if you can save under this caution, why not at least try? If you're somewhere outside of the top 10, you're not already going to get those stage points. Why not at least try to go out there and especially if it's only a one-lap restart, I think it's going to be about 2 or maybe 3. If it's 2, though, 1 or 2, I think you might want to stay out. If you're not already going to get stage points, why not at least try? Because even if you only get 1, it's more than you would have had.
Yeah, that's definitely a big swing to take. And from personal experience, I've always found that once you get that long into a run, it just really kills your car tire-wise because those guys will be running about 1.5 seconds faster as we saw throughout the run. We saw them just blowing past lap cars, and we saw the times fall off to about 31s. I think we got down to a 31.1 there towards the end of the run. So it's just really comes back to how much those tires fall off. Because if you're, well, say you're in the back of the field here, and you got to think these guys are open setup, so it's a little bit different. But if you're in the back of that field and your car is just not handling well, and your tires are worn out, it's just not going to really pay off beneficial-wise towards the end of the stage. So I think it was a smart call for everybody to come down, get tires, make adjustments to your car, try to see what you can do as we're getting into the sunset hours here in Charlotte Motor Speedway.
Yeah, it's a little confusing on why you wouldn't stay out. I believe just the biggest reason why they did come in is just because of the fact Wyland came in. So if you're going to come in, the trend seems to be do what the leader does, especially this late in a race. They're on like about 40 to 50 lap old tires at this point, so they're going to be very worn tires. And compared to what a driver has on clean tires, that makes up a huge difference even for those 5 laps. So even if the leaders are pitting, it just makes sense. Go in, follow them, get those tires, so that way you're not going to lose 20 spots again instead of gaining just what might be 2 spots and having to struggle at the beginning of stage 2.
So as we get ready to go back green flag racing, we'll have 3 laps to go to the end of stage 1. And with 3 laps, I think I err on the side of taking tires. But if it had been just a 1 or 2 lap shootout to the end, I think you might want to consider staying out and just trying, especially if you're well outside of the top 10, would not otherwise get any stage points. I think you may as well go for it. Worst case scenario, you come out right where you would have been. So as we get ready to go back green flag racing out of turn number 4, Eric Wineland in control of the field. Bryson Hicksonbaugh to his outside out of turn 4. A lot of wave rounds at the end of the field, but Wineland off and away with a big jump over Hicksonbaugh.
Wineland with a big jump on the restart there, and the whole field really trying to jump Hicksonbaugh here on the restart. Wayne Grassi now up to the 4th spot, trying to pass Alex Montanelli in the back here. That is for the 4th spot in this little group. Hicksonbaugh blocks high. He blocks Rich Petrucco, who may try to get the run, go to the inside. Yet there he goes to the bottom for 2nd place. Rich Petrucco trying to insert his name into this battle, try to get a playoff point and some stage points.
Yeah, they saw how bad he is on the top side on that last restart, and they're going to take full advantage of that as we go to 2 to go. As Wyland now in the lead, as he sees this 2-car about a 2-on-2x2 fight for the second and a 3rd spot, as they are all over each other, as now the 6-3 car going to start to do the breakaway, as now he has 1 lap to try and close the gap. Here comes the 11 car. He's making the outside work. I'm very surprised by that. He got the run of the 27. He's going to clear him as they are now side by side coming to the trial, but 1 to go for Eric Wineland as he is about to hold on to the stage win if he can protect that bottom from the 63.
great racing out of the mid-pack, at least through the top 10 anyways, as Montanelli got clear of Petrucco. As now a possible battle for the lead. Here comes Hicksonbaugh, looking to the outside that time of Eric Wineland down the back straightaway through 3 and 4. Looks like Hicksonbaugh going to back off a little bit, but Wineland going to come away then with your Stage 1 win. Wineland is your stage winner across the line. Hicksonbaugh P2. Then it's Montanelli, Petrucco, Grassi, Delaney, Probst, Morrison, Hewitt, and Haman, your top 10. On that last lap before that stage, though, Montanelli ran your fastest lap of the race so far. That number 11 is a short-run rocket. Watch out for him if we have a late race restart, because that car is fast.
Yeah, and he's one of the only cars on the racetrack right now that have made that outside line work. He got around Rich Petrucco doing that, and that really is going to benefit the 11 later into the night. He could possibly pull off the Jimmy Johnson move, as Noah called it earlier, where you get around the guy on the outside, just like Jimmy Johnson did in the 2005 Coke 600 over Bobby Labonte. So watch for that 11 car to make some passes on the outside. Now, the real question here is going to be, would you pit again? Because we just had pit stops, so do you want to try to play a strategy game, get some fresher tires now? As here they come. Eric Wineland leads the entire field onto pit lane. Nobody staying out, I think, and no, everybody's coming in this time.
Yeah, it's just the same situation of do what the leader does. Again, even though these are about 2 or 3 lap old tires, you want to stay with what the stage is and set yourself up so that way you can last later in the run. Come the second half, the only person this is really going to benefit are those lap cars. You see him staying out. Preston McRae, he's going to get his wave around. The 88 is going to get his wave around. Demarius Hickenbottom is going to get a wave around, as now it's just a matter of can they hold on to it. As a 21 car gets a huge jump going out of the pits. I don't even think he took tires. No, he took right side tires. So we're already starting to see his strategy game pull out as a 21, but I think he is the only one who's going to take right side tires. You're going to think, will those 3 lap old left sides bite him compared to the rest of the field?
We'll have to wait and see, as he is easily going to come away with the race lead out of this caution, while keeping the race lead anyways. Now, we don't have him available to talk to, unfortunately, after winning that stage. We are going to try and talk to another driver. It's going to be Jonathan Delaney. Jonathan Delaney, do you have a copy?
Yes, I do.
Well, Jonathan, we saw you as one of the higher drivers, at least of the drivers that are in Discord at the end of that first stage. How's the car feel so far?
A bit tight on the short run and a bit loose on the long run, so I made some adjustments there to help fix that, and hopefully it'll turn a bit better in the center.
Yeah, so we're used to covering fixed setup oval racing here on PitStop TV, and of course, we at least are familiar with the differences between fixed and open setup racing, but explain to anybody who might not know exactly what you can do with the car that you can't usually do in a fixed setup race.
There's so much stuff you're able to do. You're able to change tire pressure, your track bar, the ballast of the car, camber, suspension, shocks, all that stuff. And it's very fun to make the cars, and it's a blast to race them as well.
Well, Jonathan, as we gear up for 3 stages, 300 laps left of this, A Billion Wood Projects .com 600. How's the car feeling? Do you think you have something for those guys up ahead? I mean, you're restarting 5th on this restart.
I honestly, I don't think so. Eric, Bryce, and Alex, and Rich, they've all been really fast, and I don't think I got the speed to stay with them. So we'll see how it plans out here at the end of the race.
All right, we'll have some confidence there, bud, as we get ready to go back racing here in about a lap's time.
All right.
So that's Jonathan Delaney. Got to thank him for spending a moment there with us. We'll see how that number 6 does on this restart. He's looking decently well, obviously, if he's going to end up in the top 5 here after a stage. So Jonathan Delaney looking pretty decent. Well, he doesn't sound too confident in his car, but I think he's got a piece underneath him.
Yeah, it definitely wants to work on that car throughout the night, it sounded like. But a lot of these guys up front, I don't think they really need to work on their cars right now. They are some of the fastest cars on the circuit, especially that number 11 car like we mentioned beforehand. But it's going to be interesting to see how the 11 shapes up compared to Eric Wineland and Bryson Hicksonbaugh, because those have been the 2 class of the field cars all night. But Alex Montanelli definitely wanting to throw his hat into the ring here.
Yeah, you want to talk about the fact that they're that fast, but you got to also bring up the question, how are these cars going to handle in the nighttime? Because even though they're so fast in the daytime, that's only half the battle, and that's quite literally. Because if we do go into the night and we have that run, it's going to be a really big what if of, can these drivers be as fast as they are in the daytime as they are in the nighttime, and who's going to be able to throw their hat in the ring. So it's going to be very interesting when we head into the later stages of this race on who's going to be the bigger man as we get ready to go back racing here in stage 2.
So as we gear up for the next restart, going into stage number 2 of 4, and again, this race being split up into 4 100-lap stages, so splitting 400 laps up evenly. Usually you might see the first couple of stages run to about halfway or a little longer, a little shorter, and then the third stage be the majority of your race. But tonight, 4 even-length stages for the A Billion Wood Projects LLC.com 600 for the Galaxy Cup Series. Starting stage number 3 out of turn number 4, Eric Wineland gets off and away, and he's got your race lead towards turn 1.
A huge jump out of that number 31 unsponsored Ford Mustang. Definitely got to get a sponsor on that car. So if you're watching the broadcast, man, a sponsor on this car, because right now that blank, it's almost like a navy blue and day glow yellow Ford Mustang just jumping out in front of the field here. Bryson Hicksonball, though, ran him back down with Alex Montanelli in tow.
Indeed they are. That's how we were in the last 2 restarts. As here comes that 63 to the inside. Side by side they go down towards the front straightaway into turn number 1. We're going to have to see if he can make that outside work. My guess is no. As here they go side by side. He's going to get the peak on him as now the 63 car move him back up into the top spot as the 11 car all over his back bumper trying to run him down. We got to move up for the 5th spot. That is Wayne Grassi. He passed back around Jonathan Glenn, who we talked to just a moment ago, to the 7 Pennzoil machine back in the top 5. When we talk about the fact that this is his first start, well, we also got to point out, even though he's a rookie, he is no one to gawk at. He's actually the PRN league champion from last year and the court points leader this year. So even though this is his first start, he is no spring chicken when it comes to this. He is a very well veteran driver when it comes to driving these Gen 6 Camaros.
That he is. So currently sitting 5th, like you said, got the jump on Delaney on that restart, and he's looking after that number 27 of Petrucco. He looks like he's going to have something for this top 4. That being said, just having something for the top 4 and having something for the lead are a little bit different pretty clearly, because Hicksonball and Wineland class of the field so far tonight as Montanelli and Petrucco do battle once more through turns 1 and 2 side by side down the back straightaway. Go to 27, then 11, 27 gets clear of that number 11 of Montanelli off into 3. They get single file out through 3 and 4, and that 11 is still, I think, really, really fast, but starting to go backwards on this restart at least.
Yeah, he's definitely got a short run car, but the 21 of Eric Wineland, he may have gone south on the adjustment here, because he's really fallen off of what Bryson Hicksonball has done, because Hicksonball has actually opened up the gap to about a half a second now. So Eric Wineland definitely trying to chase him back down. Could be just conserving his car like we saw in the last stage. Rich Petrucco, though, and Alex Montanelli definitely battling for that 3rd spot.
We got to remember, this is exactly what it was like in the first portion of this race for that first caution. And this is the worst case scenario for these guys. The key to keeping Hicksonball kind of chained up with these leaders, keep him behind you, let us run his tires out, and then let him go. Because he's letting him out on fresh tires, and now he's going to start to run away again like he did in that first portion of the race. As we get into the night portion, we see the sun starting to go down back behind the south end of the front stretch grandstands, as now the track seems to be fully engulfed in the shadow of the night as we get into the darker portion of the race. But right now the 63 car holding the gap on the 21 as there's a 3 car breakaway back there. As a 7 car, he's starting to put up a fight with the 11 as he's trying to run him down for that 4th spot.
I will say, speaking from experience, be it in the stands or on top of the roof at Charlotte Motor Speedway, having the sun set behind you is certainly a good thing. So it may be a little convenient as you're rolling through turn 4 to sometimes see that sun in the sunset hours, but definitely having the sunset back there is convenient, I think, for everybody. So as we roll into kind of the twilight hours a little bit, starting to see some sunlight go away. We'll see the track lights come on here shortly at Charlotte Motor Speedway in Concord, North Carolina. And, of course, the nighttime is the right time, as Larry Mack always says here at Cole, as the track is going to start to take a little bit more grip, cool down a bit, and I think these guys are really going to start to set some really fast lap times.
Well, yeah, the night racing here at Charlotte has always produced action, especially in the All-Star Race, first ever event that was actually held under the lights here at Charlotte. It was one hot night back in 1992, the infamous finish between Davey Allison and Kyle Petty. We definitely won't see a finish like that tonight because this is definitely no sprint event whatsoever. But these guys did have their All-Star race. It was at Darlington this year, though. I believe Eric Wineland actually won the All-Star race, so definitely a bit of a momentum swing heading into Charlotte for him. But it's definitely going to be interesting to see the cars come to life under the lights here.
Yeah, while you guys are focusing on the leaders, Wayne Grassi actually made the move around Alex Montanelli, so move him up to the 4th spot as he now is making a charge up to the top half of the field again to the 7 car. Started P last, now he's up in P4 as he is looking to run down at Oakley's number 27, as right now the lead between 1st and 2nd is starting to drop little by little. It's down to about a half second as here comes Weiland starting to make the move. You talk about this previous history of this race. Well, you talk about the All-Star race. How can you not talk about 2009 of how good that race was? It was one of the best races you could ever ask for out of the COT era and at Charlotte Motor Speedway nonetheless, even with the modified kind of rule book that they had for that event. So again, the night portion has produced some amazing racing, and it's going to be even more amazing to see what these guys can produce come the later half of this race.
We've got some sun. There we go, back on the racetrack, because we were just behind a cloud there, making us think we were going to have some nighttime racing here soon. A lot of green flag laps are really just getting a lot of this race out of the way during this kind of daytime section. Of course, these guys tried to model after kind of the real life starting time and went with a bit of an earlier start time than some might usually go with to try and just give you more daytime racing. And that's certainly, I think, a good move, but also starting to see that this day actually kind of runs on for quite a while. I thought we were going to see the sundown come around lap 150. It's going to come a little bit later than that because we still have some sun all the way down the back straightaway right now as Wineland goes down the back straight, trying to make up some time on Hicksonbaugh. I wanted to mention a further to the back battle that we had, a battle for the back. There we go. Morrison is leading this little group of about 5 cars or so in 6th spot. Hewitt, though, has company from Tommy Amos, and that's going to be a pretty good battle, I think, right in front of Delaney. These 4 are all over each other just like the leaders are, or were.
Well, you mentioned getting into the nighttime. We're about 7:30, it looks like, in game time, so we will definitely be getting into the nighttime here in about 30 minutes to an hour. Definitely going to be still racing by then because we're only 118 laps into this event. But Bryson Hicksonbaugh trying to catch the lap car to Demarius Hickenbottom right now. We talked about the 09 running well earlier. He got caught up in one of those incidents, and really that killed his race car for the night. Eric Wineland, though, starting to run Hicksonbaugh back down. That gap's closed to about 3/10 now. Rich Petrucco's a second back off of Eric Wineland with Wayne Grassi chasing him down.
Wayne Grassi's been starting to reel him in lap by lap by lap. I think he finally found, trying to think of a term that's not going to get me in trouble, he found the right line to use nonetheless, and he is starting to ride the rail around this racetrack as he is closing in on that 27. He moved up to 5th, he's up to 4th now, maybe up to 3rd, so it took him a couple of laps. We saw him run back towards the back half of the field, move his way up, charge his way up, and now he's starting to be one of the big names to look out for as he makes a run up to the 3rd spot. But right now, the fight is still between that 31 and 63 as they again head up to that lap car of Hickenbottom, who stayed out in this last caution. So he's on a little bit older tires. I don't know if he didn't pit on the caution before that, but still he's running older tires, and that's going to eat him alive come this race unless he gets a caution.
I want to keep looking around the field a little bit. Oh, we've got a big move off into turn 1 from Delaney, who we were just talking to the inside of Alan Hewitt. Danny Myatt also in this battle as they roll through turns 1 and 2. This is right to the inside of your top 10 currently, as Hewitt actually is clear then of those 2 cars kind of to the middle. He's going to go to the bottom side. No, Hewitt stays to the middle of that Alaska Airlines number 15 rolling the top side as here comes the 20. Oh, Hewitt in the fence, contacted the wall pretty hard there as well. That 15 heading in the wrong direction. Alan Hewitt now all the way back into 11th place. He was just 8th a few moments ago.
Yeah, it looked like Hewitt put a little bit of too much faith into his car and got up into the fence there. Jonathan Delaney, though, running that Chase Elliott Patriotic Napa paint scheme we saw him run last summer there at Daytona. He's got the car up into the 8th right now with Danny Myatt right on his tail. Those two are battling for the 8th spot right now. Christopher Hammond trying to catch up to these two in that Castrol GTX machine. But these have really been the battles throughout the field right now. Heading back up to the front, though, Eric Wineland still got a little bit of a decent gap between him and Hixenbaugh. Definitely still trying to run him down, though. The gap is now 0.327 thousandths of a second. So that'll definitely be interesting to see how that shapes out through the run. We're about 24 laps into this run.
And talk about beautiful paint schemes. How can you not look at Tommy Amos, even though his car number is 7, the door number is 28, and that Allison throwback number 28 Haviland, he is making moves. He was back behind the pack of cars that's right in front, that's right behind him a couple laps ago. He made his move. He's now up into this. No, my bad. He is car number 28. Look at the wrong thing. He's actually running 7th. He is car number 28. He's been making moves. He finds himself ahead of him as the 20 car is trying to run him down. And the 22 car, who we were talking about earlier, Jeremy Morrison, he's in 6th. He's gapped the field. And the one thing I want to point out is if you can get a closer look at these cars at some point during the race, as we head into the later portion of this race, the cool thing about iRacing, you get to see the little bit of the war scars, the rubber and the marks on these cars that make them so unique. It's one of my favorite parts of racing, especially in endurance racing after a long event. Seeing the wear and tear that these cars are being put through is one of the most beautiful versions. It's why we love the race versions, and it's starting to look really good on these cars, especially on the number 7. He's the number 1 person I see right now with it. He has rubber all over that car, on the nose, on the tires, on the sides. It's all over the place. That car is looking great, and it's also looking fast as he is starting to pull the run down on the 27, but the 11 car also putting the run on him right now there's seems to be the fight between the 11 and the 7 for the 4th spot right now.
You mentioned really great paint schemes, and then you talked about the 28, who has chrome numbers on the sides of his car. Pretty period accurate, actually. You see a lot of cars back in those days actually had those chrome numbers. He's actually gone in the wrong direction. He just lost a ton of spots. I think he got the fence a couple of laps ago. So we're just talking so many good things about Tommy Amos. Cracks the fence and is now back into 10th place from about 7th.
Well, that paint scheme is actually a pretty good segue, because last night iRacing released a video for the brand new 1987 cars, and this was Davey Allison's rookie paint scheme, and I believe he ran it till about 1989 with the gold chrome numbers on the door. A lot of cars had chrome wheels and chrome numbers at the time. I know Brett Bodine drove the number 15 Crisco car. He had chrome numbers on that machine. So those will be some interesting paints to see come onto the service once we get the new 1987 Winston Cup cars.
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting to see that as a 28 car. Again, as you talk about he fast, a little bit disappeared for a sec, as now the 17 car, the 6 car, and the 20 car, a little bit of a freight train going around here, as Hickenbottom stuck on the high side all the way up against the wall, almost barely kept it off, as he again just falling, but that 28 car, man, looks beautiful. The Texaco Haviland car, I always love the Robert Yates machines that they pulled out of there, as again up towards the front of the pack, Hickenbaugh apologies on that, Hickenbaugh starting to pull away, as the gap about 8/10 of a second. We're going to see where it is once he crosses the line. Now it's over a second, so now it's a gap from first to second. It is a second, and then the gap from second to third is another second. So we're starting to see, again, the field spread each other out and try to make it towards the end of the stage. We're only 30 laps in and have about, I believe, around 60 to go.
Yeah, so 70 laps to go. Then in the second stage of 4 tonight, and you gotta keep in mind, they definitely, now, I thought they were going to have to pit before the end of stage number 1 a little while ago. They will definitely have to pit if we don't get a caution between now and the end of stage number 2. I'm confident they can't go 100 laps. They surprised me with going as far as they did. I know we had a couple of yellows strewn about, but still, I didn't think we were going to be good to go to the end. Regardless, they cannot run 100 laps. So we should see some green flag pit stops here soon if they stay green flag racing. But Hickenbaugh is starting to definitely show that he's got the car to beat right now. 1.7, looking like 1.8 seconds now over Eric Wineland across the start and finish line. Hickenbaugh looking quick.
Well, the good thing for Eric Wineland is he's had the edge on Hicksonball in green flag, or well, not in green flag pit stops, but just on pit road in general. So it's going to be interesting when we get our first green flag pit stop to see if Eric Wineland can make up a lot of that time he's lost. He definitely won't make up a second and 7/10, but he could definitely make up about a half a second just on Hicksonball in the pit lane, depending on how hot both of those cars get into the pit lane.
Yeah, and the weird thing about Wineland is he is losing a lot of time right now. The gap is went from about a second, now it's 2 seconds. Now 27 car, lower back bumper of him as he was about to put up the fight for second. I gotta wonder if there's any issues going on here. Did he kill his tires trying to keep up with him? Because right now, here comes 27 car. He's gonna make a peek to the inside. He was the 21/31. Really off pace right now. As here comes the 31 putting up a fight on the outside. Wasn't expecting that, but still major issues right now for the 31 as he is falling back and fast.
We're saying major issues, and he is still third place in the racetrack, which is still a really good run regardless. So Petrucco then through to second place over the 31 of Wineland. Again, you see 21 on your screen, but he is scored as the number 31 on your ticker. So that's the difference there, but it's still Eric Wineland there running in third place. But Montanelli now all over that number 31 car, and he's looking like he's going to try the top side. No, cross him over. Down to the bottom goes Montanelli, almost at a pass in the grass, and he's going to draw side by side with Wineland and clear Wineland off into turn number 1. So Montanelli makes quick work of that Ford Mustang. So the battle for second through fourth gets sorted out. The 27 of Petrucco through to second. Montanelli and the number 11 in third, and fourth place, Eric Wineland. Again, we say heading in the wrong direction rather. He's still fourth place in the racetrack, which in a 27 car field is still pretty impressive. And it's still really early in this race, not even half the way into this thing, so he still has a lot of time to recover there, Cole.
Yeah, he definitely does. And Alex Montanelli, though, really mounting a charge now. He's caught up to Rich Petrucco. Those two cars have been battling all night long. Now it's for the second position, so it's definitely going to be interesting to see how these cars run out through the run. We're 37 laps into the run right now, so we definitely are going to be looking at pit stops here.
Indeed we are. That number 63 starting to pull away. Is almost about, let's say, half a straightaway gap between first and second, as the 27 and 11 have been fighting each other all race. Once again, back at it. Here comes the 11 with the dive bomb into turn number 3. Side by side with him. He's going to clear him, I believe, up a 4. Yes, he is. Move the 11 back up to second. The 27 falling back to third as the 31 starting to close. We got a slow car up ahead. That is Cody Bird. He was very slow on the top side of the racetrack, as he's going to stay out of the way of the leaders, let them fight. But I'm wondering what happened to him. He's just letting him by, because right now he's going about 150 miles an hour compared to the 180 that the 7 car who just passed him is going.
So Cody Bird looks like he's going to have to come down the pit lane. Wonder if maybe he had a tire issue. Yeah, he's down on the flat now, coming down to the pit road pretty slowly, actually. Was downshifting pretty early. Usually you can push the issue a little bit more, but wonder if he's had some kind of issue there with the right front. It doesn't look down, but of course you can't have tire failures a lot more easily now than he used to, as the jacks will go up on the right side. He'll get service to his number 64 machine. We saw him involved in that yellow a while ago, Cole, right before the end of stage number 1. His night just is not going well at all.
Yeah, and that incident definitely could have done some damage to the number 64 Chevrolet Camaro. But Alex Montanelli, he's got the gap down to 2.8. So that 11 car looking to be one of the faster cars on this track. He was 0.2 faster than Bryson Hicksonball that last lap. So watch for the 11 to come alive towards the late end of this run.
Yeah, and you're talking about having the 64 that I pointed out. I actually went back and saw what happened. He was letting Hicksonball by in the front stretch and coming out of the first section of the tri-oval going towards the start finish.
We got a caution.
I'm trying to see who that is. While we
Jonathan
look
Delaney,
around.
turn 3.
Number 6 car turned backwards in turn 3, and it looks like the front end of that car is destroyed. Something weird happened there. It looked like he got in the fence on the straightaway.
So we'll try and get a replay up on your screen, of course. And we were talking to Delaney under that stage break. really unfortunate to see him have issues here, but we'll go ahead and take a look back at what happens to the driver of the number 6, and his race was looking pretty good. He was in the top 5 there for the stage restart going into stage 2. Now backwards in turn 3, and the car is destroyed. The driver out of Pennsylvania, Noah, not having a great turnaround.
It's really confusing what happened. He came off of turn 2. He was in a fight with the 162 of Zach Probst, who I believe is making his first. No, he's actually the driver on the boat for the points. So he came off of turn 2 down the back straightaway, got up really close to the wall, bounced off it, came back down, tried to avoid 162, bounced off again, and just kept hitting it over and over and over again, and eventually just went around. So just big issues for the 6 car, and then what happened to the 64 car to finish that off is he was coming through the tri-oval, hit the wall the first time, just grazed it, was trying to hold on to it, and then just slapped the wall in this third section of the tri-oval, and then that's what caused the damage, because when he hit that thing hard, and it just was so slow coming off of it, so I think it was a tire failure that came off with that hit.
We were talking about Tommy Amos a while ago. He got a piece of that turned around number 6 of Delaney as the 6 was spinning to the bottom of the racetrack, so we'll see how much that affects Tommy Amos in the number 28. We saw him, we saw that he went backwards, I should say. Lost some spots under that last little green flag run, must have cracked the fence, and that time gets the spinning number 6. Certainly not what you want to have for that number 28, but his pit stops are underway. Hixenbaugh into the pit lane, the right side goes up, Wineland behind him, all these guys getting service. And we'll go ahead and try and talk to Eric Wineland here in a moment, who won stage number 1, so we'll go ahead and grab him here shortly. But Hixenbaugh actually gets away with the lead out of pit road that time over Montanelli. Wineland should come out third. He will, over Morrison and Grassi. So the driver who we're going to talk to actually loses some spots under this pit stop.
I'm trying to find, the 27 car, he's still in pit road. I don't know what happened. He is sitting in his pit box still after that caution. He's going to go all the way to the front to the back. He had his pit stop, and now he's just sitting there. So it's very confusing what happened, as he is still sitting there as the leaders are right now entering turn number 3. So you got to wonder, is he going to go a lap down at this point?
I think 27 could have possibly had a speeding penalty there in coming to the pit lane. So, because that was a very long pit stop for the number 20.
Yeah, certainly out of the ordinary, I'd say, there for Rich Petrucco. He's going to lose a lot of spots. We're going to go ahead, though, and talk to your stage 1 winner. It's going to be Eric Wineland. Eric Wineland, do you have a copy?
Yes, sir, Andrew. I got you.
Well, Eric, you've been trading off that lead there for a while with Hixenbaugh, but this time we've seen you exit the pit lane first each time so far. This time you exit third. What happened there in that pit stop?
When we got that short run to end stage 1, I decided I wanted to try 2 tires. I wanted to keep the track position. Lo and behold, everyone else decided to take 4. So just a little bit more on the left sides. I was struggling with a loose condition there. So we'll see if we can get him back here. We're restarting P3. I imagine I can sneak up into second pretty quick, but Bryson's fast, man. It's just a hard one to catch.
Yeah, so we've been made aware that, of course, we're newer to the series, and I guess you're newer to the series as well, but you came in at Bristol, won your first race immediately, and since been battling Hixenbaugh for these wins. Do you think it's going to go the same way tonight? Do you think you might win this thing?
Oh, I definitely think the shot's there. Hixenbaugh's fast. There's a reason the guy almost has 5K iRating on the service. He's fast week in and week out. We got a few new challengers up here too. Alex and Rich had an unfortunate incident with his Oculus, but he'll get back up here fast enough. But yeah, they're presenting a pretty good challenge, so it's definitely been fun. I won't say I'm an easy shoot for the win, but we're definitely going to make it interesting, Andrew.
Well, sounds good. Before we let you go here, Eric, who do you have to shout out for this pretty good run so far in the number 31?
Yeah, sorry for the Training Pains mix-up too on the stream, but huge shout out to Alex Huffman and Michael Watkins. They helped me out and get this car dialed in tonight. So give me a few pointers and whatnot. Got it dialed in. Feels really good on the long runs. So hopefully we finish that way.
Well, sounds good. I'm sure we'll be talking to you before too long here, as we've still got 255 laps to go. Best of luck to you, Eric, through the rest of the race, though.
Hey, appreciate it. Noah, Cole, Andrew, thank you guys.
So thank you, and that was Eric Wineland restarting third this time around. Cole, he definitely sounds a lot more confident than Delaney, who unfortunately was in that last caution. But Wineland has all the reason in the world to be confident. Despite being loose that last run, has been one of the faster cars, if not the fastest this whole race so far.
Yeah, he's definitely had one of the faster cars, and it really looked hooked up in the second part of that first stage. So look for that number 31 to be really hooked up in this part of the stage. Hopefully he made some adjustments to that number 31 and get it right, try to catch up back to Bryson Hixenbaugh. The 11 car, though, we talked about him being one of the fastest cars on the track on the short run, Alex Montanelli. It's going to be interesting to see if he can drive around the outside of Hixenbaugh, as Hixenbaugh is going to bring him to the green flag here, Noah.
Indeed they are. It's a little bit of a change up from what we saw in the front row last restart, and now Montanelli is going to be on the outside of the front row. Going to see if he can get a jump on the start as they get ready to enter that Toyota restart zone. Oh, he's going to go early as Hixenbaugh is going to get the jump. Wineland now going to move up to second. So back to what we saw earlier, but wow, that was a very early restart compared to what we saw the last.
And that's going to hurt Alex Montanelli. He's already back to fourth, looking at possibly losing fourth to fifth. That would be Grassi that goes on by. Morrison now into the top three. This 22 suddenly looking pretty quick. Wineland through to second place. And so that's what Morrison's going to have to go through here if he's going to try and get to the lead. I'm not so sure that 22's been fast enough, though, to contend for it. We'll see as this run goes on. But Hixenbaugh leads through one lap off of that restart. Now on to lap 147 of 400. Wineland, Morrison, Montanelli, Grassi, your top five. And we got Christopher Hamann battling back here as Montanelli sideways out of turn two, saves that race car on the apron. Hamann now through to fifth place. He's looking to the inside of Grassi for fourth.
It looks like if you're a really fast car and up in this lead battle at any point here, you may get really loose off of turn two, pulling what Jeremy Morrison did earlier. Got very loose. Great save of the race car, though. Wineland now trying to run down Hixenbaugh. Can't do it right just yet, though. Lap times pretty even there, within about 14 thousandths of each other that lap.
Exactly. The 22 had that issue earlier going off of turn two. It is a corner that has caught off a lot of drivers so far tonight, and it's a corner that's even harder in real life. You just come off of one without a bump, and then you're just, if you don't set that turn one up right, you're struggling for the rest of the corner no matter what you do. You're either going to be fighting understeer, or you're going to be fighting a lot of oversteer in that corner, and that's what's been happening to a lot of these drivers. It happened to 22. He ran into the mid-pack. He finally finds himself back up into the third spot as the 22, the 63 and the 31 start to gap each other again. Morrison going to hold on to third and right around in the middle of that, and the 7 car moves himself up into fourth. But right behind him is just a big train of cars at the 17, the 16, and the 27. I'm surprised to see back up there considering what happened on that last caution.
Well, don't ignore Montanelli there in 8th, and we're on board with Myatt, who gets loose in 1 and 2. He's going to go up the racetrack, and that allows Zach Probst to go by on the inside. Here comes Ryan Samuelson as well. We haven't talked about these guys all night long, but they're putting on some really good racing right now. Myatt falls back to 11th. That car lose through 1 and 2, still lose through 3 and 4. There goes the 66th then of Daniel Fields on by on the inside. And then, I think a lap car actually that went by the 55 on the bottom side that goes by Myatt down the back front straightaway. But Myatt now drops down to 12th. The next car back at him about 8 tenths. That'd be Josh Copernall. So Copernall could be in position to go up to 12th here off of that restart if he keeps reeling in that very loose number 20.
Well, we've had a change for the lead. Eric Wineland taking the lead back from Bryson Hixenbaugh as the sun is finally starting to go down. We mentioned it earlier and we were wrong, but now the sun's starting to set a little bit here at the Charlotte Motor Speedway located in Concord, North Carolina. Definitely going to be an interesting battle between these two, though, because Hixenbaugh looks to get the run off of turn 2, trying to catch up to Eric Wineland. Tries to wind up a move there, but can't get it done. Wineland's going to hold on to the lead as they head off of turn 4.
Indeed they are, as that big pack of cars led by, I believe that is, the 17 Castrol Chevrolet, as he's going to get a fight from the 16 Alaska Airlines machine. Those two are fighting each other most of the night, as I believe that is the 27 right behind him. So the 27 and the 11 are running third and fourth are now just stuck behind these two. Even though it's a very fast racetrack, it's also a very tight racetrack, and it is going to hold these two up as those two continue to fight for the 5th position, as that is great news to the number 7 as he is running away with it, as there's about a little bit of a breakaway between first, second, third is actually starting to close the gap a little bit. And that number 22, the 7 as well starting to close the gap, but there's just a massive gap to what is the 17 and the 16 who are still fighting each other off of turn number.
The 15 of Hewitt through on the bottom side. He almost has the 17 clear into 1. Will he? He will. So he's going to clear the 17 of Hamon for now. That puts Petrucco down through the bottom side by side with the 17 now out of 4. Petrucco gets the edge out of the corner. He's actually going to drive clear possibly of that 17 for a moment. No, the 17 draws back alongside into 1, almost looking 3 wide, but there's not enough room to do that as Hewitt's going to go the wrong direction on the outside. Hewitt's starting to slow up as Petrucco definitely has a faster car. We saw him lose a lot of spots on that round of pit stops, so he's definitely faster than these guys, as is Montanelli, who's coming up through these two. And those two really fast cars have to battle a couple of cars that we haven't really seen much of so far tonight. So definitely, I think, a mismatch in speeds, and that's making for a really, really good battle, these 4 cars.
Yeah, and Montanelli and Petrucco definitely trying to get back up the order. They need to maximize stage points throughout this race. That is a key to the Coke 600, or forgot what. Hold on 1 second. I forget what the sponsor is.
Abillion Wood.
Oh yeah, the
Projects
Abillion
LLC.
Wood. There we go. Yeah, the Abillion Wood 600. The key to this race is trying to maximize stage points throughout the race. You definitely need to maximize those while you still have a 3-stage race. So trying to maximize those throughout the day is going to be key. And as you can see, Petrucco and Montanelli have gone back up to 5th.
Absolutely it is. Even with we're talking about how important it is to win a stage, those stage points also make a big difference, especially for drivers who are just trying to make it out on points who don't have a win. One of those guys being that number 162 of Zach Probst. He finds himself running in the 9th position. The 15 car now running, I believe, back in the 10th position to come across Langer to see where they update to. Yeah, no. So the 162 up to 8. So he's even though he's only 13 points ahead of Cody Bird, who is having a little bit of a struggle, so that even though you're having a struggle, he's going to try and maximize on that, get as much stage points as he can, and create the gap and the points to try and keep himself safer into the playoffs as they head towards the later half of the season, as he is still in a big fight with that number 17 of Hamon, as they are side-by-side coming to the tri-oval. I think he might get him going into turn number 1.
Want to mention we've had a pass to the lead. Hickson ball back to P1. This battle is just too good to ignore right now. Of course, Petrucco has now lost that spot to Montanelli out the windshield, or well, the onboard camera here of Probst. As Probst has gone by the 17 of Hamon, he is now looking to the inside of Petrucco for 6th, and he's going to take it. That 162, he washes up in 3 and 4. He did that the last lap too. Almost took off the left rear of the 17. That time they get away clean, but that 162 looking fast, just tight, I think, a little bit snug through 3 and 4, at least through the center of the corner there.
Yeah, definitely got to worry about burning your right front off on the San Diego Pirates. Padres. There we go. I don't know where I got Pirates from, but hey, baseball is not my cup of tea. That's why I stick to commentating virtual race cars. But the Padres car up to I believe 6 now, chasing down Alex Montanelli as we are working lap 160 of 400 here at Charlotte.
We're past the halfway point of stage number 2. That 63 car again starting a little bit of a breakaway from the number 31. Those two have just been by themselves the whole night. Not really anybody else besides the 11 car who put up a fight as they approach that 6 car of Delaney, who was involved in that accident. He's going to go a lap down. So rough night for him as we got a battle now for the 3rd spot between the 7 and the 22. The 7 car moving himself up in the 3rd. The 22 car back bumpers and heading to turn number 1. We talk about the 7 car. He started 27th. Now he's up to 3rd as he keeps making moves. He is starting to make his way up to the front of the field. We got to wonder what he has in store. If we get a caution, he keeps himself in 3rd. I'm going to be very excited to see if he himself can make this a 3-car fight for this overall lead, as he is still surprising me lap after lap with how well he's doing. He didn't even set a Q lap, and now he's running in 3rd, but still the leaders right now is Hicksonbot and Wineland, as the gap is now a half a second as they enter turn number 1.
If Wayne Grassi wins this race, I think an appropriate headline would be Florida man starts last, finishes first in the Abillion Wood Projects LLC.com 600, because he is out of Florida. He did start last. He's up to third, and that car just keeps getting better and better, I think, as the night goes on. And as we drop into full darkness here soon, obviously track lights are going to keep the track lit. But number 7 just keeps getting faster and faster. I say that, and the 22 starts reeling back in a little bit. Obviously, the draft playing part in that. But Jeremy Morrison not letting that position go without a fight. Now Zach Probst, should mention, goes on by Montanelli. That's for 5th. So Zach Probst, another one of those cars, suddenly is just looking really, really good as the laps wind down as we start to get closer and closer to sunset.
Well, you mentioned it earlier. When the lights come on, the nighttime is the right time. You will see some of these cars that we've seen lag towards the back of the top 10 come to life here tonight. One of those cars, definitely Zach Probst in the number 162 San Diego Padres car. There we go. I got my baseball teams right. We're seeing that 162 just come to life here in the sunset hours here at Charlotte. But Jeremy Morrison, Wayne Grassy, those two cars have definitely come to life as well, because Wayne Grassy actually ran his fastest lap of the race on lap 149. That was a 28.772 for the number 7 Pennzoil machine. And that's actually on par with the lead battle here, which Bryson Hixenbaugh and Eric Wineland battling once again for the race.
Yeah, we talk about just the fact of Wayne Grassy starting last and moving up to third. You also got to keep in mind, a lot of drivers are starting to back out of the field or opening some eyes. Obviously, Grassy, the highest of those guys, 27th to 3rd. Here's your hard charge of the race right now. But Zach Probst, he started 23rd. He's in 5th. Alex Montanelli started 15th. He was in 6th, ran to tie his 2nd. We got Danny Maya started 17th to 9th, and then obviously Alan Hoy, he started 13th, now in 10th. So again, just a lot of drivers who started towards the back end of this field, starting to make their way up towards the front end of the field, as we only have 14 cars in lead lap. As now, here comes Hixenbaugh all over the back bumper to number 31 as they enter into turn number 3, still on his tail, keeping in the line as they run through 3 and 4. Lap car is not really an issue right now, as they're just on their lonesome, as the 22 and the 7 also putting up a fight behind them, and Probst and Montanelli also putting up a fight. So we got about 3 battles going on the racetrack right now for the 1st, the 3rd, and the 5th.
So Wineland then gets clear of Hixenbaugh once again for the lead. Morrison through to 3rd place over Grassy. We keep having these little pop-up battles, kind of like pop-up showers if you're familiar with weather. Pop-up battles that just form around the racetrack, and they keep swapping positions, so we've at least made these cars easier to pass, but still I think working on getting these cars to stay in a group. But that's okay. I think definitely stringing the field out like this for a 400-lap race, that's what you usually see. It's what you usually want to see in these longer races. So as the number 7 still has to battle here with Morrison. The 7 was looking good. And comers and goers, I think, is a big thing that we've been wanting to see in NASCAR races for a while, because they've kind of gone away. But I think also, I keep bouncing around to different tangents, but if you look to the real-life races we've been having recently, getting back to racing amid the coronavirus pandemic, comers and goers are definitely a thing with that lack of practice. So at least in real life, that's starting to get sorted out. But tonight, comers and goers, comers and goers certainly a thing, as we've had drivers go up and pass the leader, fall back behind him, pass another car for be it 2nd or 3rd or whatever, fall back behind him later on. It's really good racing so far.
Well, you talked about comers and goers. One thing has definitely stayed the same, and it's Eric Wineland and Bryson Hixenbaugh being the 2 lead cars of this battle. They've definitely been up front all night, and they plan to be there all night as the sunset really starting to get bad off a turn, I believe, 4 there. So sun could possibly get in these drivers' eyes as we get a little bit midway through the race here. We're about halfway. We're on lap 171, and lap 200 will be halfway, and that's going to be the end of stage 2. So it'll definitely be interesting to see how they play the strategy game here, whether they pit early or try to run it out all the way to the end like we saw in stage 1.
Well, obviously, I don't think it's going to be a run out to stage 1. We're obviously not in a position where we're going to have that issue. Again, pit's closed with 2 to go, so they can't just pit on the last lap and pull like a Mark Martin as we saw at the All-Star race back in, I believe, around 2001 or so. But still just a really good showing by Wineland and Hixenbaugh, as they're just still all over the back bumper of each other. As here comes Hixenbaugh, going to peek to the inside. They're going to go side by side. Wineland's going to lead that lap, but Hixenbaugh might win the fight as he head into turn number 3. You got a lap car up ahead. That is Cody Bird. So the guy who was 13 points back entering this race, still having struggles. He is 3 laps down in the 18th position, far off the pace where the leaders are, as Hixenbaugh clears him and then some I would say about a car length and a half was ahead of them, as there's just still 1-2, as a 22 and a 7 still fighting each other for the 3rd and 4th spot. And I believe we've got a side-by-side fight between Probst and Montanelli's exit turn number 4. He is all over the back bumper. He was on the inside. Montanelli's going to clear him. He's going to take over the 5th spot of this race as the enter turn number 1. So we got a pass for the 5th positions for the racetrack, as now Hixenbaugh starting to create the gap on that number 31.
So as we start to fight these issues again, popping up, it just seems like at the end of these stages, unfortunately, with the frame stuttering and stuff, to try and get it worked out in the next stage rank at about halfway of the race. So we may quickly drop the stream and then come right back. Don't be alarmed if that happens. If you're watching YouTube, Twitch, whatever, don't be alarmed if that happens. Should still be okay, but we are going to take probably a little bit of a rank to switch a couple of settings and come right back to you and hopefully be sorted out. I just want to let you guys know of that. But 25 laps to go in stage number 2, guys, and we've been talking about this battle changing hands all night long. Hixenbaugh and Wineland. We've been saying their names so many times, just constantly over the course of now a little over 2 hours, and for good reason, because they just keep swapping the lead. Both cars really, really fast, and it seems like Hixenbaugh a little better on that longer run, but then Wineland just reels him back in. Now, Wineland can't quite build that separation that we've seen Hixenbaugh build over time, but certainly these two cars almost even, I think, giving the edge just a little bit right now to that 63, Cole.
Yeah, definitely. And going back up to Zach Probst, though, that could definitely... he's definitely spaced out from the 11, so it looks like that battle for 5th is definitely spaced out. Alex Montanelli now running 30.3s, and if you go up to the leaders right now, that's actually faster than the last lap for the 2 leaders. So the 11 car with the fastest lap, that last lap, it looks like, out of the top 5.
Yeah, it's mostly kind of believe the fact that he's just all by his lonesome. Obviously, he has a lap car ahead of him. He's able to get the faster run because he has a little bit more clean air, unlike what those 2 leaders have. They've just been all over the back bumper each other, having to lift off of each other. So they haven't been able to really set fast laps because they're too busy trying not to run into each other. Those 2 have been inseparable most of this run, as Wineland's starting to reel him back in again, as those 2 have been switching off back and forth this entire stage number 2. As we head towards the 20 to go mark, it's going to be very interesting if we can stay grain free the entire way, as again, green flag pit stops. Are we going to see it towards the end? My answer is yes, because I highly doubt these guys are going to make it those 20 laps to finish off stage 2.
We had that caution about 50 laps to go, so that might aid them to the end. I'm with you, though. I think this is just a couple of laps too many. It's going to be really, really close to the end here of stage number 2 to go without pitting. Regardless, though, really good racing all night long, and these guys, I mean, they easily could have gotten spread out 100 laps ago, and we could have had just this battle, completely blown to pieces. But with these stages and with whatever these top 2 at least have done to their cars, their setups, really good racing. They can't get apart for more than a few laps, it seems like. And, usually we've seen, for example, Martin Truex Jr. lead all but 4 laps in the Coke 600. I think it was 8 laps, or regardless, under 10 laps in the Coke 600 a few years back. And last year, a couple years back, Kyle Busch led, I think, 377 of 400. Recently, you've had whoever's good in the Coke 600 in real life just completely walk away with the race. Not quite the case tonight. Hixenbaugh and Wineland keep trading the lead around and trying to see who's going to try and mount the lead and who's going to fall back. Again, Hixenbaugh seems to be a little better, but Wineland can still reel him back in.
Well, I'm looking at our trends for cautions here, and that first yellow actually came out around lap 30. It was around lap 32, 33, and they ran it all the way to the end of stage 1 after that. Well, we had the late stage yellow there around lap 94. So they ran it about to the end of the stage. So I think they could possibly, and we have a yellow. So there goes that completely.
Ryan Samuels,
we got red on
4.
again, and he got, I believe that's a 12 again, and yeah, it is a number 42. So the 16 car tonight goes from bad to worse for him, as he was actually starting to create a little bit of a turnaround, starting to bring it back up, and now he's back around in the same spot that he wrecked the first time. So when it rains, it pours. I said that before. He's going to spin again. I think he might just call it a night by the time this is over. Nope, he's going to keep trucking along.
So we'll get a replay as to what happens here with Ryan Samuelson out of 3 and 4. It looks like contact possibly with Coppernoll. I have to wonder if there was help. And yeah, definitely Coppernoll gets into the left rear there of Samuelson, sends him around. And Delaney, ooh, barely missed him on the inside.
Very big close. Yeah, just unfortunate there. It looked like they were 3 wide in the corner trying to pass, I believe that was a lap car of Brandon Gullett that got to the inside there. Josh Coppernoll got under the 16, just unfortunately walked up the track, got into him. So, unfortunate accident here in turn 4. And that's where we've seen all the accidents tonight for the most part, except for the number 6 of Delaney.
Obviously not what you want to see. You cannot go 3 wide here. They're just trying to get around the lap car of Brandon Gullett, who's also making his first start here tonight. So a little bit of a rough night for him. He's involved in a few incidents. He's also a lap down. So just not a good showing so far, but he can turn it around. As right now we get ready for the pit stops. It's going to be a really quick pit stop to see who's going to get out first. The 31 car has been faster all night. Let's see if we can do it again. We're going to see who gets jacked up on the right sides. First answer is a 63 by a little bit of a second, so we might see that 63 car keep a hold of the lead and finally beat the 31 out on the pit road for the first time.
Waiting to see who exits first. It'll be Hixenbaugh walking away with the lead out of the pit lane. So Hixenbaugh will resume your race lead over Eric Wineland. Jeremy Morrison going to exit third. Wayne Grassi holds steady in fourth. Then it's Danny Myatt up to 5th place over Rich Petrucco, Alan Hewitt, Daniel Fields, Jonathan Delaney, and Christopher Hamann. So we'll go ahead. We'll take a quick commercial break. We'll be right back to you with continuing coverage of the Billion Wood Projects LLC.com 600 tonight for the Galaxy Cup Series. Okay. Gonna do the little thing to try and fix stuff. I'll fix it. It's either gonna fix it or it's gonna make it way worse. Pretty well capped too. Yeah.
All right, man. Lights are back on the pace car. We're not going green this time.
And welcome back to our live coverage tonight of the Billion Wood Projects LLC.com 600 for the Galaxy Cup Series from Charlotte Motor Speedway. Round 14 of 36 as we're underway, coming close to the end of Stage 2, and we'll go ahead. I guess we'll see how this restart pans out because, of course, coming right to the end of this stage, everybody's going to be fighting for stage points, and it looks like we're waving a couple of cars by. We extended the yellow by 1 lap, at least race control did. So we'll let those guys figure out what they've got to figure out. Meanwhile, Rain Grassy is actually up through to third. I think I initially called Morrison out as third place over Grassy, so that has since changed. So the number 7 going to be restarting third place, and we've been talking about how good he's been so far tonight, guys. We're starting dead last in this race, and it looks like we're still having some rendering issues, unfortunately, so we'll try and work through those for right now. But regardless, Wayne Grassy having a great race so far tonight, and going to continue doing so, restarting third on this restart.
Yeah, Wayne Grassy definitely having one of the faster cars we've seen all night. He's finally up in the front pack here, so it's going to be interesting to see what he can do on this restart. Eric Wineland still up in second. Bryson Hicksonball did not get the first stage win. That actually went to Wineland. But Hicksonball definitely searching for, I believe it's like his 9th or 10th stage win of the season so far. So definitely wanting those playoff points for later in the season, and definitely will do anything to get them.
Indeed, as the pace truck rolls on the pit road as we get ready. Is he going to get that earlier restart again for the restart zone? Indeed, he does. He's going to get the jump. Green flag back in the air as we are going to go green with around 10 laps to go here in stage number 1. The line in the second. Here comes the 7 of Wayne Grassy. He's still in third. He's going to hold on to third. He's going to try and close the gap down as the field spreads out. As now the question is, even though there's a fight going on for those precious playoff points, we got to wonder, what about the people fighting back there around the bubble spot for the 10th spot, as those guys all under a blanket under the 15 hole.
Whoa!
Very sideways.
Dead sideways through 4.
An awesome save by Eric Wineland.
So as things get sort of back out further back, Hicksonbaugh continues to lead. Grassy through to second place now. Morrison into third. Wineland with that big save through 4. I was starting to wonder if I'd given him the commentator's curse. We talked to Delaney. He ended up wrecking. Wineland gets really loose on this restart. Not a scratch on that car, but he almost gave it a few bumps and bruises. That time out of turn 4. He gets it settled back down. Now sitting behind Petrucco and Morrison, but he slips back to 5th place. I think the lowest he's been all night.
And we talk about Wineland being in second, but you also got to point out the fact that Wayne Grassy now, he finally has found himself up into the 2nd spot. So his highest position right of the race is even going higher. But now he's got a hungry pack of cars looking behind him, as still Wineland and the 27 of Petruccio. Petrucco, my apologies. Petrucco still pulling up the fight, but that's actually for the 4th spot. As the 22 car is what's going to separate the 3rd and the 7 from that 22, 31, as they're just all over each other. As we head now to 9 laps to go here in stage 2.
Yeah, so Eric Wineland trying to mount a charge back up through the field here. He's caught the number 22, Jeremy Morrison. Wineland went back to about 5th or 6th place, and he's going to get under Jeremy Morrison, just drive right around him in turn 2. Wayne Grassy, though, we've talked about him all night coming from the back. He is definitely one of the fastest cars on this racetrack right now. Maybe not the fastest car, because that'll go to Bryson Hicksonball, but they're about actually, Wayne Grassy was faster than Hicksonball that last lap. So the number 7 definitely trying to mount a charge. That lap, though, Hicksonball faster once again, but here comes Eric Wineland battling for 3rd with Jeremy Morrison.
And you gotta wonder, did he flat spot his tires on that spin, and how much that is gonna hold him back? Because we talked about how you guys kind of yelled about how he spun in 3. He was dead sideways. Indeed, he was. Slid all the way through turns 3 and 4. that is no slight feat of not only saving that car, but how much damage is going to do to those tires. And now he's going to try to hold on here to the final 7 laps of this stage. As right now, Hixenbaugh is going to pull out the gap as he is safely on his way home to a stage 2 win, and to keep it Wineland from sweeping stage 1 and 2, but the 7 car still holding on to second. He's, I believe, slowly closing the gap. We're going to see where they are this time by, but that 63 car is putting up a charge. It was 0.9 of a second. Now it's just barely up to 0.934. As here's Wineland making a charge back up to second. Now is entering turn number 1.
Hixenbaugh with a big lead, about almost a second that time across the line over Grassy. Wineland third. And somebody I noticed get really sideways a lap or so ago, Danny Myatt was almost dead sideways like Wineland was out of turn 2. Recovered the car. He's got Zach Probst, we're about behind him. But Rich Petrucco as well now putting the pressure on Jeremy Morrison, and that would be for 4th. And every one of these positions means so much in terms of stage points. So we'll have to see exactly what these guys plan to do over the next few laps, how hard they're going to race, because each one of these spots is a point. And that's certainly going to be important when it comes down to it. It's going to just increase your points total for tonight. And if you go up there and win the stage, that's increasing your point total going into the playoffs. So Hixenbaugh right now looking like he's going to add 1 to his playoff points going into the playoffs.
Yeah, definitely. But Eric Wineland trying to catch up all he can. And luckily for him, the end of the stage is coming up, so he can come down pit lane, get some new tires. Like I expect most of the field will, because tires are so important here at Charlotte. But Eric Wineland now looking to the inside of Grassy there for second place. There he goes. Eric Wineland back up to second now. About a second off of Hixenbaugh, so it's going to be interesting to see how much of that time he can make up here in the next 3 laps.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to be much of a difference, though. He's the best he can get now. Second is he has cleared him. He's actually got a lap car ahead. Cody Bird, again, the guy who was 1 spot out of the playoffs, now finds himself about to go 4 laps down, so it just keeps getting worse for him, as Hixenbaugh still holds on to the lead as he's going to come out of turns 3 and 4 and see a 2 to go. Marcus Bird runs high and close the gap down even further as Wineland up into second. That's the best he's going to do. As an update on your fight for the last position of the points right now, it still is Amos, who is just all by his lonesome, so he's going to safely hold on to that 10th spot and stage number 2.
About a lap and a half to go in this stage, and Wineland and Grassy continue to do battle. Now Grassy looks to the bottom side, almost to that blue line down to the bottom of the racetrack, looking for a little bit of grip down there, trying to get on by Wineland. That would be for second place here as we round out stage 2. Hixenbaugh is clear of the start and finish, and he's clear of these guys by a second and a quarter, second and a third, as we take the white flag here on stage number 2, coming to halfway in the Billion Wood Projects LLC.com 600. So we're through 300 miles as of the start and finish line this next time by. Wineland continues to hold off Grassy, but all eyes then go to Hixenbaugh as he is going to win stage number 2, stage winner, 63 car.
Eric Wineland going to get second in that stage. Wayne Grassy up to third now after starting dead last on the field. Jeremy Morrison fourth, and Rich Petrucco will round out the top 5 for the stage.
And then in P6, you've got Zach Probst. He's going to hold on to a very good run to end off stage 2. Christopher Hammond, who's going to run off 7th. Danny Myatt's going to hold on to 8th. Daniel Fields in the 9th. And Tommy Amos in the number 28 is going to round out and get that final precious stage point. And then give a shout out to Jonathan Delaney after his big incident. He finds himself running up the 11th spot right now, as now still only 12 cars on the lead lap, as Preston McRae, who came into this race, he was talking about battling bad luck. He is currently the first car lap down. I don't really know if they do lucky dogs or not, but still just something to keep an eye on. He's running up there almost at the top 10 right now.
So that will complete then stage 2 of 4 tonight from the Billion Wood Projects LLC.com 600. We will take a quick commercial break under the stage break, and we'll be right back to you with now the second half of this 600-mile event. Stay tuned for the Galaxy Cup Series on PitStop TV.
We got big-time problems with that motor, buddy. Hey, just between you and me, the idea is to avoid the other cars. Congratulations! You just set the sport back 30 years with that move. That move will put you in the Hall of Shame. You keep doing stuff like that and we're going to lose our sponsor. Looks like that's it for us today. Now I know why you got canned by your old team. It's over. We can't fix that damage.
Looks like your car is toast. You'll need a tow back to pit lane. Press and hold your reset button and we'll come and get you.
Welcome back to live coverage on PitStop TV of the Galaxy Cup Series, Abelian Wood Projects LLC.com 600. Alan Hewitt stayed out under that caution. He's going to assume the race lead then over a couple of, and that's over the stage break. That's kind of ballsy there from Alan Hewitt. He's going to take the restart. He's off and away. He's got the lead over Hicksonbaugh and Wineland then. And again, a big move. Alan Hewitt staying out under that caution. He's got Grassy behind. He's got let's see, we got Petrucco, we got Hamad, we got Amos that are all going to eat these guys up. And already Wineland can go to the top side. Pruitt blocks up to the top side, close to that door now. Wineland goes down to the bottom.
A huge move from Wineland to take the race lead. Hicksonbaugh is going to go right under with him. Those two cars getting around Alan Hewitt very quickly. We got one car in the fence in the back. And everybody looks to be okay. That was Daniel Fields in the wall back there. Danny Myatt had to slow up. It looks like Delaney was through the grass as well. So we got a little bit of chaos happening right now. Back up to the front, though. Wineland and Hicksonbaugh battling for the race lead.
Yeah, I don't really know what happened there. Yeah, this is Delaney came to the trial. I think he was trying to avoid the wreck, but he ended up taking the biggest shortcut I've ever seen without wrecking a car as he holds on to it. But out front, and again, it's Wyland Hicksonbaugh. They were held up a little bit by the 15, decided to stay out. He's still holding up the leaders again as he starts to fall back further and further. So obviously his pit stop strategy didn't really work out too well as Pachuco holding on to the third spot as now Wayne Grassy is going to move his way back up into fourth. We got a pass for the lead. Here comes Hicksonbaugh to the inside. He's going to clear him with an incredible move to the inside, move him back up to the lead as now right now your top five is 31, 63, 27, 7, and 15 as they come across the line.
We also had a car come down on the pit lane. That was Zach Probst, who what seems to be an unscheduled pit stop. Not really sure what that's about. We'll have to see if we can't find out for the 162 what brought him back down the pit lane. Could be a penalty, could just be maybe forgot to take tires or fuel or something. But either way, the 162 then coming back down the pit lane after the restart, and that's going to be issues for Probst. But you guys mentioned Hicksonbaugh right back to the lead over Wineland, Petrucco, and Grassy. It seems like that's just been what's normal. As, we saw Montanelli drop out of the race about 27 laps ago now. I mean, he had one of the better runs going, and Montanelli just suddenly out of this. The one, we haven't said his name in a while. So, Petrucco was in this battle, Wineland was in this battle, Hicksonbaugh was in this battle earlier on. Just insert Grassy in Montanelli's place, and nothing has changed. Indeed,
and Wineland, it's really been a toss-up between him and Hicksonbaugh because it looks like about midway through the run or early to mid stages of the run, we get a yellow. So that really starts to swing the momentum back to Eric Wineland because on the second half of these runs, he'll usually lead, and then we get a late stage caution, and that really just throws up in the air who's going to get it. We saw Hicksonbaugh get the last stage, but Wineland ran away with it in the first stage when they had a caution with about, I believe it was 7 to go in that stage. So it's really been a toss-up between these two cars throughout the stages, but we've seen them go back and forth for the lead all night long as the lights have now come on here at Charlotte Motor Speedway, and it's just like Larry Mack says, the nighttime is the right time.
Lights go down in the city. And that's exactly the case right now as we're finally entering the night portion of this race. And to give you an update on what happened to Zach Probst, that little incident that we saw that coming off of turn 4 on the restart, he was the car, he got pancaked on the right side, and obviously that caused a lot of damage enough for him to go into pit road. So that's what caused that caution for him. But right now is still Hicksonball, your leader, as Wineland's still running back in second, the 27 still in third, Grassi in fourth, as Haman now holding on to fifth, and that 17 Castrol Chevrolet as Hewitt moves himself up to sixth. So a lot of those cars that we pointed out that had a lot of great paint schemes, they're starting to make themselves known in this race as they move up into the top 10. But still, your man on the mission is that 63 car as he goes after win number 7 here tonight.
And that would move him up to an even 500 on the season through 14 races. 7 wins, 14 races would be pretty impressive. He's right now at 6 wins and 13, which is still equally impressive, I think, but looking to make it exactly half and half, I'd say, as Wineland is going to try and do everything he can to keep that from happening. Wineland already has 1 win on the season at Bristol, now looking to cap off another win here in the Southeast, possibly in Charlotte. We'll see how that goes. Winning in Tennessee, winning in North Carolina would then be a pretty good way to kind of even that out, I'd say. As, again, race 14 of 36 for the Galaxy Cup Series. Now, we won't be on this league full-time, unfortunately, throughout the year, but we will come back here and there for some events as long as everything goes well. It's really cool to start a partnership like this with the Galaxy Cup Series. These guys clearly do everything the right way so far. They've been really cool to work with all week. They've given us all kinds of notes on these drivers to bring us up to speed with who we're talking about, so we aren't just talking about whoever, and so we at least kind of understand the gist. So we have that history then on Eric Wineland. Came in 3 races ago, wins Bristol immediately, has a couple of races where he battles it out with Hicksonball, and that has been clearly what has gone on, because it's happening right now here. Is Hicksonball only has 1 driver, I think, to worry about through the rest of this race for the race win, and that is Wineland. So I just want to give big props to the Galaxy Cup Series for bringing us in with open arms and really doing their best to make sure we're up to speed. We have everything we need, and it's been great so far, I think, to start off this this new partnership. A few stutters and losing a lot of frames out there, unfortunately, but we'll make sure that's sorted out by the time we come back with one of their next races, and as long as everything goes well, it should be a pretty cool rest of the season.
Yeah, and you talk about just long events and full-length events in general. Tomorrow, tune into the channel. We're going to have the IORL Indy 500, so it's going to be the double here. Oh, wow, a big voice crack there. We're going to have the double here on the channel, the IORL Indy 500. I know Noah tried to qualify for that race. I'm actually starting on the pole for that race, so you'll see some familiar faces throughout the field in that. A lot of guys that run in the SRCA leagues, they'll be running that race as well, so that'll be fun, and it should make for a good show. But so we're working lap 219 here. Hicksonball definitely still got the edge over Wineland, which Wineland really, he just needs to win in North Carolina and Virginia, and he's got those 3 states covered, and then maybe Kentucky, and he'll have 4 states in a row there covered. But Wineland really just kind of has not fallen off Hicksonball here in the early run.
Absolutely not. Wineland, as we've seen all race, he's been holding on to that second spot on the back bumper, hoping that he doesn't have any issues. He's still holding on pretty well as he keeps it up into the second spot, recovering well after that spin on the last caution in stage 2, so he's rebounded pretty well, obviously. Third place still, Ryan Grassi as Pertuco in the 27 trying to close down the gap, but to no avail as they make their way up to lap traffic. I believe that is the 09 of Demarius Hickenbottom. He's about to go another lap down. An update on Zach Probst. He had a really good run going. He has decided to retire the car. I was trying to see if it was going to shake up anything in the point standings, but to be quite fair, the only person who could benefit from this is Bird. I believe right now he is the only who are in the points battle. So Probst out of the race. Schleiss didn't even show up. Woods didn't show up, and Corwin, I believe, is being subbed in by by Danny Myatt. So really big shakeup going on in the point standings. Is going to be a question: can Cody Bird close down those 13 points to get himself into the playoffs to knock out Probst? As he's 4 laps behind the leaders. Yeah, he's already passed Probst, and now he's moving his way up. So right now he is the even though he's had a pretty rough race so far, he's in the best spot for his playoff points right now.
And Probst was having a really good run there for a while. Unfortunately, things have just turned around the wrong direction after making contact with Daniel Fields, who we're watching now, the Pokemon number 66. Just had issues out of 4, slid down the racetrack and made some hard contact with the 162. So really unfortunate for somebody who was having such a good run to start this race off. Zach Probst just, you mentioned, 4 laps behind the leaders. Or no, sorry, Probst is actually 15 laps out of this thing. So talking about Cody Bird, who's 4 laps out of the lead. Regardless, Zach Probst just had such a good run going, and to be out of this thing now is just, it has to be heartbreaking.
Yeah, definitely. And Daniel Fields, he's actually made quite a nice recovery. He was a lap down earlier, so the number 66 Pokemon machine trying to he's on the tail end of the top 10 right now, trying to knock off some more spots. He's got Danny Myatt right in front of him. Tommy Amos in the Haviland throwback is way ahead of these guys. That beautiful number 28 Davey Allison throwback, love to see it. The 22 Jeremy Morrison, he's running in 6th right now. Christopher Haman is in 5th. 4th is, well, that's not 4th. That's Demarius Hickenbottom in 14th. That's in between those 2 cars. Rich Petrucco is in 4th. Wayne Grassy holding it down in 3rd place in his first ever start here in the Galaxy Cup Series. 2nd place is going to be, as usual throughout the race, has been Eric Wineland, and 1st place is still Bryson Hicksonball.
And we talk about Alan Hewitt. He stayed out on that last caution. He fell all the way back. He's still holding on quite nicely on those old Goodyear tires. He finds himself running in the 10th position with a pretty decent-sized gap to 11th of Preston McRae, who's one of the drivers I had listed down to keep an eye on. He was trying to get around that bad luck. He finds himself back on the lead lap, 1 position out of getting a stage point. But we're not even close to having to worry about stage points, as we're only entering lap 230. But back up to your leaders again, Hexenbaugh with about a half-second gap over Wineland, as Grassy running 3rd, as he has 2 lap cars ahead of him. That's really going to hold him up. It is the last thing he wanted to see. Has nowhere to go, so he has to fall in line behind him, and he's going to find a gap as Pertuco is trying to catch up to him, but not too far behind him is Haman, who's trying to take over that 4th position, but still your race leader, that number 63 Firehouse Sub Chevrolet, as he is holding down the fort in that top spot.
Yeah, Hexenbaugh has slid so many laps so far tonight. I don't have the exact count, but started first, is currently first. He's really only traded the lead with a couple of drivers. We saw Hewitt stay out on that stage break, but we've seen Wineland kind of come back and take the lead every once in a while, and I think that's about it. We might have had 1 or 2 in there, get a couple of laps led, but for the most part, it's just been Hexenbaugh in the 63, Wineland in the 31, going back and forth, trading the race lead between each other. And I don't think anything's going to change there as we round lap 228, now on to 229 of 400. Want to again mention Grassy, making his first start in the series, doing a great job of it too. We talk about him all night long since he started making his way up to about the midfield, and then suddenly he was in the top 10, then he was in the top 5, now he's in the top 3, and he showed moments of being able to run in 2nd. But right now, currently running in 3rd, doing a pretty good job of it, kind of settled right on in, and I think he's going to stay right about there, at least for the near future, considering he's, 6 seconds back of 2nd place, Eric Wineland, so a big gap starting to open up between 2nd and 3rd.
Now, see, Wayne Grassy, he could benefit from those leaders battling later on in the night, because if those 2 tangle, that'll open the door right open for the Pennzoil Shell machine of Wayne Grassy. And we're used to seeing that paint scheme actually on Joey Logano's Ford Mustang, so it's a little weird seeing it on a Chevrolet Camaro, but it's looking good, and it's surely been flying around the Charlotte Motor Speedway.
You can tell that, just look at the scars in that car. He has obviously had a little bit of war paint added to that thanks to the rubber on that bright yellow number 7. He's still holding it pretty well in 3rd. He's just kind of taking a Sunday drive, as he doesn't have to worry about anyone around him. The closest car to him was about 3 seconds behind. He's 4 seconds away from the leaders. He doesn't have to worry about anything. Just keep your tires manageable and try to work your way up there. His last lap of the 30 was a .9398 to Hexenbaugh's 430. So even though he's pretty far back, he's only about a 10th off of the leader's pace right now. So still pretty interesting run of that 7. We're gonna have to wonder, can he make something happen during these green flag pit stops if we in fact get any?
Rounding lap 232 of 400. We're going to go ahead and we're going to crank the volume up, listen to these race cars, hear the sights and sounds of the A Billion Wood Projects LLC.com 600 here for the Galaxy Cup Series. We'll be right back to you, but for right now, go ahead and enjoy the sights and sounds of Charlotte Motor Speedway. Welcome back to live coverage. Of course, still working through those technical difficulties. Racing on a computer, broadcasting on a computer, commentating on it all. The common denominator is a computer, and a lot of things can go wrong sometimes. So, certainly not working in our favor tonight. But we're doing our best. We're rounding lap 241, coming to 242 now, 400. So we spent about 9 laps there, just showing you the sights and sounds of Charlotte Motor Speedway as the Galaxy Cup Series continues to round this place, working into the back half of the race and working closer and closer to the end of stage number 3. But we still have over half of stage number 3 to go, as we're not even to lap 250 of 400. Once we get to lap 300 of 400, we'll be through our stage racing portion, and that's just yeah, wow, words, man. I've just been on a roll, haven't I? But we'll be through to our last 100 laps of the event, and it's been a long one so far. We've been live for, let's see, about 3 hours now, and we just keep counting them down as Wineland now goes to the top side of Hicks and Bob, bringing the fight as Wineland holds a slide through 2, bobbles off the corner and falls back in behind Hicks and Bob.
Yeah, it looks like Eric Wineland has a car that's actually working really well in the middle of the racetrack. Going to have some lap traffic come up in front of these guys. One of those being Jonathan Dulaney, we talked to earlier. Said he was working on the handle of his car. Unfortunately, got in an accident. Car in the wall there. That's the 53 trying to get out of the way of these guys. But Eric Wineland's car, been watching in the past couple laps, and it looks like he's just been running the middle, kind of catching up to the 63. To the inside he goes for the lead. Turn 3, here's the pass.
And he's going to hold, that 6 car is going to pin him up there. He's going to have to hold back and fall behind him. That was a really good setup for that. He came off the back, came off turn number 2. Wineland just fell right behind him, right on his back bumper, pushed him all the way down there as they go back into turn number 1. As now we have a new leader as we approach the halfway point of stage number 2, which thus far has been caution-free. So the question now comes back up: will we see those green flag pit stops, and can that 60 last few rounds and get out ahead of that number 31?
The laps continue to tick off as Wineland now is starting to build a small gap over Hicksonbach. Goes by a lap car. That's number 83 there of Moreau. As man, I want to talk about that guy real quick. We've mentioned him a couple of times. Matt Moreau had a decent start to the race, kind of quiet, and then got caught up in a couple of events and just hasn't had a great run since. 29 laps down, but really looked like he might have been one of those sleepers throughout most of the race there, Cole, as Delaney came right up on him, and clearly that number 83 just not up to spec right now, not putting a whole lot of power to the wheels.
Speaking of sleepers, the biggest sleeper in this race that it really came alive on this race, Wayne Grassy started 27th, now up to 3rd, still in 3rd. He's 6 seconds back right now, but come towards the end of this race, if we get a little short run, he could definitely send his car up in there, try to fight with these guys, because at one point, he was running lap times that were identical with Bryce and Hicksonball. So watch for that 7 car. If we get a short dash to the finish here for this 400 lap race, he might get up there and steal the show for us.
Yeah, we talked about at the very beginning of this broadcast, the whole fact of how much of an endurance race this is, and how just in order to win the race, you have to make it to the finish. Well, that has bitten a couple of the drivers. We have 10 drivers out of the race. You talked about Matt Miro. He's actually the last car on track right now, as Zach Probst is the first car to retire. No, I'm wrong, actually. Kevin Steele is the last car on track, but he's 106 laps down, running all the way back in 21st. So he's just slowly trying to pick his way up to the field and hopefully pick up as many positions as he can. But as to my knowledge right now, Steele is the last car on track, which brings our total now to 18 cars on track. But still, your race lead holds on to Eric Winland, who is currently in the P1, about, I'd say, 2 car lengths back is where you're going to find Hicksonball. Those two have been separate all night, despite whatever they try to throw at each other. And then, as we always talk about, Wayne Grasky holding down the fort in 3rd, as he has this entire season.
Yeah, we had about a 27 car field to start the race. Cam Caldwell was involved in an incident pretty early. He's been out for, 218 laps. Nick Stein out for 212. Brian Mabry out for 168, but he is still connected to the service. We'll see if he gets back on the racetrack at all or just keeps the car in the pit lane. Nicholas Weatherby, 24th, 149 laps down. Cody Goza, right with him, 150 laps down now. Cole Ashcraft, 150 laps down. So those 3 all went out at the same time. Kevin Steele came back to the racetrack, is 106 laps down. He's 21st. Alex Montanelli, who lagged out a little while ago, he is sitting, let's see, 69 laps down. Rather, Coppernoll is 62 laps down. As we continue to have our issues, but we'll go ahead, continue to try and work through it as best as we can. Lap 252 now, 400. The leaders still Wineland and Hicksonbaugh. Wineland with about 3.5 tenths of a second rather over Hicksonbaugh. But Wayne Grassy, kind of the story of the night that we've kind of been all rooting for him at once. We had no clue how he was going to do. First start in this league, and ends up gridding up 27th out of 27 cars. Is currently running third. It did so got up to the front pretty quickly, and has just stayed there, and is looking really, really good. This number 7 settling right into third place.
Yeah, definitely. And that number 7 Pennzoil car definitely is settled in, and he's really I think he's just kind of pacing himself because nobody really expected him. Well, Hicksonbaugh's now on. Yep, Hicksonbaugh, here we go. Green flag pit stops. First ones of the night. Lap 253. Hicksonbaugh trying to try the undercut on Wineland here. Wineland now down the pit lane. Going to bring that number 21 to a halt. Try to get it woed up just in time. 45-mile-an-hour speed limit down the pit lane. Don't want to speed because that could definitely hurt your night. This race is 400 laps after all, but one mistake this far into the race could definitely hurt your night.
And right now, the question is, what about Ryan Grasky? He now holds on to the race lead. He's going to put both those men a lap down. Best case scenario, caution comes out for him, and he takes over the race lead and just puts those two in their place back in the back half of the field, which would be actually 11th, or right now 8th, because of the whole sequence of pit stops. Down on pit road, lead's now going to go to, I believe, Daniel Fields, as he runs midway down the back stretch. Is actually Eric Wineland in second. He exits out of turn number 1, but Daniel Fields right now, you're going to be the leader once this rounds out off of turn number 4, as the field's still trying to wrap their way around. We try to wait to see where the timing and scoring lines up. Yep, Daniel Fields now your leader. Wayne Grasky on pit road. He's still getting fuel as the field, and now we're in the midst of these green flag pit stops. Waited so long.
Daniel Fields has company that's not for position. Haman going to go right on by him. Fields going to lose that track position. That 66 just has not looked quite up to speed for the longest while. Now he's going to dip onto the apron. He's going to come down to the pit lane and take service. I think he will be... No, we should have one more car to come in and take service. It should be Preston McRae at some point. He does actually sit fourth despite being pretty torn up. That said, he's behind Hicksonbaugh, and Wineland caution comes out. Oh, and it's Alan Hewitt as well. Out of turn 2, it looks like.
Yeah, he's been staying out of pit road. I don't know if he was under caution or if he was actually pacing or not. It was very slow. Yeah, he came out of pit road, so he was on fresh tires. You gotta wonder, he hadn't pit because he stayed out the last time he had a caution. He actually had connection issues the whole lap. It's just big issues for him. So again, just getting on new tires, hasn't done it for a while, but that's gonna really throw everything at the book as we basically wraps it back around. The last hardly lap is now Ryan Samuelson, which is the best case there for him. He's had a really good turnaround in the later half of this race.
So Bryson Hicksonbaugh going to be your leader here under caution. Eric Wineland second place. These guys just pitted. We'll see if we have any takers under this caution though, Cole.
Well, yeah, and Wayne Grassy is the luckiest man in Charlotte, North Carolina, because he nearly got clocked. Allen was able to move the car up, but we actually had an interesting thing happen. Bryson Hicksonbaugh actually opened up a huge gap over Eric Wineland on the pit lane, so those green flag stops we mentioned, just pitting one lap sooner gave Hicksonbaugh a massive advantage over Wineland.
Yeah, but now you got to wonder, because here's a big story to talk about. Well, Wineland's on pit road. I don't know what that's about, but Wineland's going to come in. I think he's going to take a 4-tire stop. Don't know if it's a little bit of strategy or something went wrong on the pit stop, as you're going to see if he takes the 4-tire. Just indeed he does. He's doing a 4-tire stop. So you got to wonder, did something happen during a green flag run that ruined his tires early on, or is he just going to try and play strategy? Because now he has about 40 laps left in the end of stage number 3 as we get ready to go into the 4th stage to wrap this race up.
So an interesting move there out of Wineland. Going to come down, take service. That's going to leave Hicksonbaugh in control of the race. An interesting driver sitting second place right now is Preston McRae, who I mentioned had not pitted yet. And let's see, he's on a run of 53 laps. So we'll have to see what McRae chooses to do under this caution. The car obviously very damaged, but he's taking his chances right now.
Yeah, that number 53 Pepsi machine beaten and battered throughout the night. I believe he was actually in the first incident of the night, which was, if you remember way back, Nick Steen and Cam Caldwell clashing off of turn 4, collecting a bunch of cars in that, about 2 or 3 more afterward. But we got a whole train of cars coming down pit lane. That is led by, I believe, the 15 of Alan Hewitt, who was the reason for the caution.
Yes, indeed we do. Sorry, I was trying to find out the last time that leader, the 53 pitted, as I'm trying to get my results back up right now. Hexenbaugh still lead. Jeremy Morrison, he's going to jump the 7 car in pit road during that green flag pit stop, move him back up into second, as Eric Wineland now has fallen all the way back to 7, so he's going to have to charge his way back up through the field, as one of the drivers that we talked about, Ryan Pertuco, early on in the race, he's now ahead of him in 6, as a 66 car Daniel Fields, who was a lap down at the beginning of this race, now finds himself 1 spot out of the top 5. So what a turnaround for him at the halfway point of this event.
So as we pace here under caution, Hexenbaugh, your leader behind the pace car. We're going to go ahead, we'll take a quick break, and we'll be right back to you with this restart. Be about lap 260 of 400 here from Charlotte Motor Speedway for the Abillion Wood Projects LLC.com 600 for the Galaxy Cup Series. And welcome back to live coverage from PitStop TV. I'm Andrew Cardinale. I've got Cole Fralick and Noah Carmichael in the booth. And guys, we've been treated to a pretty darn good Charlotte 600 tonight, sponsored by Abillion Wood Projects LLC.com. Got to thank them for their support, as well as the Galaxy Cup Series for bringing us on tonight. And as we get ready to go back, green flag racing out of turn 4 this time. Bryson Hexenbaugh in control of the field. Coming to the line, green flag flies. We're back to green flag racing from Charlotte Motor Speedway.
Hexenbaugh with a massive jump over, I believe that was Jeremy Morrison. Yes, indeed, on the outside of Wayne Grassy. Wayne Grassy, talked about him earlier, could be a contender if we get down to the end of the race. He's had a little bit of short run speed, can definitely contend with Hexenbaugh if he gets up there. And that number 7 Pennzoil car on the bottom side trying to take the second spot away with the 17 of Christopher Hamann in the background here. Well, the 7 either got tied off of turn 3 there or through turn 3 there because he just shot up the track. Going to lose that spot. Here comes the 27 of Rich Petrucco on the outside of the 17 with Eric Wineland, who's been up front all race.
He pitted under the last caution, so now he has the freshest tires out of all the drivers on the lead lap. 22 car of Morrison now finds himself in the second position in the catbird seat trying to go after the leader, but you gotta wonder, can he even catch him? Because right now it was only Wineland and Hexenbaugh who were running around with each other, pulling each other around. But you also gotta wonder, is that gonna hurt Hexenbaugh? Because he was probably, in my guess, maybe using him to get him to create that though he is slowly breaking away the gap, but not that much. As the 22 car is still holding on strong as the 7 tries to make the charge, as Wineland now finds himself back into the 4th position as there's a fight between the 27 and the 17 for the 5th position, as the 27 is going to run high. No matter, the 17 is going to run high, and he's going to lose that position.
So into 1 and 2, Fields now down to the inside of Haman, bringing the fight to him. That's for a 6th spot. And Fields is suddenly looking pretty quick, guys. He's certainly turned his night around. He's right in behind Petrucco now. That's for 6th position. Petrucco behind Wineland, who we saw come down the pit lane when most of the field did not under that last caution. So Wineland already making a decent comeback.
Yeah, definitely got to give attaboy, though, to Daniel Fields in the number 66 Pokemon Toyota Camry. Went a lap down early on and has just clawed his way back up to the top 10 spot of, I believe it's a 6th on track right now. So great job by the number 66 car. Eric Wineland, though, has caught Wayne Grassy and Jeremy Morrison. It'll be interesting if Eric can make the middle line work like we saw him earlier. There he goes to the outside on Wayne Grassy. Definitely got to be patient, though. We still got a long way to go in this race. Just over about 140 laps. And here at Charlotte Motor Speedway, that is a long, long time.
One thing I always talk about is you cannot make the outside line work. Wineland now here wanting to prove me wrong. He just did it. He finds himself back in the 3rd spot. He's going to pull the crossover to 22, who now go on the inside for 3 and 4. And now they're side by side for the runner-up spot. As now here he comes. As he's going to make the charge. He's going to roll right up at the door of the 22. They almost make contact, but not enough. As now the 31 to the 22 side by side down the front straightaway back into turn number 1. He's going to try and clear him this time. Oh, they're door to door. He's not going to clear him just yet. They're going to go side by side down the back straightaway.
Wineland pulling clear of Morrison down the back straightaway. Well, actually, not quite. They were about nose to tail, kind of to the right rear quarter panel there. Morrison was. But that time, Wineland going to get clear of him. Morrison can't fight back on the bottom side. So they single file back out. Wineland over Morrison over Grassy. And these guys are a little under a second behind of Hicksonbaugh, your leader. And they just keep fighting, changing positions. But I think Wineland's going to be clear of those two for quite a bit now. Because we've just seen Wineland and Hicksonbaugh just completely leave the rest of the field all night long. Now Grassy down to the bottom.
Grassy to the inside of Morrison. But we talked about Wineland. It looks like his car is actually a little bit better in the middle of the racetrack. We know Noah said earlier that it wasn't really doable. But now that the lights have come on, it looks like that middle groove has started to form a little bit for the number 31 of Eric Wineland, and he's kind of making it work, but right now he's riding around the bottom. And he's about, he's about 0.7 of a second off of the lead car of Bryson Hicksonberg, but you got to think Eric Wineland actually has a bit fresher tires, about 4 or 5 laps fresher, so that'll come in towards the end of the run here.
Yeah, indeed he is. Is now the 31, pulling the gap on 3rd and 4th place as he goes back after 63. So the top 2 we've been used to all night long is starting to make a run. And I think you're right. I talked about how you can't make the outside line work. Maybe that's just because the sun would make it all hot and slippery outside the groove. But now with the fact the sun's going down, the track temperatures go down with, and it's going to maybe create that outside line that these drivers have been looking for all night long. So keep an eye out for that, as the field still pretty much single file through the top 10 as they get close to about 30 to go as they come across the start finish line as they enter turn number 1.
So things sort out towards the front of your field. And really the whole field starting to single file out. Not too many close battles throughout the field, and we've only got 9 cars left on the lead lap, actually. You can see Danny Myatt is currently sitting... Well, Samuelson and Myatt are sitting... well, it's showing interesting things, I will say. It's showing them 1 lap down, but it's also showing the gap from Samuelson to McRae is 32 laps. I think that's an issue on my end. Regardless, though, only 9 cars left on the lead lap from what we're seeing through ATVO, and that just goes to show exactly how much of an endurance race this is. You know, we're not even 3/4 of the way through this thing, and we're down under 10 laps left on the lead lap. And that said, I think all 9 of these cars could have a decent shot at the win. I think we're really talking about probably the top 5 with your best chance. But if something was to happen, if we have a short run to the end and mix some of this field up, I think any of your top 9 that are still left on the lead lap have cars that can do it on a short run.
Well, I definitely think honestly, I'm going to go stray from the norm here. I don't think Bryson Hixenberg Hixenbaugh. Uh, I done forgot how to pronounce the name. Sorry, but that Hixenbaugh. I don't think he has the best car on the short run. I honestly think if we get a shorter run towards the end of this race, that Eric Wineland will have the best car to win this race because he has proven time and time again he can just flat out run that 63 car down, run anybody in his path down because he started about, I think it was about 7th on this restart, and he is running down that 63 car.
Indeed, he is. The 63 car, the gap that navy blue number 31 just keeps getting bigger and bigger and bigger as we've seen the entire race so far. But that's 7 holding it right behind him, trying to keep inside the draft of him. So we're close to having another good fight between 3 cars. Used to be 4, but sadly those 2 have fallen off. One of them having retired due to, I believe, just some internet issues. But still, we have a pretty good fight in our hand between the 2 usuals of the 31 and the 63. And now the 7 is trying to throw his hat into the ring for the first time tonight. He's used to running in 3rd most of the stage by himself. Had no one really in front of him to worry about, no one behind him, but now he has that 31 car all in front of his outside his front window as he's trying to claw him down to get a fight going for second.
Yeah, we've seen the top 2 hold steady throughout the entire race, and we've seen some mix-ups for 3rd, 4th, 5th, but Grassi has solidified himself, I'd say, as your 3rd best car on the racetrack. Grassi definitely showing some speed right now as the lights come on, the sky darkens, and the track starts to take a little more grip. 100%, I think Grassi has one of the better cars on the racetrack, certainly is deserving of a 3rd place run right now, as your top 3 have broken away from the rest of the field by some 3 seconds or so, 3.5 actually over Petrucco. So definitely these top 3 I think are all capable of winning. I would even say Morrison on a short run, even Petrucco on a short run. Morrison, Petrucco on short runs could possibly win this thing too. But on long run anyway, that top 3, the cars to beat.
Yeah, and Grassi's car really came to life. We talked about earlier the cars coming to life once we get into the nighttime, and I really think that the 63 was more of a daytime to sunset setup because that 20 or the 31 has really ran him down here once we got to the night portion of this race. So is Grassi. Grassi's not too far off of these guys. He was about 6 seconds before the end of that run, but he's only about 1 or 2 seconds actually off of this. He's only 1 second back actually off of this lead battle. So Grassi, this car is really starting to come to life in the night portion of the race here. It's about, let's see, it's about 10 o'clock or 9 or 10 o'clock in game time. So it's really in the wee hours of the nighttime, but it's definitely affected this track because the track temp's gone down about 6 degrees from what we saw earlier.
I talked about that during stage 1, the fact of when it's way too early kind of, we talk about who's the strong man in this race. You gotta wait till the night portion to see really who has the setup to beat. And right now that is in fact the 31 car because he has come to life again in the second half of this race. He has been really strong in the first half, but it just proves he has the balanced setup to go out and bring in the fight for this top spot. Just like the 7 car, he is holding his own. He is not giving up. He is not going to be halfway to first, halfway to second, halfway to 4th, running on his own, having a Sunday drive. He is keeping it real close to them, just biding his time, wanting to capitalize on a mistake and throw his name into the hat to try and get this win here tonight, to hopefully try to do it, not only last the first challenge, but be one of the few at Charlotte, one of the only few drivers I know who did that. It's just a little guy named Jeff Gordon who did it back in 1994.
We saw Hixenbaugh have to dodge that lapped car down the back straightaway. He holds the lead for now over Wineland. Grassi falls back a little bit. Petrucco even further back now, about 4.5 seconds. He does have company though. Jeremy Morrison not too far back off that 27. We could have a 3-car battle here for about 4th on back.
Yeah, battle for the lead, though. Eric Wineland back to the inside of the number 63 of Bryson Hixenbaugh. Those 2 cars have been battling for about 5 laps now, just swapping, edging out each other back and forth. The lap car, Kevin Steele, going to be in the way of those 2. Going to get the bottom side to both of them. In the wall, almost trying to get out of the way. There they go around the inside. But I want you to look at Wayne Grassy. He is coming into this battle now. As these two are fighting, Wayne Grassy's biding his time. He's going to be like, hey, guys, I'm here. I'm taking your spots now because you guys decided to wear off your tires. But he has definitely come to life as the nighttime's rolled.
Yeah, these two have been side by side for so long, about the entire lap just now. They have been at each other's door, blocking the whole track. They even went through wide, risking it all with that 44 car, and now the 7 is pulling him in. They cannot be doing stuff like that. They have to get in line, have to work together, create that gap that they've had, and then go out and fight each other, because they're not going to be able to do it with this 7 car right behind them as we head towards 20 to go. We're just a little past 20 to go here in the stage 3 as we get ready for the last 100 laps of this 600-mile race. As right now it has just been the Hicksonball Wineland show, as these two have just been putting on a fight. Here comes Wineland to the outside. He's going to try and make it work, as now he's halfway on him down the back straightaway. As they're still fighting, he's going to clear him.
So Hicksonball falls back to second place, on board with him now. We were on board with Grassy there for a moment, watching the battle from his perspective, but now Hicksonball falls back behind Wineland, and 100%. Oh, as a caution comes out, and that's going to be Petrucco's involved, Haman involved. Those guys we were talking about not too long ago. They are the center of this caution from the looks of things.
Moreo, Petrucco, and Haman all in this. It looks like. Get the replay up here. Oh, Petrucco seemed to just turn Moreo, and then Haman got a piece of it, and hard into the fence goes the number 27, along with Matt Moreo. So 3 really good race cars taken out in that accident. It looks like Haman's actually got the least bit of damage out of all 3 of them, but that definitely bent some sheet metal, and it's going to make this stage finish pretty interesting.
As it always has. These has just been incredible. It seems the trend right now, every single time in every stage, you have a caution coming about 10 to go. There's something to keep in mind towards the end of this race. I was trying to look up trends. Usually, it seems like we do have at least 1 caution coming out by the end of the race. Last year there was a caution to 392. 2018, last caution to 302, which was the end of stage 3 for them. 2017 was 330, and then 2016 was at lap 344. So that's your trends. We have at least about 1 caution about the end of the stage usually. So it's something to keep in mind for these short run drivers, because that's gonna really benefit Hicksonball. But the biggest person to pay out from this caution is that 7 of Wayne Grassi. Is now here he comes. He's going to beat the 22 car off of pit road, as Wineland now again beats the 63 car. Oh, I'm wrong. The 22 car beats him out. That's going to hold him back to 4th.
So watching the replay of that incident, as we see the race off of pit lane, it really looked like the number 27 there, Petrucco, was betting on Moreau to stay down the middle of the racetrack, and then Moreau started to kind of fade up to the top. Now, a couple of things come into play there. As a lapped car, you want to hold your lane, but at the same time, I think Moreau was fading up to the top side to fall in line with the lapped car ahead of him. So, just a culmination of some bad circumstances, I think, from Petrucco and Moreau both, and unfortunately ends up ending in that big back straightaway incident. Again, Petrucco had the run around the top side and was trying to go to the top of Moreau, but Moreau went from the middle to the top, but for a good reason. He wanted to fall in line with that other lapped car, but at the same time, if you're a lapped car, you need to just hold your line. So just unfortunate things, unfortunate circumstances lead to that back straightaway incident that take out a couple of really good race cars.
Yeah, just a little misjudgment, and that's really all that can happen. That's what can cost you from winning this race. Eric Wineland, though, he's had one of the class of the field cars tonight, but weirdly enough, I'm seeing damage to the right front to the 63 and then left rear damage on the 31. Did these two hit each other in the pit lane?
No, my best guess is they might have made contact with each other when trying to get around the lap car of the 44. Those two were really close on each other. But I'm not really surprised. These two have been battling each other so hard. They might have just done it. We not even know because of how close they were. There was a moment down the backstretch during the middle of stage 3 that they actually were kind of pushing each other because of how close Wineland was when trying to set them up into the 3. So they just been on each other. So it was no surprise to me that they have a little bit of damage with each other trying to trade paint around this race.
actually, no, I found it. They hit each other entering their boxes. It looked like a bit of a netcode incident, which we've all already been through what netcode is in previous broadcasts, but a very odd circumstance. So both of those cars now have damage. The two fastest cars here have damage to their race cars. So could that affect those cars? And maybe a guy like Wayne Grassy with a brand new, pretty much pristine race car come through and actually gain some time on these guys.
It's all about keeping your car clean over the course of 600 miles, and that's exactly what Grassy has done. And unfortunately, a couple of guys who had done exactly that, keep their car clean for about 400, not quite 400 miles, now have a little bit of damage. No, it was definitely 400 miles at that point. Now have a little bit of damage to their corners of their car. If you're Wineland, the left rear. If you're Hicksonbaugh, the right front. So we'll see how that affects them on this restart. Doubling up, though, re-racking them, restacking them. We're going to have 12 laps to go in stage number 3. We haven't talked about that stage for quite a while because we've just gotten into the groove of some green flag racing over the course of this third stage, and we're suddenly right on the cusp of finishing stage number 3 now and going to stage 4, and the field has thinned. I think we're down to about 15 cars left on the racetrack, somewhere in that number, maybe 18-ish, somewhere around there. A lot of cars now, a lot of damage, and stuck in the pit lane, and leaving Concord, North Carolina now, headed back to wherever. As try and get things worked out. Eric Wineland going to be your leader, though. Hicksonbaugh around the top side, and that's going to be Morrison on the bottom. He's got a little bit of left rear damage, might have been punted a little while ago, but the pristine number 7, as you said, Cole, sitting pretty snug, I think, in 4th place, and he's going to have a pretty good car here on this short run to the end of stage 3.
Yeah, pace truck pulls off. Eric Wineland's going to lead us to the green. There we go. There he goes. Takes off.
Green,
He's going to have the huge jump over Hicksonbaugh and Morrison and, well, hold on. Let me get to Grassy. So it's going to be interesting. Grassy, I think, definitely has a better shot than these guys right now, though, just because one of the keys to this race is keeping that car clean, and that number 7 Pennzoil car is about as clean as you're going to get after 600 miles.
And yeah, here goes the 22. He's going to make a move to the inside of the 63. He's going to throw his name in there. He's going to hold up to 63, which is exactly what the 31 wants to the exit turn number 4, as they're going to bring it to 11 to go for stage number 3. Right now it is Wineland, Morrison, Hicksonbaugh, Grassi, and Fields running at your top 5. And then you want to talk about a turnaround. Ryan Samuelson, he has refused to give it up. He doesn't really have to worry about anything because the nearest car behind him is 4 laps down. Well, he's only a lap down. So he's going to hold it strong here in 10th and gain that final playoff point going into stage number 4. Right now, the fight right now is for that stage win. As here comes 22, he's closing the gap. He's all over the back bumper of him. He's going to make a move to the outside going into turn number 3. As he's going to stay on him, can't clear him as the 7 car holds strong in 3rd.
Well, now we have a battle for the lead with Jeremy Morrison and Eric Wineland. It's going to be interesting to see if Wayne Grassy can get up into this. Brian Hicksonbaugh, I don't know if that damage is really affecting his car or if he just had a poor restart there, but he fell all the way back to 4th, side by side off of turn 4 for the lead. Jeremy Morrison on the outside, not going to get the lead that time. It's going to go to Eric Wineland, but here comes Wayne Grassy in the number 7 Pennzoil car, going to throw his hat into the mix. He wants that stage win. We got about 9 laps to go in the stage, so it's going to get interesting.
Coming 18 laps to go. Wineland still defending the top spot, as now Morrison going to roll that top. He's almost got him cleared out of 4. Wineland going to fight back on the bottom side. Grassy lurking behind in 3rd. Hicksonbaugh in 4th. So Hicksonbaugh, Wineland not out of this thing, but Wineland and Hicksonbaugh both look a little bit injured after that contact on the pit lane. Regardless, though, Morrison suddenly has a great race car around the top side, still fighting on the short run. Side by side drag race down the back straightaway.
Chevy versus Ford, just like the old days in NHRA. They're drag racing here in Charlotte. That should be taken to the ZMAX Dragway. Very tight off a turn 4 there. The lap here is going to go to, I believe, at the line, it was Morrison by 2 1/1000ths of a second. Give him the lap lead. But Wayne Grassy has thrown his hat in the mix. They make contact off of turn 2. Wineland and Morrison 3 wide down the back. Here comes Wayne Grassy to the inside. Going to try to get the move done on lap 294.
Grassy now, for the first time, he goes down to the lead, but not enough to get the lead. Eric Wineland still holding on to it. No lead change right now. Wineland going to hold on to the top spot. The 7-car Wayne Grassy still is inside. The 22 Morrison sitting in third, as the 63 of Hicksonbaugh seems to be a little staggered as he finds himself running back in the 4th spot. The 66 Wright still in 5th. He's keeping it high, pretty tight on the lead pack, as right now it is Wineland holding tough as we head to 5 to go here at stage number 3.
Morrison goes from battling for a stage win and out to trying to recover to maybe get up there to second place. 5 laps to go across the line that time in stage number 3. Wineland leads over Grassy, Morrison, and Hicksonbaugh. Fields now into this battle for the stage win possibly, but he's a little ways back, that said. As Hicksonbaugh now going to work on Morrison as Grassy tries to figure out that 31 of Wineland. He looks low, but Wineland shuts the door as Morrison actually gaps the 63 of Hicksonbaugh a little bit. And a slide there out of the 7 of Grassy. A bit of a bobble center of the corner. He loses some time to Wineland.
And you didn't think there would be 4 cars battling for this stage win. It's been a tale of 2 cars all night long, but here we are, lap 297, fighting for the win of stage 3. We got 4 cars under a blanket. Wayne Grassy back down to the inside on Eric Wineland. Going to try to get it done here. Will Grassy slide up? No, he's going to maybe not get the momentum. It looks like Wineland might have the momentum. Here comes the 63 now under Jeremy Morrison. 4 cars under a blanket here at the Charlotte Motor Speedway.
Whoa!
And 1 car.
Morrison just blew up.
Problem.
Big
For
problem
22.
Big problem for the 22 is now he blows up. His race is over. He was able to make his way back up into the top 4 after spinning twice off of turn 2. Question is, will that caution comes out? Wineland and Grassy holding 1 and 2 off of turn number 4. They're side by side. Wineland all the way up to the wall. Grassy down to the bottom as Wineland's going to lead that lap as they bring it to 2 laps to go. Wineland on the top side, Grassy on the bottom, Hicksonbaugh in third. They're under a blanket. They are door to door entering turn number 1 and 2 as here comes Hicksonbaugh with a charge on the back straightaway as they might make it 3 wide. He might stay in line. We don't know as they're going to bring it to the white flag this time by.
Grassy down the bottom side trying to clear Wineland. He almost has him. He's going to try and slide up. Can't quite do it that time by. Wineland back around the top side. Here comes Hicksonbaugh. White flag on stage number 3. Will Hicksonbaugh get involved? Oh,
We have it.
the caution flew a lap early. Is that for an incident?
I believe it's for an incident. So Wayne Grassy's going to be the stage winner, it looks like.
I believe Gratz is going to hold on to it. I believe that is going to be because of Morrison. He blew up. It depends on where he stopped. It looks like I'm going to go back. Yep, he was slow in turns 3 and stopped just short of turn number 4. So that's what caused the caution. But how about this? Wayne Grassy is going to hold on to the race lead. And in his first start from P last, he is going to win stage number 3 and bring him to the checkered flag this time by. I believe already.
So what a turnaround from last to first, but we're 100 laps early. So Grassy still has a whole 100 laps, a whole final stage to try and fight for the race win. And he's got a couple of really fast cars that he's got to fend off to do so. That said, you're going to see if we can maybe... we'll see if he's in Discord. We don't have him, unfortunately. So we didn't have Hicksonbaugh. We don't have Grassy to talk to, but... we did get to talk to Wineland earlier, so that at least makes up for that. We'll go ahead and see what everybody does under this round of pit stops. And, of course, everybody going to come down the pit lane. Everybody going to take 4 tires and fuel. And everybody going to go ahead and just kind of get a reset here between stages and get ready for the final stage tonight.
Wayne Grassy does have the advantage of having the last pit stall, so he can get in and out of his box pretty cleanly for the most part because cars ahead of him have been taken out of this race. So Wayne Grassy definitely should win the race off the pit road here. He got on the pit lane pretty quick there. But as we spoke about, Eric Wineland, he's been really fast on pit road all night long, and Wineland's actually going to win the race off pit road.
Wineland holds on to the top spot. I believe Hicksonball even got him. So just the poor decision, well, not really the poor decision, just out of the fact of starting last is going to choke him up in the pit road, as now he falls back to third, where he's been used to all night. So you're going to have to see if he can pull it off again. Hicksonball is seeming to be struggling during that entire last half of the stage. It's obvious the damage is hurting him. Got to wonder if he was able to fix it under this last.
Well, now that pit stops are complete, we're going to take a quick commercial break. We'll be right back to you. This is the Galaxy Cup Series on PitStop TV. We've got coverage of the Abillion Wood Projects LLC.com 600 from Charlotte Motor Speedway coming right back to you in just a moment. Welcome back, race fans, to PitStop TV. You're looking at the playoff standings. We're going to go radio style here for a moment as Cole and Noah are going to take over. I'm going to try and work some things out over here in the production booth, and we'll be right back to you to try and hopefully give you a better final stage here for the Abillion Wood Projects LLC.com 600. So I'll turn it over to Cole without too much ado. We're coming to the restart, and it's all you guys.
Well, the restart has already happened as we're heading off turn 2. Eric Wineland got a big jump over Bryson Hicksonberg. Oh, and Wayne Grassy still up in this top 3 fight. Wayne Grassy, the stage winner for stage 3. We've had 3 separate stage winners tonight. First stage went to Eric Wineland. Second stage went. Third stage went to Grassy. But Eric Wineland leads us off into turn 1.
Yeah, funny enough, the top three that have won a stage is in order are running 1, 2, 3. As Wineland won stage 1, Hicksabah won 2, and Grassy won 3. So that's a little bit of a funny thing. Something to note about what happened on that last restart is it's been happening the last few restarts. Wineland has changed his restart procedure. What he did the first time that he usually did it, as right now they come through the tri-oval, as here comes Hicksabah to the inside. They're side by side. Hicks out of the bottom of the inner turn number 1 are going to go side by side into turn number 1. What we've used to been seeing this entire race is happening again. It's Hickenbach clears him as exit turn number 2. Grassy about 3 car lengths back on him in third place as here comes Wineland to the inside. He's going to look back to the inside into turn number 3. He's going to not be able to do it. He's going to fall back as Hickenbach runs the top side, and Grassy is closing the gap down to about 2 car lengths as they're going to complete lap 307 as now we are closing in on the final 50 laps.
So Hicksabah back to the front with Eric Wineland in second now. Wayne Grassy right on the tail of these 2 cars. But we mentioned earlier these damage, so that could play into the hands of Wayne Grassy as we saw him capture the stage win. He's really all over the back bumper of Eric Wineland right now, and it's really great parity because it's, but unfortunately, it's kind of Fields. He's running 7th. But right now it's a Chevy versus Ford drag race. Eric Wineland back to the front, though, as they head through turn 1 and 2. And Hicksabah now looking on the outside with Wayne Grassy just trying to decide where to make his move to try to pass both of these guys.
Hicksabah on the top, Wineland on the bottom as they go back to 3 and 4. Grassy right behind Wineland on the bottom. They are side by side coming to the tri-oval to the line, and it's going to be Hicksabah leading that lap. Wineland to his door. Grassy in the 7, up to the top, back to the bottom. He is going back and forth, trying to figure out who he wants to push. Those 2 still side by side. It has been the usual fight we've seen all night. Nothing has changed. Those 2 are door to door. As now Hicksabah about to clear him going into turn number 3. He does. As now here they go. 1, 2, 3. Same thing we usually see. As Hicksabah up at the top, as Wineland's going to fall back in line, as it is still Hicksabah, Wineland, and Grassy running 1, 2, 3 as there is a big gap between 3rd and 4th as Dylan, my apologies, I try to figure it out as Daniel Fields is about 10 car lengths back, trying to say, to that 3rd spot.
It's actually Danny Myatt in the number 20 car. Daniel Fields, 66 car. He's back up in 6th, though, battling Ryan Samuelson, who was in the he was a lap down at one point in a couple incidents tonight, and that beautiful Jeff Gordon throwback to his Coke 600 car from 2007. Obviously, you guys can't see it right now, or, well, I'm not too clear if you can see it or not, but Bryson Hicksabah still with the lead here. Eric Wineland all over the back bumper of him. Wayne Grassy just kind of chilling behind these guys saying, hey, go burn up your stuff. I'll be here to take the spot when I can. And that's really the key to running the 600 here at Charlotte. Doesn't matter if it's real life or in the virtual world like tonight. You just got to be patient and not burn up your stuff because equipment matters so much when it comes to a 600-mile race. Like we saw the 22 of Jeremy Morrison blow his engine earlier. Unfortunate night for him. But Eric Wineland, it looked like he was giving Hicksabah a shove down the back straightaway here at Charlotte Motor Speedway.
Hicksabah still with the race lead as they come to lap 314. It's still Hicksabah, Wineland, and Grassy. Grassy about 2 car lengths back on Wineland. The gap between 1st and 2nd is about half a car length. Going into turn number 1 this time by. Here comes Hicksabah. They're all going to ride on the bottom. No one around them. It is still just a 3-car fight with a new entry of Grassy compared to what we had in the first 2 stages. Wineland making a run. He's going to try and peek to the inside. He falls back in line, realizes it's not going to happen. Through turn number 4 they come. Hicksabah going to lead another lap as this 3-car breakaway continues here at Charlotte Motor Speedway.
And you got to think maybe we'll get a midway yellow through this last stage of the race because it's happened just about every stage tonight. We had our first caution around lap 32, then second stage is around lap 142, and then last stage it was about 250. So maybe around 360 we'll have the maybe a car will do a 360. Who knows? Trying to do skateboarding tricks on the racetrack never usually works, but maybe it'll happen tonight. Hicksabah, though, has Wineland all over the back bumper. Wineland now looks to the outside with Grassy in behind them, and Hicksabah really looks like he's been struggling ever since acquiring that damage on pit road.
They're 3-car pack as here comes Wineland trying to make the fight to the outside. Down the back straightaway they go, past that large video monitor as Grossi now starting to fall back as here comes Wineland peeking about a half a car length. For turn number 4, I'm not sure. It's too close to call right now as they make it to the tri-oval. Wineland's going to lead that lap as now the 7 car of Wayne is going to try and make a run on the outside too. He wasn't able to do it. Falls back a line near a single file once more.
And I think Wayne's really just trying to save his stuff up because he knows that if this goes green, we got a green flag pit stop. Definitely needs to gain time on that because we saw him lose the time on pit lane during the yellow, which he had the lead entering because of the how the stage ended there. But he really lost time to these two guys because of that last pit stall. So it's going to be interesting to see what happens. Eric Wineland still your leader with battle Hicksonball for that second spot. But Hicksonball got a really good run through 1 and 2. Going to catch up back to the back end of Wineland and looks low as they head off into turn 3.
Indeed. Now it's Hicksonball looking back to the inside. He's not able to get it done. He's going to fall back. That's going to feed him back into the 7 of Wayne as he is right all over the back bumper of him. They are now under a blanket as they head now to lap 319. We're closing in on about 60 laps to go now as they go back into turn number 1. Wayne now to the inside of Hicksonball. Side by side they go through turn number 2 as they're about half a car length up. He's going to clear him off for turn number 2. Move Wayne Grossi back up into the P2.
It looks like Wayne Grassi, he's mounting his charge now, going to try to get that clean air while he still can, not wear up the tires too much. We're about 19, well, I wouldn't say 19, we're about 15 laps into a run more, give or take a few because of the caution laps. But Wayne Grassi definitely making his run now. He definitely wants to get that track position before the green flag stops because we don't have that many cars anymore to really bring out a yellow. We had a late yellow there in the stage because of the 22 blown in engine, but Wayne Grassi definitely wants to win this race. This is his first start in the Galaxy Cup Series, so he's really trying to put on a show tonight.
This car to them that's going to go a lap down is that 44 of Kevin Ford as here comes the 3-car pack coming down to the start finish line. It is still Wineland P1, Wayne Grossi in P2, Hicksonball in P3 as they make their way back into turn number 1 as that 3-car breakaway has just opened up a gap. The gap between them and Danny Meyer who runs in 4th, the leader of the 5th, 5.4 seconds. They have absolutely broke away from the field as now currently 8 cars on the lead lap. Last car on the lead lap is that Preston McCrae and number 53 as the first car lap down is Christopher Haman and the 17 who was caught up in that caution a couple during stage 2 is he's now 2 laps down, so he's currently I believe in a lucky dog position if they use that as here they go back into turn number 2. The 7 car going to try and mount or run on the 31 as they make their way down the back straightaway as Hicksonball is starting to fall off again as we saw late in stage number 3 as here they come out of turn number 4 to complete lap 322.
And go ahead, Andrew.
Well, as we come back here a little bit, we got some picture back for you guys. On board with Grassi right now, we got Wineland still leading this thing, and you guys did a great job of doing your best to illustrate it. We didn't have a picture there for a moment. It's Grassi going to go back down to the bottom side, looking for the lead this time, off into turn 3. Hicksonball, you mentioned, has not looked very good. Oh, contact! Grassi puts him in the wall!
Major implications.
As now the 31 falls back. Hicksonball now the biggest mover. He's going to get the biggest run of his life going into turn number 1 as that's going to kill and more likely end any chance that the 31 car had of winning this race. He has absolutely tank slapped that right side, and now you got to wonder how much damage has been done to the 7 and does he have a tire going down?
Well, you saw it there. I made a Days of Thunder reference early on in the race, but he flat out Russ Wheelered him into the fence, it looked like. Just put him straight up in there. So Wayne Grassi, now your leader, but has a challenge from Hicksonball, who's been the fastest car of the night. Got a little right front damage, but that's not really hurt him too much. But Eric Wineland, I believe that number 31 Ford Mustang definitely got hurt from that wall slap to the right side. That's definitely going to hurt the aerodynamics of that race car and could kill his race.
Well, absolutely. As Grassi now has challenge from Hixenbaugh around the bottom side. Grassie's car is looking a little bit tight, and that's what happened there. That's why he got up into that number 31 of Weiland in the first place. We've seen several cars get tight through the center of 3 and 4, and it happened right there to Grassie. He just got tight, pushed up in the center of the corner, and couldn't quite keep it off of Weiland, and just completely put Weiland in the wall. That being said, Weiland doing a decent job of hanging into third place at least. He should at least hold on to that position for now. We'll see about a short run. I'm sure Morrison will have, or not Morrison, he blew his motor. I'm sure Wyatt or somebody will have something to say about that. But with the damage we've got to the right front of the two cars behind him, and I don't see a whole lot of damage, if any, actually, to the number 7, Wayne Grassie may have just accidentally helped himself a ton to win this race. I'm sure he didn't mean to put Weiland in the fence, obviously, but it's going to be hard for Hixenbaugh or Weiland to actually challenge him with that right side damage that both of them have.
Yeah, that'll definitely affect the aero of both of those race cars, and somehow Wayne Grassie got the good end of the deal out of that. He didn't get any damage when he made the contact with Weiland, so definitely a good deal for that number 7 Pennzoil machine, and he's flying through the field after starting dead last on the field. So kind of doing an old last to first challenge like everybody used to do on the NASCAR games of yesteryear. But look at Hixenbaugh now to the inside, going to try to use this lap car of Kevin Steele as a pick to get the lead back.
He does. They're going to maybe go 3 wide at a turn number 4. No, they don't. Wayne is going to let off and give the Hixenbaugh the race to lead as now he moves himself back into the front spot. Something I'm kind of noticing is just the amount of understeer he has going in 3. He has it pretty well set up in turns 1 and 2, but he cannot get the run going in 3, and that's what's killing him, as now we have about a 2-car gap between the 63 and the 7, as the 31 is still holding on for dear life to those top 2, trying to get back up to the 7. I don't really think there might be any retaliation, but you got to know he's probably very upset about the damage done to that right side of that Ford.
Oh, absolutely. I don't think Weiland's going to be happy. That said, I'm sure these guys can all talk to each other, of course, over iRacing, and I'm sure Grassie probably said sorry to Weiland or apologized for that contact. It definitely, I don't think, was intentional. Just got a little bit tight at center of the corner, so I don't think it's going to affect too much. I mean, Weiland might not cut him a break if presented with the situation to do so, but I think they'll continue battling on. That being said, the 7, despite not really having any damage, Grassie there not looking very fast right now. I'm going to be entirely honest. That car was looking great there for a moment, then started to get tight, and even with the right side damage to both Hixenbaugh and Weiland, they're both looking a bit faster than the number 7 right now. And these 3 are just out to lunch. The next driver behind them, 5.7, 5.8 seconds back is Danny Myatt. Behind him would be Tommy Amos. So these top 3 are really our big battle of the race the rest of the run.
Yeah, and Grassie, he really needs to make some adjustments because we're coming up on green flag pit stops here in about 20 laps. So if I was Wayne Grassie, if I felt that car plowing through 1 and 2 and 3 and 4, well, mainly it's 3 and 4, but I would definitely try to loosen that race car up. Definitely get it to where it's rotating through the center, because that's what looks like where he's having the most problems is he just can't roll the center as well as the other guys. So I would definitely try to get that car to roll center well through 3 and 4, because that's really hurting him. But on the short run, he's got arguably the best car out here.
Yeah, and then the biggest problem that he has besides having to take that green flag pit stop is just his pit box selection. Because of the fact he didn't qualify, he has the last pit stop, which is around the middle of the race, the middle of pit road. So that is the last thing he needs, because that's going to make his pit stop of his time from entering the pits and exiting pits just a little bit longer. He tried doing something during the one green flag pit stop that we had. It ended up backfiring and fell him back further than he was originally, so he clawed his way back up to here. So the number one thing he needs right now, time that pit stop perfectly, because he needs to know that, hey, my pit stop time is going to be a little bit longer than what these 2 around me have. So he needs to time that perfectly to try and not lose as much time as he did the first time around.
Through now 500 of 600 miles in the Abillion Wood Projects LLC.com, 600 for the Galaxy Cup Series as we round lap 334. This is where a normal Texas race, a 500-miler, would end. So these guys are into the final 100 miles of the 600 miles at Charlotte. And Hixenbaugh has been the best, I think, throughout the entire race, even with the damage and Over the course of the last 40 laps, things looking like they were going to change. Wineland looked like he might have been the best car there for a minute. Now, with that damage to the 31, I don't think he's going to be able to win this race, quite frankly. We'll see if, these guys can get a chance to, of course, come down the pit lane, hopefully under caution. Hopefully for Wineland's sake anyway, because you can't get that damage fixed under green.
Yeah, definitely not. And I think Hixenball's even wanting a little bit of a caution here so he can get a little bit of his damage squared away. Because those cars they could easily get through the front. I mean, Eric Wineland proved that earlier. He restarted 7th on one restart and got all the way back up to the lead and passed for the lead. So I think Wayne Grassy, he's definitely got the best shot out of all these guys if he just adjusts that race car during the pit stop and probably tries to undercut these guys if he can.
Indeed, he will, as the 7 car. They're about even between each other, between first, second, and third, as they're holding it down pretty well. Again, as we talk about, 4th place isn't even a discussion. He's 7 seconds back off of Hixenball. So right now it's just a 3-car fight that has kind of spread itself out, which could cause issues during the pit sequence. You need to be right on him as they exit out of turn number 4, as they approach lap 340, as they make their way through the tri-oval, as we get towards the later half of this race. Hixenball, I kind of called him out a little bit about maybe not having a good setup towards the night. Here he has proven me wrong, as he now holds on to the top spot by almost a second, which is what we saw him do throughout most of the early stages of this race.
Well, and of course, at this point, I think he's the best of the circumstance. They're making the best of the circumstances because, of course, that car is definitely still fast, but it has some right front damage. So it's certainly not at maybe 100% performance. It's probably getting held back a bit just by virtue of aerodynamics. That being said, Wayne Grassy may actually have a little bit of right side damage that we just can't quite see and could be holding him back. That said, I mean, he also may not have the number 1 car, but Eric Wineland, who I would say through at least what we saw so far of the night, up until that contact, was easily the best car at night. He's now got a ton of damage to his right side, so I think that's definitely holding him back, and I think Hixenball just now making the best of what he's got, and he may be on his way to his 7th win of the season just by virtue of issues for the other 2 cars that he was battling.
Yeah, and that would give him 6 playoff points to add to his already amassed 39. So that would shoot him up around, I believe, 44 playoff points heading into the chase later this season already. And that's just an incredible number because they are they're about 12 races into the season already. So to have that many playoff points this early on in the season is just astonishing. And Hixenball has really ran away with it here recently, because he's opened up about a 1.5 second gap over the 7 car. 7 car was about 3/10 off that last lap.
Yeah, you gotta wonder, because of how hard he was running those tires trying to keep up with him, has he finally killed his tires and starting to fall off? And now we put Hixenball in the capper seat to try and get this win. I tried looking at the damage, because my big question is, you talk about the right front damage. Cole talked about the fact, protect your right front tires. And if there's right front damage, you gotta wonder if there may be a tire rub going into that effect that's gonna hurt those tires a little bit even more. But even if it is a little bit of tire damage, that's not exactly holding him back, because he is now running away almost a 2-second gap over the 7.
So Hixenball is starting to run away with the lead, about 1.8 seconds that time into 3. Another 2.4 seconds all the way back to Wineland, who is just completely fallen off. Of course, he's got a ton of damage to his right side, but still, it's very different to see him losing that much time. He's going to come in and he's going to pit lap 343 of 400, just under 60 to go. This is where Wineland chooses to come in for pit service, and we'll see how that benefits him. Of course, undercutting the rest of the field by a bit will help him, but I think he's too far back with too much damage to really fight for this win.
And the real question is, can he make it to the end on that fuel number? Because we're only working lap 343, so we saw them pit about 50 laps into the last run, so it could be very close for the number 31. Maybe he's banking possibly on a late race yellow, but the field is so spread out right now, I don't see that happening.
Yeah, we also got to keep in mind they pitted about a couple of laps after the caution came out over the stage 3 official. So now it's just a question of, Yeah, can he make it? Because right now, Higginball is flying out of turn number 4. He has over a 2-second lead over that number 7 as he makes his way to the trioval to complete lap 344, as he is just running away with this race here in the last 10 or 20 laps.
Now, I can't be the only one who saw Damaris Hickenbottom have whatever happened off into 3 that time, right?
Oh, yeah, I saw it.
Yeah, he popped the fence
Yeah.
and suddenly just cut down the racetrack in front of Hickenbottom, and that could have been really bad. Especially for Hickenbottom to take out Hickenbottom, we would have gotten very confused. That being said, I will say Hickenbottom running 10th place right now. He's been quiet all race long. He got caught up in a couple of incidents, so to be 10th just by virtue of attrition is really, really good for that number 09. I want to mention Rain Grassi now losing not quite a position, but losing time there to Delaney, who just went by. Delaney's 50 laps down, and somehow going on by Grassi. So I think he must have pitted recently, let's see, 21 laps ago as opposed to about 40 and a few laps ago for Grassi.
Yeah, and you talked about the attrition rate, though. That is the story of the Abillion Woods Projects LLC.com 600 is just to be at the end. You need to have a car towards the end. We've seen plenty of cars drop out of this race. I believe the last car that's actually in this race is the 55. I could be wrong on that.
44.
Oh, yeah, Kevin Steele's still out here. So Kevin Steele, the only car that's really a lot of laps down, still out here. But other than that, Brandon Gullett in the number 55, he's currently 12th. And he's going to get 12 laps down, so that's a little bit ironic. But he's gotten that just purely off of the fact that he's been able to survive throughout this race.
Absolutely. He's coming up of turn number 2. That's what you'll find at Ticket 3. He has now opened up the gap to a 3.2 second gap. So the gap is getting bigger and bigger and bigger. As right now, the last car in the lead lap is that number 31 of the first car lap down is Eric Wineland. He is the first car lap down, running back there in P8. He doesn't have to worry about any problems of anybody passing him for that position because the nearest car to him is Christopher Herman, who is 3 laps down. So right now we have 7 cars left on the lead lap. And you got to wonder how well are his tires going to hold up, because it's been about 5 or 6 laps. So the tire difference is going to be massive from what Wineland's going to have compared to the 63 or even the 7.
Talking about guys who are coming out with a decent finish by virtue of attrition, what about Ryan Samuelson? This guy's had a roller coaster of an evening, currently sitting in the 4th position. And granted, Wineland was the only driver to pit so far out of the top 5, and that'll probably bump Samuelson to 5th. Still a top 5 run for this guy, and he might pass Danny Myatt here in just a moment. He's starting to reel that 20 car in, so he might even get up to 3rd here before his pit stop, and that would certainly be a big night, I think, for Samuelson, given the circumstances.
Well, he's inside of the 20 right now, trying to just get around him. That number 16 car looks like it's flying around the track here about midway through the run, working a lap 350 right now. As the leaders, we should expect them on pit road here soon for their final pit stop of the night, pending a late race yellow.
Yeah, well, you talk about the 16. He was involved in 2 separate accidents early on in this race, and he has very much turned it around. He has gone from the back up to the top 5. So you got to wonder, was his setup more set up for the night portion of this race? Because he was really coming to his own.
Wayne Grassi on pit road.
Indeed, Wayne Grassi is going to be on pit road. That's going to leave Hicks and Ballion Man out of the top 3. As now you got to wonder how his pit stops are going to come. Here comes Danny Myatt as well. He's going to make his final pit stop of the race. So now we got the second and the 3rd place pitting.
That was a really slow entry there for Grassi. He's going to lose a lot of time right there. I think he almost stopped the box early, and we were watching it. You could see him slow way down and then kind of lurch forward again to get into his box. And normally that might not mean a whole lot, but when you're coming down to the end of a 400-lap race at Charlotte, that means everything. And when you're already behind, that's going to put Grassi several seconds now behind Bryson Hixenbaugh, who was also down the pit lane a lap later for his service. So I think Hixenbaugh saw that the 7 had come in, decided, well, that's it. I got to go ahead and come in and follow suit. So Hixenbaugh down the pit lane to see Myatt leaving. We'll see exactly where everything cycles out, but that's concerning to me, at least, for the number 7. We'll see how it all works out. Samuelson stays on the racetrack for now. Fields as well. I think Preston McRae will be the final car to have to come in and pit. They currently sit 1, 2, and 3 respectively. Here comes the 16 of Samuelson to the pit lane.
And Eric Wineland taking the lead now by virtue of running a few extra laps early on there. But it's going to be interesting to see who pits here. Ryan Sampson on the pit road, Daniel Fields, and Preston McRae all come down this time. So that will officially hand the race lead to Eric Wineland. Eric Wineland back out front of the World 600 here. So that'll be interesting to see how this goes towards the end.
Absolutely. Is now Eric Wineland back into the top spot? Is he stuck behind that 55 trying to get around him? The big question comes back in. How are his tires going to vary? He pitted like about, I would believe, 10 to 15 laps before these guys did. So he's on 15 lap older tires than most of this field. So that's really going to hurt him come the late stage of this race. He's going to try and pull a J.R. Hildebrand from 2011, or I believe an Alexander Rossi from 16, just try and stay out and bide his time. So just a really big question of what ifs. Can he make it to the end on fuel? Can his tires last? Can the damage keep him up to speed where he doesn't have to worry? Because guess what? The gap to Hixenbaugh, 6.5 seconds. So it is not that far behind here with with less than 50 laps to go for Hixenbaugh to claw his way back up and get the race lead.
That's impressive there for Wineland to gain that much time, but he's already losing a lot of it. Of course, we've mentioned that right side damage on the side of the number 31. That's going to be holding him back this entire run. He's already lost a second while I've been talking to Bryson Hixenbaugh. I don't think it's going to be a fight, unfortunately, for Wineland, who's been so fast all night long. And as soon as the sun dropped, as soon as the lights came on, as soon as the sky darkened, that car was arguably the best car we'd seen all night long. Just simply flying, and now it's looking like he has no choice but to roll over as Hixenbaugh is reeling him in.
Yeah, and Hixenbaugh with some of the faster laps we've seen tonight. Well, not fast for the nighttime at least, 28.955 that last lap. That is a pretty quick lap for the number 63 machine. His fastest lap was on lap 261, which was actually a 28.650. So they're definitely off pace compared to earlier. But that's compared to Eric Wineland's 30.295 that last lap. So definitely making up a lot of time. He's only 4 seconds back now. Now, the real question is, will Wineland try to fight it and possibly try to make Hixenbaugh wear out his tires?
Yeah, that is a big question because we talked about when those two get together, they can't separate each other. But now, well, the thing about that was when they're on equal tires. Now they're on off strategies, and Hixenbaugh has the upper edge because the only real up that the 31 would have is the fact that he doesn't have as much fuel in the car. So his car is a little bit lighter, but that's not going to make a big difference on a mile and a half like this compared to what you'd see maybe like in an Indy car. But still, Wineland's still your leader. Hixenbaugh in second and Grossi back in third. The number one thing that Hixenbaugh needs to get himself back into his race is a caution, but sadly, that is just not going to happen as the field has pretty much spread itself out throughout most of this field. There's not even a question if a caution comes out. The only thing that can really happen is if we have maybe a debris caution, if iRacing even has those, or just another engine blows up.
Yeah, so Wineland, I think, is just a sitting duck pretty easily. Now down to a second across the line. Hixenbaugh's there, realistically, in the same camera shot almost. So it's all but over for Wineland, and the gap from Hixenbaugh back to Grossi. I mentioned the issue for Grossi on his pit stop. 6 seconds. This race is all but wrapped up unless we have a caution. I don't see any fight here. There he goes. Yep, Wineland just moves up out of the way. He has to. The difference in speed is just too great. New leader, 63 car, as we'll follow Wineland is in his drop back to Grossi. Now that's the battle that he might make a little bit tough, that he might not move over for, considering Grossi put him in this position to begin with.
Yeah, definitely took the whole right side off of the number 31 machine there. Jeremy Morrison back on track after blowing the engine. So good to see the 22 finally get back out there after having the engine problems there before lap 300. He's working his 300th lap right now. So about 61 laps off the rest of the field here. But that's very unfortunate for Jeremy because he had such a good run going, and he possibly could have been up front with both of these guys.
Yeah, and you got to keep this in mind with the engine damage the 22 has. He's outpacing the 31, so the 31 at this point is just hanging on for dear life, trying to make something of a bad situation. But still, the gap between first and third has kind of dropped a little bit by about a second, but I don't think it's going to make much of a difference. So the 7 car of Wayne Grassi is now down to 6.5 seconds. We're going to see where that factors out as they update this time by. And the question is, oh, God, about to say 0.3 of a second, so not that big, but still, it's a pretty decent-sized gap between first and third of what could be first and second, depending on when that 7 catches him.
Yeah, Grassi's definitely going to run him down. Grassi taking an interesting line there, passing a lap car off into 3. Grassi's going to run him down 100%. It's a matter of how much fight Wineland puts up against Grassi. Now, Grassi will be faster, I think, no doubt, when he gets to him. But the question is how much of a battle it is to get on by, because by the time Grassi does get there, it might be a bit tough to get on by him. Of course, running laps in these tires is certainly going to slow that 7 car down, and the difference in tires will start to equalize. So we may see a bit of a fight for that position. Regardless, though, I think it's 100% going to be a fight for second place at this point. You see also Daniel Fields in the center of your screen there with Grassi. Fields is now 1 lap down in 7th position. All this green flag racing will do exactly that to you. And of course, this is a race of attrition. We talked about it being realistically an endurance race. That's what these full-length NASCAR races really are. Endurance races. They go on for 4 or 5 hours sometimes. And this is what you get. You get a lot of cars and unfortunately can't hang on and end up having issues throughout the race. I mean, you even saw the 22 of Morrison blow an engine. And you don't usually see that, just a car blowing a motor on its own. But I think he had taped that grill up solid there at the end of stage 3 to try and gain some time.
Well, Jeremy Morrison, you mentioned him. He's actually, despite being 60-some-odd laps down, he actually just unlapped himself one of those laps as he just drove around Hicksonball there in turn 3. So Morrison's car is still definitely decent. It's not race winning at all, but I mean, if he was actually up on the lead lap still, he might have a shot for these guys, but unfortunately that blow motor just completely took that chance away.
Yeah, now Hicksonball, I kind of somewhat think that he might be trying to save his stuff. His biggest problem right now is trying not to kill those tires. He doesn't even worry about it. As now the
contact! There's a wreck!
There's a big wreck!
He put him in the wall!
Him!
Wineland
All 3 cars wrecked. Daniel Fields, a bystander, and that takes it out as well.
Gosh.
Unfortunate. The 7 car engine destroyed. Hicksonball just won this race. There's literally no other car up here that we could see retaliation here, boys. That was a blatant put into the fence.
Look a bit of Neko kind of slid up on him coming out of 2 when they just touched, but man, that is not the way you want to see it. As the 7 cars race, and his chances of winning are gone unless they have a fast repair. But there's a big rule book issue of retaliation, so you got to wonder how is that going to affect the 31, especially in fact of a playoff hunt. That could throw everything he worked for in this race just completely gone.
We're going to stay on with these guys in case there is any retaliation after the fact. Now, I don't know. That could have been entirely a mistake, given the fact that there was that lap car also playing into it. We have to go back and watch that over again. But we're going to take a moment before we do. We're going to follow these guys all the way to the pit lane just to make sure, just playing devil's advocate, just in case something happens here, we want to see it. I don't think anything is, but we want to be there in case it does. No.
Oh, he's going to pass
he goes on by.
No.
So we'll go ahead, we'll find that replay for you real quick and watch what happens to these guys. So we're watching, this is going to be coming to the stripe before it happens, I do believe. So watch the number 7 and the number 31, of course, or well, 21. Now, Wineland was put into the fence a little while ago by Grassi. They're side by side here through 1 and 2. And out of 1... Or, sorry, out of 2, it's
Just
really tough to
moved up.
say.
It looked like his car could have got loose, but he was already kind of squeezing the 7 up the track a little bit, so that's a very tough one to call. But unfortunate for Daniel Fields. I mean, that man was just a bystander and got flat out taken out.
It was definitely a couple of bobbles. I just watched it back from our onboard, so if we can go back and watch it again from the onboard of Grassy, definitely a couple of bobbles out of the 21. You'll see it set a couple of times there on the landing. It bobbles there, and then he's going to come back up. It's going to bobble once more, and that's where the contact is made.
And unfortunately, Grassy would have been fine. Grassy was okay until Daniel Fields was hit by Wineland, and that number 66 Pokemon car just shot back up the track into the field of Grassy, and that's what took him out. A hard slam into that opening on the inside wall for Grassy undoubtedly will take his car out of a contention for this race.
I'm sorry, Cole. I'm going to cut Noah off. Did you just say Pokemon?
I meant to say Pokemon.
I'm
Whatever
sorry.
it is,
I had to give you some trouble there. That made me laugh a little bit.
It's no worse than the Yu-Gi. It's no worse than the Yu-Gi-Oh car from 2003 when they tried to pronounce that.
Here's the thing about this right now. Eric Wineland's back on track. He didn't get that bad of damage. Because here's the thing about that wreck. The fact that Wayne got put in the wall is what killed him. If you look back on that replay a little bit later, he was sliding, and there's a little bit of an opening to where the safety truck is on the backstretch, and he just hit that thing on the side, and that's what killed it. He's still sitting up the road. So I believe that pretty much his day is done. I was hoping maybe they had fast repairs, but this is fully as realistic as it gets. It looks like he's going to go another lap down. So just an absolutely terrible way to end it for him after such an incredible run. It's just not the way you want to see it, as now we're going to go green, I believe, with about 30 laps to go.
We're going to re-rack and restack them maybe the next time by. I think we're going to have some wave rounds here across the stripe. I see Hickenbottom. I see Morrison waiting to go by the pace car. I'm not sure if that's going to happen this lap or the next lap, but regardless, you mentioned it, Cole. I don't know if anyone has anything for Hickenbottom now. Only 6 cars left on the lead lap. 6 cars realistically to fight for the win. I don't know who's going to have a chance because we haven't seen Myatt. We haven't seen Amos. We haven't seen those guys race Hickenbottom all night long. We haven't even seen Samuelson get up there and battle for it. And then let's see. We've got after Samuelson, Wineland and McRae is somehow on the lead lap. Props to McRae, honestly. Props to Preston McRae for staying in this race. He's still on the lead lap here. He's going to line up 5th place for this restart, and that's just impressive.
Yeah, I'm thoroughly impressed by that because that man has no hood, and the front end is about as crinkled as a
and it's
Kit
been
Kat
that way
wrapper
for
on the sidewalk.
over 300 laps too. That's impressive.
Yeah, it was killed in the first accident there around lap 40. Eric Wineland, though, I'm going to be interested if he has much damage from that wreck. I mean, he did hit Daniel Fields pretty hard, but maybe his car is not as bad as we think, and maybe he could get up there, but who knows. Danny Myatt's lap times, from what I've seen, have just not been on pace with Hickenbottom, though, so it's definitely going to be who's going to get second, it looks like, tonight.
Yeah, absolutely. The one guy I want to point out right now, and to go back to McRae as they go, believe to the restart. Here they go down pit road. It is now a new face, Myatt and Hickenbottom, and here comes Hickenbottom with the jump on the start. And here we go. We're back underway here at lap 371 with 30 laps to go. As now it is Hickenbottom, Myatt, Amos, Samuelson, and Wineland, back in the 5th spot. So Wineland, despite what happened, he's back in this thing.
Wineland through to 4th. He's racing Amos around the top side. Oh, he couldn't quite get there. Now to the bottom side goes Wineland. He's going to bring Samuelson with him around the bottom, and he's going to challenge Amos into the corner. He's going to clear him really easily. Wineland still has a decent piece underneath him, albeit only for 3rd position right now. Amos going to fall back to, it looks like, Samuelson now across the stripe, and Amos around the top, Samuelson around the bottom. Samuelson going to clear him as he's going to fall into the clutches of a lapped number 6. Of Delaney, who was taken out a little while ago. He's just been riding around now. The next car behind for position will be McRae. You see how damaged McRae is. I'm not sure he's going to change that 6th position. Without an issue, Delaney in the wall hard!
Yep, Delaney on the bottom of the track now, going to bring that down to pit lane, maybe. Oh, he's fighting the car. Well, he almost went down pit lane. Now down to the chicane. Well, where is he going? He's going everywhere but the racetrack right now, but back up to the front. Hickenbottom's just run away with this. Danny Myatt Gonna have a challenge from Wineland. It looks like Wineland running 29.0 still, so that car is still pretty competitive. That's two Hicksonball's 28.7s though, so it's not as competitive as it has been all night, but there's a good chance that car could at least get second here.
Yeah, the thing you got to keep in mind is he didn't really get that much engine damage out of that hit, so he's still pretty much good to go. I don't believe he's going to be in a position to get the win. I believe Hicksonball has it wrapped up if that engine can hold on for these final 20 laps or so. But still, Danny Myatt holding on to that second spot. He's not even in the top 20 in points right now, I believe. Actually, no, he's 10th in points. My bad. I was thinking of the 71 of Nick Stein. So my bad. Danny Myatt having a pretty good turnaround. He's now in second. This is a big points day for him. Eric Wineland still in third. And then just again, give a shout out to Samuelson. Involved in those two wrecks early on in the race, he finds himself running pretty well in fourth as we get ready to head to the last 20 laps. As an update on the Wayne Gross situation, he has parked it. He is gone. He is leaving the track, so tough way to end it for a debut that was looking to maybe end with a checkered flag.
And he really did a great job, Grassy did, obviously, in his debut for the series. To go from last to first like that and be racing for what would have been the race win with Hicksonball and with Wineland, I mean, it's a small mistake. The car washed up, he made contact, and then later on, obviously, the wreck, which I think was just a racing deal at that point. He did a great job up until, I think, putting Wineland in the fence. And even after that, he was doing a pretty decent job of kind of just keeping trucking on, ignoring the issue, and doing his best to wrap up a decent race. Doing such a great job in the number 7. And really unfortunate to see him have that early exit. But it has been almost 400 laps now, and he made a pretty good impression on the whole field for, I think, 350 of those. So still a decent job out of Grassy, and he can cut his losses and come back next week. That said, though, we're not quite done here in Charlotte just yet. We still have this battle for second place, possibly a three-way battle, depending on whether or not Samuelson can start making up some time on these guys. Danny Myatt holding off Eric Wineland for now, and Ryan Samuelson not too far back.
And all three of these cars running within 7/1000ths of a second of each other, so very even for the top second through fourth cars. But that's in comparison to Hicksonball's 29.072, and Danny Myatt and the crew back behind him are all running 29.3s. So, well, Hicksonball actually ran a 29.3 that lap, so lap time is kind of starting to even out. It's about a 1.5-second gap between all of these cars, though.
Yeah, you still gotta keep in mind it's a 1.5-second gap. Obviously, we know that Hicksonball has the short run car, so now it's a question of does Myatt or Wineland have anything for the long run as they come off of turn number 4. Wineland, I could tell, having a little bit of handling issues because of the damage to that car. He's been washing up out of 4 quite a bit to the wall more than he has most of the race, as he's still all over the back bumper of that 20, not able to get around him. So obviously a little bit of a speed handicap to him because of the damage done to that car, but he's still holding it strong for a solid top 5 finish, and it's just incredible how much this guy has came. He has ran basically in the top 3 all night long, even with this damage. Just shows how fast he really is.
Wineland currently sitting in third, starting to set up that number 20 for a possible pass here in just a little while. It's not over, ladies and gentlemen. At least for the second position, this battle is not even close to over. 19 laps to go now, 18 and a half down the back straightaway. And Wineland, I think, still has something for Myatt. You called it out first, Cole. This might not be over for second place. That time to 3 and 4. Wineland was a little bit slower, I think, but still putting the pressure on Myatt right now.
Yeah, and really, Danny Myatt's really just trying to hang on because he definitely wants that career day running second place here in the Abilene Wood Projects LLC.com 600. That's a very long race name.
Well, for a long race.
So, yeah, very long race. But really just the war of attrition for Danny Myatt. He was near that first incident on lap 42 and got through that thankfully, or actually it was lap 32, sorry about that. Got through that thankfully though, because that was right around the cars he was battling. So just to survive that and survive what he's done, or survive most of this race and not be in too much trouble all night, he's done a really good job. And to come away with even a top 3 let alone a P2 finish. That's an awesome job by him.
Yeah, as we approach the 4-hour mark of this event, that's just how long we've been doing this. The gap now, 2.25 seconds. Last time by, Hicksonball ran a 29.933 to the 30.001 that Myatt ran. So they're pretty close on time. The time's starting to go down on Hicksonball. As we talked about, he has a short run car, but struggles a little bit more in the long run. You got to wonder if he can hold on for these last 15 laps, or is he going to get swallowed up? And are we going to see Myatt and Wineland bring back the fight here in these final 10 laps or so?
Cross line that time of 30.099 for Danny Myatt, and that's about a tenth, exactly a tenth almost, off of Hicksonball. Hicksonball just still setting a fast enough pace to start walking away from the guys he's got to walk away from as he goes by Fields to put Fields 2 laps down now. So you have the top 6 that are all in the lead lap, then 2 laps now back to Daniel Fields, another 2 laps to make it 4 total laps back to Haman and Hickenbottom, and then another 4 laps all the way back to Bird. So your whole top 10 split up amongst 8 laps now.
And one of the things I want to point out right now and give a shout out to is that 44, Kevin Steele. Kevin Steele was pretty well damaged early on in the run. He was running around 110 laps down this whole race. He has had a destroyed engine, a destroyed car. He has ran and just not even worried about passing cars, just getting the laps racked in to go past people. And by the end of this race, he's going to be in about 15th position because of the fact that the 2 cars in front of him are both out of this race, and the closest car to Pachuco, who's 102 laps down, to Steele's 110. So get just an Iron Man of the race right now is that 44 for just wanting to hang on and try to get as much points as he can out of this.
Well, also, if you want to give a contender for the Ironman Award, it's definitely Preston McRae, running 6th place right now. No hood on that race car, but he's on the lead lap, and he's going to have a great finish here tonight in the BillionWoodsProjects.com or LLC.com 600 live from the virtual Charlotte Motor Speedway. But Preston McRae, he's really just held on for dear life during this race. The cautions have fell his way every single time, and he's been able to keep that car on the lead lap as we're heading near about 10 to go. I think it's 11 at the stripe.
And that's one of the things we talked about in the pre-race. Preston McRae, he's one of those guys that have been going through a lot of adversity. He's had a lot of bad luck this season, but has been able to spring out a couple top 10 finishes, and today is no different. Even though he's 10 seconds off the lead, he's the last car on the lead lap. He doesn't have to worry about anybody behind him as Daniel Fields is 2 laps down. He brings it to the pit road. He's going to go another lap down, which is going to bring the gap even further. So the 53 car with no hood, who has been struggling all race, is going to bring it home to a solid 6th place finish, as now we have reached our 10 to go mark.
10 laps to go for leader Bryson Hicksonbaugh. He's actually coming around to 9 to go this time. He's already in the 3 and 4. And just blistering pace all night long from this guy. We talked about Wineland being really fast through the midsection of the race and probably having something for him. But as actually those two are side by side for the position for 2nd place, Wineland actually, I think, nosed ahead possibly at the line. They were even across the line right there. They were dead even across the start-finish line. That would have been a great race finish. But we talked about Wineland being so fast through the midsection as it looks like he's going to try and clear Myatt. Can't do it just yet. Side by side, down the back straightaway, drag race. Off into turn number 3. Myatt working the top, Wineland working the bottom, and Wineland has set him up and passed him pretty much. He's only a couple of feet short of clearing him each time out of the corner, but I think Myatt's got the top end. He keeps powering back alongside of Wineland, who keeps having a better corner. So Wineland, I think, is just leaving the power down a little more than Myatt can, but Myatt keeps having that power on the straightaway. He finally clears him that time, and we'll see a crossover out of 2. Not quite yet. Myatt has to go back around the top side.
And the good thing for Myatt is he's got that momentum around the outside as you see him kind of nudge ahead there on the entry to turn 3. Now Wineland goes up ahead and clears him off the corner. Myatt now with the crossover. Well, he looked for the crossover, couldn't get under him though, as they're now heading up on the lap car of, I believe that's Jonathan Dulaney, who we talked to early on in this race. Unfortunately, he's not had his night go the way he wanted to, but he's running 13th, so not a bad recovery after being caught up in a few wrecks. Ahead of them is Damaris Hickenbottom, who's running 8th after damaging that car early on. But coming to 6 laps to go, Bryson Hicksonball just has walked away after the incident with Wayne Grassy and Eric Wineland.
Yeah, talk about a knockout home run. He has just absolutely ran away with it. The gap almost 6 seconds now. He has been dominating this race all day and night long. He has been the Mr. Endurance man. He has, I was pointing out that I thought maybe he didn't have the setup to run in the later half of this race, but obviously, like I talked about, in order to win the race, you have to finish it first, and he's going to do so here tonight, barring any issues from that number 63 Firehouse Sub Chevrolet.
Yes, in order to finish first, you must first finish, and right now, over the course of 400 laps, we've seen this race change complexity so many times. Hicksonball looked like he might be the winner so many times. He looked like he might come up second or third so many times. And at this point, I don't think there's any way you can bet against him. 4 laps to go across the stripe this time by just 6 miles left. And Hicksonball just has been lucky, I think, come to the end of this race. He was looking like he was going to have to really work for it. And then just he was in the right place at the right time when other drivers weren't, obviously. Grassy pushed up into Wineland, put him on the fence, and they had their wreck not too long later after those pit stops. And here we are. This is the product of it. 3 laps to go, Cole, and Hicksonball is off and away to a 6.5 second lead.
Yeah, so it's very likely he's going to get those 6 playoff points throughout this race. Fortunately for him, and definitely going to pick up his 7th win of the night unless something crazy just happens here in the next 2.5 laps. Heading down the back straightaway, though, here at Charlotte Motor Speedway, formerly known as the Beast of the Southeast. And it looks like Hicksonball's definitely tamed the beast tonight because he's had a few things thrown his way tonight, but he's just overcome every single one of them. 2 laps to go now for the number 63 Firehouse Subs Coca-Cola Chevrolet Camaro.
Into turn number 1 he goes this time by. He has been absolutely on point tonight as he makes his way down the backstretch for the second to final time. He has been on point since the get-go. He has fought every driver that has come to him. He has beaten them. He has been the king of this series so far in their inaugural season, and now he is 1 lap away from winning the longest race in the season.
The Galaxy Cup Series has run 13 races. Coming into this, the 14th race of their season. Bryson Hicksonball has won 6 of those. Tonight, out of turns 3 and 4 here in just a moment, Bryson Hicksonball is off and away. He's going to make it 7 races out of 14. Bryson Hicksonball is going to go 500 on the season through the first 14 races. Bryson Hicksonball wins the Abillion Wood Projects LLC.com 600 in the Galaxy Cup Series, and he did it in dominating fashion. He led probably, I would say, 250 of these 400 laps. We'll have to wait for an exact count. Amazing, amazing run out of Bryson Hicksonball. Eric Wineland going to come home 2nd place. Danny Myatt in 3rd. Ryan Samuelson 4th. Tommy Amos in 5th.
6th is going to be Preston McRae, who just resiliently brought that car home on the lead lap with no hood, no front end for the most part. Christopher Hammond's going to bring home 7th. Morris Hickenbottom, a war of attrition for him as well, brings it home 8th. Cody Bird, 9th. We saw him in a couple incidents, and that car just not handling well all night. Brandon Gullett in 10th, but I believe Hicksonball may burn it down here. Well, he stopped at the start-finish. So we keep rolling through here. Daniel Fields comes home 11th. Wayne Grassy, 12th after that unfortunate incident that took him out of the race. Jonathan Dulaney, 13th. Jeremy Morrison, 14th. And Kevin Steele, 15th.
Absolutely. And the 63 car looks like $1 million. That's because he is $1 million. He has absolutely tore through this field. As there he goes. Now with the burnouts across the start finish line, he's gonna burn it down here at Charlotte Motor Speedway. And funny enough, with the sponsor Firehouse Subs, he's gonna need the fire station to come out as he is burning it down here in Concord, North Carolina.
I would say he was freaky fast tonight, but that's the wrong subchain. So we'll congratulate him, of course, winning this thing. Again, the Abillion Wood Projects LLC.com 600 in dominating fashion makes it win 7 on the season so far. I'd imagine by the time we get to the playoffs, that number will probably be at least 10, if not 14, by the time they get to the playoffs. So we will go ahead, we'll take our commercial break. We'll be right back with conversations with your hopefully top 3 finishers. If not, we'll at least bring you interviews with 3 different drivers throughout the field. Stay tuned for that here from PitStop TV. This is live coverage of the Galaxy Cup Series and the Abillion Wood Projects LLC.com 600 from Charlotte Motor Speedway.
We got big-time problems with that motor, buddy. Hey, just between you and me, the idea is to avoid the other cars. Congratulations! You just set the sport back 30 years with that move. That move will put you in the Hall of Shame. You keep doing stuff like that and we're going to lose our sponsor. Looks like that's it for us today. Now I know why you got canned by your old team. It's over. We can't fix that damage.
Looks like your car is toast. You'll need a tow back to pit lane. Press and hold your reset button and we'll come and get you.
Welcome back, race fans, to coverage, post-race coverage now, of the Abillion Wood Projects LLC.com 600 from Charlotte Motor Speedway for the Galaxy Cup Series. And we just witnessed a heck of a race, ladies and gentlemen. I cannot believe it's already over. That race took a while, though, so definitely glad to be talking to some guys post-race here in just a moment. In fact, we've already got Bryson Hicksonbaugh ready to go. Bryson Hicksonbaugh, do you have a copy?
Yes, I do.
Well, Bryson, 400 laps, 600 miles, all put away. You end up the winner for the 7th time this season. How'd you do it? How does it feel?
It feels great. Most of the season, I've been relying on Tanner McCullough over at Setups for iRacing for all the work he does to make setups each week for free. This week he hasn't had time to do it, so I had to put my big boy pants on and actually make one for myself. It felt good to have this much speed making my own setup instead of using somebody else's. So it feels great.
Absolutely, you can imagine that it would feel a whole lot more satisfactory come the end of the night when you, especially when you end up dominating like that. You end up setting the pole, you're fastest in practice, and just immediately from the get-go, you had some challenges from Wineland, but you just looked like the best car on the long run especially. And then tell us about that change, trying to chase the track a little bit as we fell into the nighttime. And admittedly, Wineland looked a little bit better until that contact there. And tell us about your perspective as well about that contact in 3 and 4 with Wineland and Grassy.
Well, I made my setup for the night because I knew that was the time that you got to be fast at the end of the race. So I was kind of surprised how fast I was during the day. I made a few adjustments to it just to kind of track temp is different. Track drives a little bit differently, loose versus tight, and stayed roughly the same all race after my adjustments. And early on, I saw Eric, he could keep up with me, and he dropped back about 30 or 40 laps into the run when we did get those long runs. So I thought, I'm doing pretty good if it goes green. And then he figured something out in stage 3 that he was able to get the lead on me on a long run. And it was just trying to make sure that I made the right adjustment at the very end to get it to work, and then keeping it clean. As we saw, Eric and Wayne got into each other and damaged both their cars, and they couldn't really do a whole lot after that.
Yeah, so once that contact happened and you had pretty much just the back half of the final stage there to go, what was your game plan? Obviously, you've got a little bit of right front damage come the end of the race, and you're trying to fight that. It definitely looked like it changed the handling a little bit, or at least slowed you down a little bit. So, I mean, at that point, are you thinking you're good to go?
Once I saw how badly damaged Eric was, I knew that he probably wouldn't be able to win. He lost a lot of time from getting into the wall. Wayne, I'm not sure if he lost the time from the damage or he just had a long run car or didn't have a long run car, because he didn't really see a whole lot of him until the end of that race, and he had it set up good for stage 4, and then the contact happened. And after that, I just knew that if it was green, I could win. I had a big lead until that last caution, and I knew that I was going to have to race for it. Unfortunately for Eric and Wayne, they were the caution, so they were taken out of it before they could battle again.
Well, as we close this night out, Bryson, again, just congratulations, a really big win. I see here a low of 3rd, and I think that's about correct. It might have been a couple of spots back. You definitely didn't drop out of that top 3 very much, if at all. Just congratulations on winning the A Billion Wood Projects LLC.com 600 tonight. Who'd you have to thank for your big run? I know you mentioned McCullough for helping you get to this point in the season, but who else do you have to thank tonight?
Well, I got to thank McCullough again. Everything I learned about how to set up the car was from watching his live streams with him doing it, because I knew I'd eventually have to do my own. Shout out to my teammate Cody for making it the whole way. He had some damage and didn't get to finish on the lead lap, but he was still running at the end. And yeah, that's it. Thanks, guys.
All right, well, Bryson, thanks for your time, and as the season goes on, hopefully we're talking to you a little more.
Absolutely, I'd love to be here when you guys are broadcasting again.
So that was Bryson Hicksonbaugh, and as I drag myself into the wrong room, we'll go ahead and jump back up, and we'll take care of that, because I've worked with Discord enough in my life to figure out where to put myself. Regardless, I'll go ahead and I'll turn it over to Cole Freilich, who's got P2 finisher Eric Wineland.
Eric Wineland, you come home with a strong second place run tonight. It looks like you could have won that race, but take us through what happened there.
Unfortunately, that it all derailed in that 4th stage, Cole. Car was great. We fired off loose. I was able to kind of rein it back in with some adjustments and got it feeling really good. Then was something like 70 something to go. Battling, you want to be up front for that final stop that was coming. And unfortunately, Wayne just kind of sailed it in there and contact, and that's how the story went. And then the other one that totally should not have happened in the first place was the incident with like 30 something to go when I ended up spinning right into him. I short pitted it trying to make something happen, and unfortunately I guess in my rage induced driving, because I was driving mad, I used a little too much throttle and got myself loose and took Wayne, and I want to say it was Danny Fields out. And by no means did I want to have that be a headline, but it's just unfortunate.
Well, it definitely seemed like even after that, your car still handled pretty well. Did you think that maybe if you got a late race caution there, you could have had something for Bryce?
Unfortunately, Cole, it's just too much damage by that end. Once I spun and I got left front damage with Wayne and Fields there, it was just a little too slow in the straight. I was sitting there watching it when I was racing Myatt for that second place spot, just how he could pull me down the straightaways, and I didn't get all of my damage fixed there at the end. There was still a little bit left, but still it wasn't enough for me to overcome it. So Bryson was just fast, man. He had a great car all night long. I took my time with it, wanted to try to beat him in the points that mattered, and got it right there toward the end. Just unfortunately it all went wrong there in the 4th stage.
Well, obviously it's been a long night for you and a long night for everybody racing here or up in the booth. So before we let you go, who do you want to thank tonight for your second place?
Huge shout out to the guys here at Galaxy that put this on. The fact that there aren't that many full distance leagues out here for what they've accomplished already this year is incredible. I can't thank Demarius, Kevin, Brian, and Josh enough for giving us the opportunity to come out here and do this. It was a lot of fun. Thanks. Huge shout out to Michael Watkins and Alex Huffman for the help today. This week entirely on the Charlotte setup. We got a really good car. Felt great last night when I ran NIS Open. Felt great tonight in the race. Unfortunately, like I said, just didn't get the chance to shine there at the end. But yeah, huge shout out to them. Huge shout out to those guys. It wouldn't have been without them.
Well, that's good, and hopefully we're talking to you more in the future here, Eric.
Yeah, I appreciate it. Cole, Andrew, Noah, thanks for putting the broadcast on tonight. It's pretty cool. I can't wait to go back and watch this, but I appreciate you guys.
All right, well, that was Eric Wineland finishing second place tonight. And Noah, I think you've got our third place finisher, Danny Meyer.
I believe I do. Danny, how about it? You were running mid-pack up most of the race, and then you end up with a third place finish. How was your race tonight?
I'm a sleeper.
Absolutely. We kind of talked about in the pre-race a little bit. You had a little bit of a beef, I believe, with the 71 of Nick Stein. You saw you running up with him. Was there any kind of nerves at all? Of any kind of maybe aggressiveness on the part of the 70?
No, man. Just stay away from him, I guess.
All right.
No nerves.
You can go ahead. What?
No nerves.
Oh, all right. All right. You guys just kind of take us through your race. It was obviously the 600 miles are very grueling and long. So how was the race on your end trying to make it through these 600?
Yeah, man, I definitely had a long run set up. I've been working through the week. I had a short run to begin with, and then I got a long run midway through the week. So I figured I'd use the long run since usually in the leagues, man, we have some pretty long runs. So in that first stage when we had that caution, I think about 10 to go or something like that, I knew I just had to hold on to it. So I think I finished 11th, a little outside the top 10 in the first stage, and then I got called a lap down. I fought to get the lucky dog with Ryan. He had a pretty strong car too. He was really who I was worried about all night. And then yeah, man, then figured to save tires. It all worked out. That's all I was hoping for. We didn't have a caution with about 10 to go, then I would have been out of luck.
Been here 10th in the point standings with a pretty somewhat decent fight between Demarius and Christopher. You obviously are the best. You had the best finish out of the three, as both of them had issues throughout the race. How does it feel coming in here about 125 points ahead and then finishing the highest of all the drivers who didn't have a win?
Right, yeah, that felt good. I figured I was beating who I needed to beat. I started thinking about that with about 70 laps to go. If I had to give up a position, it'd probably be to Ryan or somebody that I knew I was ahead of in the points. So yeah, that felt good.
Right, and before I let you go here, do you have anybody you want to thank here tonight for your third place run?
I just thank everybody in the league. They're pretty good guys.
Well, all right. Congratulations on your third place finish here tonight, and hopefully we see more of you out to the rest of the season.
Yeah, man. Good talking to you.
And so that's your third place finisher, Danny Myatt. Appreciate you guys for helping out with those, and definitely always good to talk to a couple of the drivers after the race and see what their thoughts are on things. And well, as we get ready to close this thing out, I want to quickly go through your results, and for that I'll go ahead and turn it back over to Cole Freilich.
All right, so bringing home the big win tonight was Bryson Hicksonbaugh. He wins the gotta remember what the name of this race is again. A Billion Woods Projects LLC.com 600. Billion Wood Projects, if you're listening, please make your race name shorter. But Eric Wineland brings home second. Just playing a little joke with him. Danny Myatt brings home third, though. I think I said Eric Wineland brings home second. Ryan Samuelson brings home fourth. Tommy Amos brings home fifth. Preston McCrae. Where did I get that from? Preston McCrae brings home sixth. Christopher Hammond brings home seventh. Demarius Hickenbottom brings home eighth. Cody Bird 9th, and Brandon Gullett 10th. It's been a very long night, Andrew.
Daniel Fields will finish 11th in this race. One of the first, he actually finished this race on a DNF. He had a blown engine, but just because of the fact of how many cars left down, he ended up finishing 11th in this race. 12th place is where you're going to find Wayne Grassi, who had just a heartbreak way to end this race. He's going to round out in 12th, but still a pretty good finish. Jonathan Delaney ends this race in 13th. Jeremy Morrison in 14th. Kevin Steele, your Iron Man of the race, 111 laps down, finishes 15th. Rich Pertruco is going to finish 16th. Elaine Hugh is going to finish 17th. Matt Muro in number 83 finishes 18th. Zach Probst, who came in here on the bubble, is going to finish 19th in this race, 194 laps down. And then rounding out your top 20, and number 42 is going to be Josh Coppernoll.
And Alex Montanelli is going to come home 21st, 219 laps down. Then it's Cole Ashcraft, Nicholas Weatherby, and Cody Goza coming home 22nd, 23rd, and 24th, all exactly 300 laps down. Brian Mabry ends up finishing 319 laps down. Shouldn't even say finishing, walking away tonight, 319 laps down, 25th. 26th, you get Nick Stein finishing 363 laps down, and Cam Caldwell dead last, 27th, 369 laps down to your race winner. And that'll do it, guys. Definitely an interesting experience for me. I've never sat through one of these Charlotte 600-mile races before, and to do it here at the Galaxy Cup Series, A Billion Wood Projects LLC.com 600, I think was a great way to do it for the first time. Commentating one of these, and we get to have another first tomorrow afternoon with the IORL Indianapolis 500. Cannot wait for that. But definitely, I think these guys put on a heck of a show. You mentioned it, Cole, a really, really long race, and definitely a long night for us. I think we're going on about 5 hours of being up live, which is certainly not something we usually do, but happy to do it here tonight. But guys, that will do it for our coverage tonight of the A Billion Wood Projects LLC.com 600 at Charlotte Motor Speedway. PitStop TV thanks you for tuning in and joining us for tonight's action, and we hope you enjoyed today's broadcast. Join us tomorrow morning as we bring you live coverage of the International Online Racing League Indianapolis 500, and again Tuesday when the Lucky Dog Sim Racing League takes on the Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course. Make sure to follow us on Facebook at www.facebook.com/PitStopTV, on Twitter at PitStopTV_, on Twitch at www.twitch.tv/pit_stop_TV/, and on YouTube by searching PitStop TV. You can also visit our new parent company's website at whiplash-media.com. You can even, it'll redirect you for now, but we're working on a webpage for pitstoptv.com, but you can go to pitstoptv.com right now. It'll just take you back to whiplash-media.com. Regardless, you can visit those websites, check us out, and, well, just that's actually a great way to book your broadcast as well. Get in contact with us if you want to advertise on the broadcast and what have you. But this has been Cole Freilich and Noah Carmichael with me on the call tonight. I'm Andrew Cardinale IV for PitStop TV, and we will see you next time.